when you hit go live, it pops up a thing that says.
Oh no! When I hit start streaming, it just started a thing. It did
Oh,
not
no
give
one.
me a prompt. Let's see. Is twitch.tv/Kevin Ha doing its thing? Oh, let's see. Can I hear myself? Will I get echo? Let's see. Will I get echo? Okay, audio is working for you. Glass, could you say some stuff? Okay,
I'm here. I'm saying things to be audible. I'm here. I'm saying things to be audible. I'm here.
I need to make sure that I have it muted because I'm getting you clearly, but that leads to some infinite echo loops.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so get pop out chat.
Oh,
is
Shogundo in there.
already here? Shogundo, so on point.
Shogundo was in it 8 minutes ago.
Dang, like Shogundo.
The message was set at 7:50.
Okay, but now I need to close the actual stream because my internet should be for broadcasting the stream and getting your audio. So we have your audio working. We have the game footage and can swap the tier maker to the top. Wait, I have 3 windows opened? Oh yeah, the chat window. Oh, Shiny Von Ditto, we're having a stream for palette swap tier discussion today. Glass has been generous enough to join us from all the way across the pond, and we're going to start talking about it. We're just getting the stream set up right now, so let's get into it.
Yeah, this was quite impromptu. We decided on Tuesday, or rather, there was a discussion about like placements of characters on Tuesday, and Asura was just like, "I'll just make a new list." And then I think it was Captain Backpack that suggested there should be like a discussion around it. I was like, "I'll hop in, I'll do it," and here we are.
So, in order to do this, let's see.
Yeah, I've got the community edition list open because I can see that on the tier list maker it's not actually in order.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we're going to go in order from the characters in the top left of the selection with Rashid all the way down to...
Get ready for the fight of your life.
Technically bottom left with Dudley, but
bottom left
we'll go in rows horizontally and then move down the rows, the columns as we go.
So first is going to be analysis for Rashid, Ken, and Guile. Is for anything that you think is meaningful for these characters, do you want either a large body, small body, etc. to show things that are useful for them? Or is it okay if I default to Doctor Doom and then if there's...
Yeah, I was going to say defaulting on a regular body is probably the best thing to do. I usually use Cyclops as my default body.
Okay, so Cyclops. Though Cyclops has long legs, so when he falls it in a different way from a lot of folks.
Okay. There may be like...
But then I could just
someone who has a base game body, like Stars Wesker or something.
Though that's actually a good thing for people to think about. When you're thinking about hitting a character, you want it to work on all the characters. So if there's a character that has a weird thing that may mess it up, and if it works on them, it's likely to also work on all the normal characters, do it on the character that it might mess up on, right?
Yeah, that's my approach to it as well. Because this was a mistake I made with Ken. Is he has certain combo routing that's character specific, and I didn't realize it just happened that all the characters I was doing it on, it worked on.
No.
And then when I went to do it on Cyclops, it doesn't work on Cyclops.
I have had this pain before, that I'm like, oh, it doesn't work on Cyclops, and if the brackets go as they're looking like, I'm gonna fight Ed in like winner semis. This is not good. But
I'm gonna post the stream and some other things as well.
So. Welcome to Shogundo, now Interessa Pravoce, and the Master of Unlocking. We are happy to have y'all and all the other wonderful stream monsters here, but we're going to start with Rashid. So, what are some of your thoughts on Rashid? Or actually, before we started on any characters, the tier list itself. I'm going to put that on the... it is on the front. Okay.
Yeah.
So...
because we were talking about this briefly before as well. I think I think it's more fascinating when the tier list is presented in a way that isn't just like S, A, B, C, D. I hate when there's like A+ and A- in a tier list. As well. So, like the previous versions of the tier list you've done have had quite specific subtitles, which I think is really good. And it's probably, I think it might be best to just keep that for now, as like the baseline we're using, as well, and that we had like versatile characters that define games, point, matchup defining, so on and so forth. And then if once we've talked about enough characters, if there's something else that crops up as like a very meaningful, or they fall under like a very meaningful category that isn't already listed, then we can change or add something
That sounds like a good plan.
in
So
that case.
at the top of the top, I would think these are characters that define all matchups, both on point and as support. And then a second category for characters that define all matchups on point. Because there are some characters that are very, very good, but like they are only point characters, and if you put them in any other position, they need to eat an incoming mix-up, and they could win the game just OCV if they're a point character. But it just is not fun to have them elsewhere. Okay, what would you think the next level, or how do you define the next level of characters after the ones that like, oh, everybody needs to play around these characters' tools, and they have, oh, and it's not just that they need to play around these characters' tools. These characters have multiple tools that negate things that every character normally relies on in order to just play matchups. Because
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
because I think all of the characters that are really powerful in palette swap have some of those things where it's like, oh, everybody just needs to respect this.
Yeah, exactly. I get we were talking about it before as well. Like a character having an answer is a big thing, but a character having a tool that just stops them from like automatically losing to a certain archetype of character goes a long way as well, because that alone makes them viable, or like more viable than another character would be as well. So just having how the tier list was presented before as well, it has like multiple matchup defining tools, I think is what separates that from a list below where a character might have one matchup defining tool as well. So the next thing down was characters with the matchup defining tools, but then rather than not necessarily in all matchups, but they are characters that then demand answers from other characters as well. Then the one you had below that was characters with influential strengths and weaknesses, which I think again is interesting because it still covers the fact that a character might have more than one good or bad thing. Usually the characters, once you get to the lower two aspects, they have more than a multitude of bad things, or something that's so bad it kind of spoils them from being anything above that as well. And then you have a very positive outlook on the game, and that you feel like every single character in CE is viable. So your bottom thing was viable characters with clear weaknesses.
Yes. And I still feel that way, where I feel like if you're in a state where I feel like one of the things that separates the viable characters from the good characters is that good characters win more often by having a good game plan and being able to react to situations properly, where viable characters need to make hard reads, but if they make a hard read, they could get into advantage, and every single character in advantage is good in Marvel. So I feel that like the lower tier characters can still win and can still cook. It's just like they need to take a risk to do it, and if they're doing lower risk things, they probably aren't acquiring very much value.
I think that's fair. Because with my opinion, again, it'll matter when we get to the character as well. I think there's really only one character I think is somewhat irredeemably bad.
Okay.
In terms of their, but I don't think it's worth having an extra line just for them. That they're probably just best to be at the end of viable, because they still have a tool.
A tool.
Or rather, they have two tools that do the same thing. Yes, it's Bishop.
Okay.
But again, if it comes to where we feel like but if there's a not discrepancy, but like a divide within like the viable tier, then we could have another tier below that. But for now, I think having just these 5 is like the baseline. and then we can weave things in if it ends up being necessary as well. But
This sounds excellent. So we've defined what our tiers are, and now we have a ton of characters to
Yes.
put into these various tiers. So let's get started with Rashid, Ken, and
with Rashid
Guile.
as well.
So
Yeah.
Rashid,
So Rashid, I am very fond of this character. Rashid as a character, I'm not particularly fond of, but like in this game, I think he has very simple but very effective tools. Like it doesn't feel like he has any wasted moves. If that makes sense as well. Like his buttons, grounded buttons are okay. I think him having the crush counter crumple on his stand heavy is just hilarious when it counter hits.
yes.
Because you will just randomly get crumples in neutral poking because it's his longest range button realistically. He's got a really good stand light. It's stubby but a really good like. It's when people talk about like reversal normals, where this is a really good button to mash out. Because I think it's 3 frames. It's 3 or 4 frames. With the range of like a medium. Because he has a lot of forward advancing moves which really help. But it's disgusting. You can just kind of press this, and it counter pokes a lot of things, because it's like Ghost Rider stand medium in terms of how far forward it moves. His crouching light's also really good because any character that has a rapid fire fast crouch light that's just incredible because you can hit confirm. It's a little bit because it's like Strider where it has a lot of pushback though, so you only get 3 at most, and that's if you're point blank. But he does have a little slidey dash, so if you're doing like dash crouch light, you still get like decently good. But he also has like Virgil level hit stun. So you could like press stand medium, visually hit confirm it, and then press heavy, and then still get a combo from it as well, which I think is funny. Because he just has a ton of hit stop, a ton of hit stun as well. So from a feel perspective, it makes him like easy to do ground strings with, despite his buttons being like okay, because his mediums are kind of like whatever. In terms of their range, they're very average range for a medium. They might actually have less range to stand light. But then he's got really good. His jump light also really good, and his jump S as well. But he is a character that I think is very much defined by his specials and his movement. So he's like a really nimble character. He's got excellent ground movement. Only being able to air dash forward in the air is a bit limiting, but it's fine. He's technically speaking still a grounded character. But his playing speed is ridiculous, and the fact that he has an install that lets him get faster is also very significant too. But I think his whirlwind shot is probably his most defining thing. Yes, it's just doing heavy whirlwind shot roll. There's so little a character can do about this because he doesn't just have to roll. If you're doing whirlwind shot and you see someone jump over it, you can either change the whirlwind shot you do or flip backwards. So he can just disengage at any point because if you press back and attack plus S, you'll flip away, which is also really valuable as well.
Though
So
I
he's
think his
very
air to airs are actually pretty good. You were mentioning that you could flip out if they're coming in. I think you could also react with like jump medium out of the hop. In a lot of cases with the forward moving hitbox, that's a solid anti-air to like get at them to like, hey, you can't move through airspace here, and the ground space is covered by the whirlwind.
Yeah, but he just has like a really dominant ground and normal jump height type of neutral, and because of how durable the projectile is as well, it's not just because it's a 3-hit fireball, which means it will just beat most fireballs normally and will typically beat some beams, or they'll hit people before the beams can be active. So he's very good at stopping assists, which most projectile characters aren't good at doing because projectiles don't typically pierce, but the whirlwind shot does. One of his main weaknesses is he's got very poor damage, and by extension his meter gain's pretty like whatever too. But well, as you just did there as well with X Factor, he uses X Factor really well, and he's also like highly versatile for that same reason, because something I didn't really consider until a few months back is just how good his whirlwind shot assist is.
Oh, it's so good.
Because it's a durable projectile that pierces, it OTGs, it's got really high hit stun. It might have fixed it side if anything. So you can kind of splash him anywhere.
Yes, and along with being set hit stun, it floats people for a really long time.
Yes. So that is somewhat of a common theme with tabbed character assist, that they tend to have very floaty juggles,
Yeah,
which makes them dead easy to convert from.
it really helps.
So he's, but his install is like having an install and a safe DHE in with Isar, his V trigger 2. And like you rarely even see the assists. Like sorry, I think Altair is the name of the install. Like used to its full potential in that he gets like a supercharged his DP spinning mixer. That's what it's called. Gets better. I think it becomes safe because there's an insane amount of chip damage. The meter gain is ridiculous on this move as well, but he recovers so quickly out of it. Yeah. And he becomes a character that's almost similar to Zero in that aspect, where you have to push block multiple times in order to get out of his pressure with.
I think that's one
as well.
of the general classes of strengths that we should talk about that help a character be good. If your character has multiple tools for being able to respond when somebody uses advancing guard to continue pressure, instead of being like, oh, I use my one thing to get through advancing guard and now I'm back out and we're back at neutral. The characters that are able to, on response, get through advancing guard have substantially better pressure than the characters who don't.
Yes, exactly, because there are, unfortunately, again, following that exact same, or Spencer just expanding on that, is there are a number of characters that they will get push blocked once and their pressure is over, or you have to make a correct read on someone's push block to be able to stay in. And it doesn't feel like Rashid is one of those characters.
No.
It feels like you constantly have to kind of like second guess whether it actually is your turn or not.
And he could, so like, he has forward advancing things. So when someone advancing guards you, if you do a thing that moves forward, if you time it, you're going to be able to like get around advancing guard.
Yeah. Another really valuable aspect. Sorry to interrupt your line of thinking there as well, but just very quickly, another really valuable aspect of a character that's really good against push block means that players will often repeatedly push block the character, and then they might end up push blocking a move that they shouldn't push block. So you end up, from a gameplay perspective, stealing a lot more turns back because you can just weave in moves that aren't necessarily safe. Where people just instinctively push block because they have to.
Yes.
And then when people, this is, I guess, it's just talking about the core concept of characters that have good anti-push block tools is that happens, but also people might push block less frequently to wait for a move that they can push block, which never comes, and then they become passive. And Rashid can then take advantage of it, because as I just showed up a moment ago, he can instant overhead with jump light on every single character. Well, nearly every character. It might not work on like really low crouches. But then he can solo combo from it with jump light into light dive kick. And which just then leads into the fact his mix-ups are really, really strong. He has a really, really powerful high-low game, which lends into him being even more powerful with assists, because the assists will create lockdown, so he can force block stun with whirlwind shot into dynamic entry, which is his roll or the flip forwards, and then you're blocking in the corner, then you have to guess high-low every single time you're blocking. Because with a character like Firebrand, who's considered really strong in the base game, he can't combo off of his instant overhead solo unless he's in Luminous Body.
Yeah,
But Rashid had...
Base game, they are very cautious about letting characters combo off of instant overhead. Like, in general, you could get an instant overhead with Wolverine, but you need to use an assist to get it, and you could get it with Trish, but then you need the counter hit if you want the dive kick to confirm after it. So they were very cautious about that. But Rashid, on the other hand, he just gets to kill you, and
yeah,
he's got
that 0 Virgil hit stun, and then the dive kick. So it just, those two things mixed together. But I don't know if there was any other key points you wanted to bring up.
Let me double.
Oh, he's actually a really good enabler, actually, now that I think about it, because of his V-Trigger 2 DP super. Because you can just do it and then DHC out, and then it's like a static ground harvest that forces someone to block an incoming, or forces someone to block when they're on the ground. And just for 2 bars, you just get invisible high-lows.
Oh, we got a good example of the invisible mix-up opportunity super the other night when Hamon in tournament did Shadow Lady doll mode super ball and then brought
Mm.
in Yun, and the ball is just in front of him. You can't see the character. The mix-up is just like an invisible thing.
Yeah.
So having one of those like big visual things that covers so much of the screen that your other character can potentially do stuff in, like even when I have this giant flame effect around me as Ken, it's still like not as clear that he's in there. But when it's like that, that was an instant overhead with the jump light. I'm not sure what percent of the viewers were like, "Oh, I'm blocking overhead here."
Yeah, that just shows I'm looking at you do this. I didn't even see it. All I saw was the super, and I thought it was a missed input. But nope, that's just jump light into kick super to confirm it. But yeah, I think Rashid is actually very quite strong.
Yes.
And I personally would have had him in a list or in the list higher than where you had him last time, which was influential strengths. I'd probably put him in like quite dominant strengths, because he's, despite him again not strictly being able to attack super jump height directly, light whirlwind shot covers a very disgusting angle in front of him,
It is very good.
and you constantly had to play around whirlwind shot, and you can guess wrong, and then because it has such a floaty juggle, you can just convert from it. And while it doesn't
Yes.
necessarily have the damage to back that up as well, like his beat game's good enough that he can usually DHC into another character who can finish off the damage. But also he can go into a snap from any route because he can just do off a knockdown, H whirlwind shot, roll, snapback. And then his incoming is also very strong because he can set up his own guard breaks with instant air dash, like late instant air dash S to make someone block, or yeah, with like meaty dive kick. He converts with all his throws, but he just feels like a character that, besides damage, has tools to cover a billion different options.
He does. And some other things that I think are notable about him is that he has the opportunity to change his air direction in a lot of different ways. He could have a
Yes.
hitbox going down, he could have a hitbox going further down, he has an air dash, he has one that'll go down then up. And being able to like have that many ways to alter your air mobility, especially ones that end up being like safe in kind of a lot of situations.
Yeah, because he didn't strictly survive the dive kick purge that Tabs did at one point as well, but because he can hit so late, even on tall characters, that it's almost irrelevant that his dive kick can be minus in some situations because it's so frequently plus.
So that was one of the things. And I think that when noting that he is low damage, it's just like this is a class of character that that weakness goes away if you pair them with a damage engine. So if you put them with like a Phoenix Wright and Maya or a Stranger or something, you're still going to be killing the high health characters if you touch them. You just
Yeah,
need to
exactly.
make sure you
That's
build
sort of
up
the
enough guard.
optimal Rashid team. And then you could, because his assistant and support are really valuable, he could even be he can be second or third, and you can use X Factor really well to get
Yes.
through realistically probably two characters with his combo length. But then he's so good at setting up like playing to his resource advantage. Is that even if you're down X Factor, but if you've killed two characters and you've got Rashid plus an assist and like 2 bars, it's so hard to break that because Rashid's not a character that's easily guard cancelled because he's moving around so much. He can disengage so easily, but he constantly makes you second guess or have to make reads against him.
I think along with this, oh my gosh, we're still on the first character when we're toying.
This happened when Swat and I did it. We were talking about some characters for age. I think there are some characters we wouldn't necessarily need to talk about as much, but I think Rashid is a character that is pretty slept on.
Agreed. And it's just like the classes of tools he has. I think it's important to discuss all of them because they are valuable in different ways and will make your matchup easier in different ways. I wanted to discuss for tier list placement, having a thing like he is low damage and low meter build, where it's like that's a solvable problem with team composition. Do you feel that characters that have problems that are solvable with team composition are higher tier than characters that have problems that can't be solved even through team composition?
Yes, because the kind of the and I know this is something you and I feel slightly different on, is that you're fully prepared to play neutral multiple times to win. But I'm still very much of the belief is that ultimately you want to kill a character if you hit them 3 times and then win the game like that. And I think it does somewhat limit team building in a sense, in that when it feels like there's a character that. But I don't feel like Rashid is a character that has to have a damage engine, but he just works best with the damage engine, because he still offers so much otherwise. So I think if Rashid just didn't have all these other options, all this mobility, all this pressure, but still needed a damage engine, I'd probably rank him lower. But because he's still such a strong independent character that is made most powerful with the damage engine, I value that more than otherwise.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, so does
But
this
with
feel
that
like
being said,
our first
go ahead.
character going? There were a few other things. Let me double check
Oh, go ahead.
my notes. So the fact that I find that one of the things that's useful in Marvel is traveling in a direction with the hitbox, and he gets to do this in lots of directions. And being able to do this in lots of directions with assist support means that a lot of the time he can put out and the hitboxes are not bad on these
Oh
things.
yeah, the Eagle Spike kickbox is ridiculous.
So you can kind of just bully your way forward with the hitbox and then have assist coverage to keep yourself in a situation where now you could do all of his obnoxious things on plus or on positive block situations. But I think that's pretty valuable. I do think that not being able to shoot any projectiles in the air is a kind of meaningful weakness with some of the classes of characters that you need to fight in this game.
Yes.
And that is one of the other things other than his damage where it's this is something that in certain matchups makes his life harder. I do think you get to mitigate a lot of it with Tornado, but I don't think it fully mitigates that situation.
Yes, so that's why I don't think he's truly within the modern environment top tier, because he just lacks the full control or the full way to really deal with super jump height. But because he's so good at ground height and very good at normal jump height as well, I think that I would put him, if we're talking about where Rashid would be placed specifically as well, I'd probably put him in matchup to Finding Tools, up from Influential Strengths and Weaknesses. Because I think there are just some characters that can't break through Whirlwind plus Roll.
That sounds good to me.
As well.
It's
we have our
amazing
first character
that
place.
our first character placement is at the center, and it's this is a really powerful character that can mess you up immediately. Where it's even our potential mid ground is so incredibly powerful, but I guess that just sets the tone when you're doing tiers for a game like Marvel.
Yeah, I think I suppose to translate this for people that are just interested in the end result of a tier list, this is S, alternate S, A, B, D, or A, B, C as far as that list goes as well. But Ken is a significantly more straightforward character than Rashid is, as well. He has 2 things going for him. One is Unger, the second is Bunga. He has his really defining factor is just the invincible DP. He just says it's DP is safe on block. It's -2 or something, and it's difficult to throw punish. But he just has ways to just hold forward constantly. He's got a command run which offsets push block. He's got a 4-frame crouching medium kick, which is ridiculously fast, with really good range as well. His grounder buttons are okay. His falling buttons are okay, and while he doesn't have, it's a Street Fighter 4 reference, so that he has a 4-frame crouch forward there. But he just has it's similar in Rashid in that he can get a lot of turns back too. But I think the really defining difference is that Ken is a lot more assist reliant. He has good forward mobility. And he has kind of a pseudo dive kick with falling Tatsu, but it's not as good as a falling move that Eagle Spike is because it's a horizontal falling hitbox rather than like a angled downwards hitbox. His meter gain is superb. So again, provided he's being played with assists, he can usually build 3 bars to offset his lack of damage. Because his meterless damage isn't like topping out about 500k. But his Golden Nut makes a really good point there as well. As I was actually about to talk about is while he has a fireball, his fireball is really bad. It has a ton of recovery. He doesn't necessarily he's not able to move with it the same way too. Yeah, it's like it doesn't travel the full distance either as well. And if you see a Ken super jump to throw a fireball, he just gives up all that space below him. And a character that is very space oriented, giving up space, does not work in his favor. So that's where I feel that Ken is a lot more straightforward. Is that he needs to steal turns back with DP plus assist, dashing in plus an assist. But he doesn't really have any ways to control the neutral, but rather blitz his way through it. But if there are characters that are existing at super jump height who have projectiles or beams that can like halt Ken's assists, then he just has to constantly make reads to break through that, and like jumping over and doing Tatsu, or just making a read with his quarter circle back Gurin Senpukyaku, I think it's called, because it's projectile invincible. His assist.
This one.
Oh yeah.
Which is air okay, by the way.
Yeah, so he has an air okay projectile reversal, so he's very difficult to chip out. It's also projectile invincible the whole time it's active. It's not just the startup. So he will he can Tatsu his way through a beam cleanly.
And
Yeah, like
I
it doesn't run out.
Something worth noting is it is on you pressing the buttons that you gain the projectile invulnerability.
Yes, it's
So-
pre-flash invincibility, not post-flash.
And
And it's also just really quick startup anyway.
it is amazing. I actually I had ranked Ken, like my understanding of Rashid was because I understand a lot of the classes of his strengths better. I had been ranking Rashid substantially above Ken in how I think about him. But after reevaluating Ken, I think Ken's kind of cracked.
That's interesting. So this kind of comes down to what we were talking about at the end of Rashid as well. As I feel like, to me, it does feel like Ken is a lot more assist reliant though. Which, when I did the list for Sparty as well, I weigh that up negatively, in that, like, a character can still be really strong but still be assist dependent. I've got to add.
I made Glory. I do get that it's possible for a character to be very strong and also very assist dependent.
But I think so typically with characters like that, they tend to be weaker when they're snapped out. Like the very point-heavy characters. But Ken still has 2 really good assists, especially Shoryuken, but Tatsu is also just quite an ignorant assist as well. And he has a very powerful aspect when he's landing on Anchor, which is Team Super into X Factor, when you've got Shoryuken assist anyway. So if anyone's watched Spartan Throne play the game, his whole shtick with Iron Fist is to just land Team Super, Invincible Team Super, and then X Factor and go from there. And Ken can do the same thing. And he has somewhat similar mobility in that he can just kind of do dash button from a mile away and punish things that have a lot of startup. But I feel like just that dependency on assist, where if he, like, say your assist gets sniped and the Ken's left with like a combo extension assist as well, I think it's so much harder for Ken to win in neutral than it is for Rashid to win without a neutral assist.
I agree with that. Though I think there's some factors that are like classes of strength that Ken has that are worth discussing. I feel like in base game, when somebody is dealing with an incoming mix-up, the characters that you need to think differently about are like Sentinel, Phoenix, and Morrigan, because they have invulnerability in the air that they could mess you up with. Ken has that, but he doesn't need meter to do it. And it could fly across the screen and hit people.
Yeah.
And there's lots of classes of interactions where someone wants to be doing things up in the air here that generally, as long as they have a hitbox or a projectile coming with them, like Dr. Doom, if he's up here and he does a foot diver, he does a photons, like most characters most characters, when the photons happen, they need to hold it, but Ken is going to be able to actually go through and kill the character for doing things that are normally safe against like every other matchup or like the vast majority of other matchups. So I feel having air invulnerable move that he could confirm into a super, and this is with the caveat that you need a good DHC for him. Like you were
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
about Ken being assist reliant, like I also think he's DHC reliant because the power of being able to poke with that and then get a kill on a character out of situations that normally they could stall safely, or they could just like be doing some other like relatively uh safe interaction pattern, or even things like foot dive, where it's like a lot of characters, they don't want to challenge foot dive with a button because the chance of things going wrong is just so high, but things don't go wrong when your fist is on fire.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well. There's just that ability to blitz through things, or there's much less Ken has to respect than pretty much every other character, just by virtue of how invincible DP is and how useful it is. But yeah. So I mentioned assist for life. I probably meant to say like team dependent, and that. Like you said, he needs something that he can move behind. He needs a safety. He needs a safety actually because he just does. His game plan will eventually become doing YOLO move into something or doing reversal super into safety P or into safety HC
The thing is, like,
as well.
he's not even actually unsafe on. So the thing about it being -2 is if you hit even a little bit later, it's better than -2.
Yeah, so it's -2 at worst, or something like that as well. But there's it's like if you've played against the Ken player, you've seen the DP hit like extraordinarily late. They're really active, and he can end up being plus from a DP. But I suppose the DP you'll see most in neutral will be heavy, but in pressure would be, or like a reversal would be light
I feel
because
like
heavy DP covers a disgusting angle too.
like if you that's another thing, he could Kara so he makes his stuff go way farther forward, and when
Yeah, run
your
DP.
invulnerable move looks like that and is safe, that I think is like incredibly powerful, and to the point that he has things that beat common tools in spaces that a bunch of characters can't interact with them. This is like I had been thinking like Ken was kind of like he's a Shoto. I don't know, my opinion of Shotos other than Evil Ryu has been kind of mid, but then it's like this is Ken greatest hits version, and his greatest hits were pretty good. Oh, I have a question about a move that I don't know anything about. What do you
Is
know
it the alpha
about his
counter?
alpha count? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is something I was thinking about before we went into it as well. Is I don't know if I think most Ken players don't know he has this move, but he on block he has an actual alpha counter. So it's 6-3-2 forward down assist, and it's a single hit that does 200k unscaled. Well, it's only one hit, so do it unscaled anyway. But I believe it's unsafe. But it's very rare. So if you block an air move and then do it, it's not safe.
What was the input
but
again? I don't even
it's
remember the input.
it's 6-3-2 assist when you block.
6-3-2 assist on. Oh, assist? Idiot.
Yeah, so it's like a reverse snapback basically. So instead of quarter circle forward, it's quarter circle
Down.
down.
I'm going for the quarter circle down. I'm not getting it, huh?
Unless the move is different. Or remember, it might just be quarter circle forward assist on block, but I can't actually remember the move. That's how it is. I don't even.
Yeah, that's how little. Even though we are both educated in lots of things about this character, there's always more to go. But like you're saying, from your testing of it, not ideal.
Yeah, I think it's more just like a cool reference, but it's not really a thing. Because I feel like in any situation where you would do a reversal on block, you'd probably do it to save Ken maybe. But otherwise, you have access to regular crossover counters. You have access to just waiting and then DPing afterwards. Hold on, let me look at the move list. We're professionals.
Oh yeah, that's right. So one of the best things is when you don't know something, you can improve your information by either testing or collecting data, and it is helpful. Thank you for being on it. But it just was switching Rashid to not that assist.
It's not on his move list.
It's not on his move list. Darn it, Tabs.
And I don't have any of Tab's old things downloaded to check his original notes. But believe us, he has a alpha counter, a proper alpha counter. It's an input that we can't quite remember, and it's kind of whatever. It's just like it's a fun little reference, but I don't think it's particularly useful.
So the thing I want to test with it, if I could figure out how to like do it properly, is.
But I feel like I'm 100% certain the input 632 because I remember when Tabs told me it. I was like, is it not? I was like, I'm doing this on block and it's like, I was like, no, make sure it's 632, not 623.
And I am having challenge, but DP plus assist. Kevin is saying DP plus assist.
I think that would just give you a crossover counter. Thank you, Nova. But
So, but the thing that I think probably matters with it is that he could do it out of block stun, and then if he super cancels and DHCs, because that seems like it would probably be a powerful tool where it's like, oh, I'm in block stun, but I still have a tool to kill you for like pressuring.
Yeah.
But
this is a conversation we had like 3 years ago, so I could be restoring. I don't think he can kill with it. But I could just be making that up as well. Again, this was a long time ago that we spoke about this. So I remember very little about the move, but I remember every now and again it comes up, and the only time people do it is when someone says, "Oh yeah, Ken has an alpha counter," and then people do it for a day and then they stop doing it. But I don't think it's meaningful enough to affect him as a character. We are 40 minutes in and on character 2, Experial. And there are 71 characters?
Something like that? Okay,
could be a
so
while.
let's see. This is probably going to be a substantial investment, but thank you for going through this cycle with me. I appreciate it, class.
Yeah, there might be some characters we might breeze through, like especially characters that people are familiar with.
I also think that just like the earlier characters will need to explain certain classes of strengths more, and then it'll be like, oh, this is the thing that's good in a similar way to how Ken is good, or is good in a similar way to how Rashid is good, where it'll take. But
so I think we might already have our first disagreement on where Ken is placed.
Yeah.
In that, do we weigh up? Because I think Ken is in a weird. Well, Rashid's in a place where he can win a lot by not interacting. Like he's a very non-interactive way of approaching neutral. Where Ken is the exact opposite, in a sense where he has to interact, but he has a way to subvert interacting with his invincible DP as well. Like, which do you weigh up higher? I personally would say I think Rashid is better than Ken.
I think Rashid is better than Ken, but not by a substantial margin. I think that Rashid is more stable than Ken, but I also think that some of the characters with unfair tools, Ken has more stuff that can deal with them. Because I feel like
the air invincible is valuable. Like that's such a rare occurrence in this game.
And it's no meter, and he can kill off of it.
And he also has a metered version in case he just wants to do it anyway for projectiles.
Yeah, it is very worth it. So I think that I put Ken and Rashid very close to each other. For me, I think that they're like the power level between them is equivalent, but they are powerful in very different ways. And
I can agree with that.
That the ways that Rashid is powerful are more consistent, but that he's going to need to kind of suffer against some of the characters with bullshit tools that Ken is going to run and roll cancel and DP, or I mean run cancel and DP, and will not have the same problem with those otherwise very, very unreasonable tools.
Oh, Nova's informed us that his alpha counter is reverse DP attack plus S.
Attack plus S. I needed to do a lightning attack?
Well, whatever. Again, we're going to see one Ken player do it just so they remember its existence never happened again. But yeah, I think I'd say these two characters, I feel like just from playing against them and trying them out, I think they're slightly better than where they were before.
Oh, there we go. Got it. Oh, so I wanted to check if I could get the super after my execution.
Are you going to do it twice golden?
Oh,
your whole shtick in tournaments is you're going to be the guy that does Ken alpha counters. That's what you'll be remembered for.
My timing is so questionable.
Golden
I
alpha
should
counter
just
nut.
do plasma beam instead.
You're on the tier lists scene.
Oh, thank you. Come on, go. There we go. So like, I don't get a super out of it, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think it's cancelable. It's like it is a super priority-wise.
Okay, so yeah.
But you can X Factor and dash cancel or dash and then go in.
That makes sense. Oh, can you do like a run from it or something? No. Okay. Just wanted to check. So yeah, it seems like not that great then.
Yeah, it's just like a fun thing he has.
Okay. So,
Excellent.
but I do think that both like Tatsu. Oh yeah, that's the other thing is that since things inherit momentum, Tatsu is a poke from like full screen away or full zoom screen away. If you just do like run Tatsu, it will, especially if you have like an assist like Rashid behind you, and then there will be nonsense they need to deal with. It is a degenerate fast poke that is enormous.
Yes, I agree as well. No lead more, and you can only do it when you block something. If you're talking about the alpha counter.
So
Because that was the idea behind how alpha counters worked in Street Fighter Alpha, is they were a 1 bar reversal when you block something. Well, that's the other thing, it costs meter as well. It costs 1 bar to do it.
So do we want to move on to Guile?
But yes, I think we've spoken about Ken enough as well. Guile, another character I think would be, well, I said Ken was going to be straightforward, we've spoken about for 20 minutes again. Guile is definitely a lot more simple. He's the two move character. But those two moves, boy howdy, those
I
two
love
moves.
both of these moves.
Yes, Guile is, in a manner of speaking, obscene. His like regular Sonic Boom is good. It's just how Sonic Boom is in Street Fighter. It's a very low recovery projectile. You would think the
It's
charge
no
characters might
startup,
struggle.
too. It
Yeah,
just like appears.
because fireballs in this game start up very quickly. The average startup for a fireball is like 14 frames or something. And I think Sonic Boom starts up in like 11. And it has basically no recovery. So you essentially can't punish Sonic Boom because you need to be able to break through the Sonic Boom. But you can usually have multiple on the screen at the same time as well. He has the same ways to circumvent his issue with charging, which is his bazooka knee as well. He has a back light. So while you're holding back to charge Sonic Boom, you move forward with bazooka knee. Bazooka knee in this game is ridiculous. As the scene hitbox, it can hit so late that he's probably plus double digits easily. And you can easily just break through push block for that as well. Like if you push block a button while you're in push block stun, he can just do back light. And he's in your face as well. Like yeah, 3 of them get in, and he can disengage with Sobat there. And then the star of the show ultimately that we were talking about before the stream started as well is EX Sonic Boom. EX Sonic Boom is absurd. It is a move that's been nerfed over and over and over again. It was changed at one point, and is in the strongest state it is in any game Guile is in. In that so the way EX Sonic Boom works, it has like a 70 frame charge time or longer than that 80 frame charge, which is over a second. And you would think, is it worth holding back or down back for over a second to do a move? And yes, because it is 2 parts. It is a base projectile that then bursts into something that has medium durability. And if you're not familiar with how durability works in this game, there's the 3 common ones you'll see are low, medium, and high. Highs are supers. And anything that's medium durability will never lose anything of low durability. So if you throw an EX Boom, it will break through, yeah, as you've just seen, it will break through 2 Busters, and Plasma Beam, because they're all just light durability. You cannot break this with a light boom. So those ground-based characters, like Rashid, who throw ground projectiles, can never beat Sonic Boom. So Guile just eviscerates ground-based characters with this move as well, because by the time the Sonic Boom interacts and has clashed with something, you're already charging the next boom. So you could constantly chuck out booms as well. And again, if you've ever played fighting games where you think, okay, if someone's doing a projectile, I'll just jump. And then he has Flash Kick. Flash Kick is, like Ken's DP, possible to make safe because it can hit really late and has a lot of pushback as well. Yes, it will beat Red Buster clean because it's medium durability for me. it will go through 100 busters. And Guile is he also has a projectile on the medium and heavy version of his flash kick too. So you can't just super jump and exist at super jump height. He's always able to make you block from a lot of places. Even above him, directly above him, which was normally a dead zone for him. Because in some of the Street Fighter games, because flash kick has slight forward momentum, it would whiff on characters moving forward above him. But because it has the projectile with a huge hitbox, and because he's a bit more vertical than forwards, it's a 90 frame charge. Yeah, that second and a half is worth charging it. He's able to hit characters at pretty much every point of the screen, except normal jump height, full screen. And I don't think there's any character in the game that at normal jump height from full screen can threaten another character in a meaningful way as well. So he just completely dominates the screen at any point. And while he has no real mix to speak of, he has an overhead. He's such a good counter poke character that he can convert these grounded sonic booms because they leave you standing. You can get hit by the slash across. It just has a lot of hits done generation, not soft knockdown.
Oh, so some other things about Guile is that because Sonic Boom has almost no startup and almost no recovery, he just gets to be arbitrarily plus at
On
any
everything.
point
Yeah.
in strings. And if you do something that pushes him back out to here, and then he gets the Sonic Boom, he's immediately right back in there with frame advantage. So he's very good at, even though he doesn't have like a high-low left-right mix-up that's good, he's pretty good at like maintaining pressure while chipping in a way that'll frame trap so you could catch people if they're trying to up back or anything like that. And just like,
Yeah.
especially if you have like a Rashid assist or something, and you could just like put more things out there and have more time that they can't really do anything. Like that.
Yeah,
that was
he's such a
awesome.
suffocating character. Because Guile's whole thing, like from 4 onwards, basically, is that he actually has pretty decent rushdown. Because he's in Street Fighter, it's because he's able to steal frames. But again, with how he is in this game at the moment, like he plays around the mechanics of the game so seamlessly almost. But he's able to combo off all his throws, so he's good at like throwing out of throwing in like scramble situations. He's got a rapid fire crouch light, which is disgustingly good as well.
All of
With
his
like really
buttons
good
are
range as well.
Like he's one of the characters that he doesn't have that many things, but every single thing he has is good. Like his stand jab is rapid fire, his crouching light is rapid fire, his bazooka knee goes really far. It's like I would say charging or like shield skills adjacent, where like
Yeah,
when oh go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you as well in terms of like knee plus assist is just the turn stealer, but it's so much less committal.
And then
But yeah,
Sabat
and when Guile does hit you,
Oh, yeah.
go on. His damage is ridiculous.
Yeah, damage is good, and one of the things that's also very solid about Guile is that because he has a reaction way of controlling the ground that has very little startup, he is one of the best characters in the game at summoning assists, because if you have this on screen, you know they can't shoot your assist. Like, they cannot summon a plasma beam, they cannot go in with anything. They're going to need to, like, block it. They need to go to normal jump height. They don't have some way to do it. So I feel like Guile being one of the best characters in the game at summoning assists when we have so many good assists in the ecosystem is part of what makes him a good character as well.
Yeah. I'd say I was going to say even his assists are like okay. They're really not that bad. He has no.
Oh no,
He
his
has like a
assists are
technically
amazing.
safe DHC. Yeah, he has a technically safe DHC, and like max range Sonic Hurricane is really hard to punish. So he's actually like a really solid second character.
I think his assists are actually totally bullshit. Not this one. That's the only one that's fine. If you're working with this one, you're playing fair Guile. but we play Marvel here. We're not here to play fair games.
Yeah, flash kick with the projectile, and the sonic boom is just like sonic boom is just active for forever.
Yeah, so Sonic Boom, we mentioned that like its primary traits are that it has fast startup and fast recovery. So as an assist, he's really hard to get happy birthday because he just appears and then disappears, and he has something that leaves value behind. So even though it's not the same as like a beam projectile, the amount of low risk it has means that by this point, Ken Assist is already available when I'm in the block string after them blocking Sonic Boom.
Mm.
And then Gamma Assist is the best though, because this means if your opponent is trying to do things in super jump height, you can stop them. It is. Whoops, I had set that to. It has a very large angle that it hits, and the amount of hit stun is incredibly high. So sometimes, like even if you're like at the bottom of the screen, you can sometimes catch people if they're caught at like medium heights, and if they're anywhere like somewhat near you, it lets you do stuff. So I find it to be one of the best assists for controlling a very uncommon angle that also happens to have enough durability that you know if people were putting projectiles on the screen from the air, they're all going to be gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Which
I
is
think
really
this is a
helpful in
nerfed projectile
matchups.
speed as well, Golden Nut.
Hmm?
Like the projectile is slower than it was before, if I'm not mistaken. It might have never been changed. But I could be misremembering.
I do remember that Tabs changed it, but it is very strong in its current version. I think he actually may have speeded it up.
Oh, maybe the other way around.
Yeah, I think that he did increase the speed on it.
Okay, that makes more sense.
But
But I would say, yeah, Guile is definitely the first like top tier in
yes.
the mod ecosystem. He is just so overwhelmingly dominant, and he has so few losing matchups.
Yeah, and he is good on point. His assists are game defining, and his DHCs are okay. But oh, that's another thing that is good about Ken and is good about Guile and is good about Rashid. They have utility on their DHCs, and I think that Guile having an invulnerable DHC in is incredibly useful, especially because the hitbox is big. And I think that him having durability that is far-reaching and fast startup and relatively high damage and high chip, and OTGs, which means like a lot of the time if you have if you're DHCing all the way through your team, you could kill off an assist because he'll pick them up after they get knocked down.
Yeah,
So that
because
would
even
be...
just the damage from Sonic Hurricane, because it does I think a bit over 200k. Like that is enough to like make a character's like scramble hit B&B become a kill.
That was a scramble hit into 568k when I mashed as many lights as I could in early combo. It's easy high damage. It is great.
Yeah,
Do we
big fan
wanna-
of Guile. He's definitely in the versatile, like the game defining, just generally.
I also think that he is a good class of character for people who have like solid zoning fundamentals and people reading fundamentals,
Yes.
because a lot of the characters that are top tier, you're going to want to learn some complex things that you could make bullshit with them. With Guile, you don't need to do a ton of that, and if you just play like fundamentally solid, you could take advantage of the things that are bullshit from him and win games.
Yeah, he's defense generally doesn't get rewarded in this game that much, but Guile gets rewarded for defense a lot as well. And we're not talking just blocking as well, like in terms of evasion and counter calling and so on. He's a fantastic character.
Yeah, so do we want to go on to the next cycle of 3?
Yes. So that puts us on Charlie, Jean Grey, and Laura.
Welcome to the world of Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Charlie,
The world's greatest heroes
Jean
are all
Grey,
here. Lay claim to your glorious victory. See what you can do. Days of future past.
Yeah, he's fantastic for the type of character he is.
Did you really think you could escape? It's do or die.
okay.
I hope my click finger guns picked up on the mic.
Well, if they haven't, we have vocal interpretation by Glass himself of his own action.
Yeah.
So
Charlie. This is a
sure.
character I'm much less knowledgeable about as well. I've only played against Charlie and I've labbed him a bit, so I won't really have the most informed decision on Charlie specifically. He's an interesting one in that he's the immediate comparison with Charlie is Guile because they both have Sonic Boom as well. But Charlie
This
feels
is
like a
not
much
the same
more
move. This is
yeah.
not the
But that
same move at all.
um,
So
but his whole playstyle is a lot different because it's more focused around like his movement and dive kick, well, moonsault kick. It's essentially a dive kick. Than other characters would be. He also has that level of versatility because he has his V-trigger install. But it doesn't feel like he has just for the little I've seen as well. He just has that much like impact in the way that certain other characters do, like Rashid, Ken, and Guile. But I'm curious to know what notes you have on him.
let's see. I had rated him very low the last time, or not very low, but relatively low the last time I had done a tier list, and he is not as bad as I thought he was.
He's had some changes since then as well,
Yes,
positive
but
changes.
but I think like some of the things that are good about him, so like he has a basic projectile. It's not a good projectile. It is actively not. But he has the classes of tools that make a basic projectile much better. Like he gets to do solo teleport mix up with his projectile, so it means that even though it's just like a basic and not very happy projectile, it has some uses within his other tools. I think the fact that he has a teleport is pretty useful in a lot of contexts. And he has just enough air movement to like get to the ground when he needs to not die. So I think that can be quite helpful. I also think that one of the things we don't have that much of in the modded Marvel ecosystem is the teleport plus assist mix. And I think that is one of the things that is generically strong in Marvel. And Charlie has access to that. So having access to the generically strong class of mix and one that's not common within the ecosystem, I think it is pretty good for him.
Again, like I said, it's a very classic a good thing. It makes me like when I look at Charlie move around, because him having teleport outside of V-trigger was one of his most recent changes. Actually, Shogundo just made the comparison. It's like he really just feels like a blend between like Ryu and Wesker, which is not the best characters to be compared to as well, because his fireball is kind of fundamentally just like a Ryu Hadoken, which is why it's underwhelming compared to Guile Sonic Boom. And then having like the access to the teleports always is super versatile.
Some other
as
things.
well.
I think that his dash speed is pretty cracked, actually. Like,
I was seeing that when you move around with it. Because you expect him to be. I mean, even in 5, he had good dash speed. He had slow walk speed, good dash speed. So, for again a very grounded, oriented character, having grab ability is a lifesaver in a lot of situations.
So I think that like he's better at footsies than I thought he was, because like that is a full zoomed in screen poke generally if I don't drop execution on it, and it's fast enough that it's scary. So like I feel like his footsies range is pretty far. One of the things that's also worth noting is he has like every good class of DHC you could possibly want. He has a long duration thing that fills the screen that you even get to do stuff after. And then he has an invulnerable thing, which is going to be able to get you out of situations where you would otherwise die. And he has an install so that he could take advantage of any super that leaves him with like a frame advantage or like a favorable situation. And he could build meter during his install, which is very important. It's less meter than...
I think it's half meter gain, yeah.
Half meter gain? But even with half meter gain, it means that when he's just like pressuring, he's actually pretty scary. And like... Oh, and the fact that once he's in install, like... once he's in install, heavy into teleport into button is a combo means that he gets to do a lot of like unreasonable makes that is good. I think like in install he's actually just a good character. And like oh, that's the other thing. Once he's in install he could do this. And that is just generic.
Yeah, he can.
strong.
He gets a one-time teleport that uses up.
Oh no! Not just that. He could just like boom into teleport cancel.
Oh, that is so. He used to only be able to do specials into S teleport, the up forward one. But again, that is another more recent change. That yeah,
So he's good now.
that is definitely. Yeah, you kind of almost wish that Charlie was always like this, but then at the same time you don't, because we're extremely degenerate as well. But just like the fact he can still build meter during this install incentivizes you to kind of be in this install all the time, because you can just build that bar back in neutral, like generally, because people are going to be blocking fireballs a lot. You're going to be doing buttons into specials plus assist. Your assists are still building full bar as well. So when you've got like multi-hit lockdown assists, because assists like Laura's as well, which just have loads of hits, they just build a lot of meter on block as well. I think people underrate that just generally.
Yes.
Is assist mitigate in neutral.
Yeah, I think it installed the fact that this move, or that both his forward advancing thing with a hitbox that is very fast and his sonic boom can just be teleport canceled. I think that in install he is actively a good character, and that he needs to have team construction that the allies on his team should be good batteries. That is my understanding of how a Charlie team needs to be built. Is like, and like everyone else, he wants a horizontal ground control assist, because everybody's life is better when they have one of those. Because this Sonic Boom, even if he has a bunch of cool stuff, Sonic Boom is not going to win you the ground. It like if you try to start winning the ground with the Sonic Boom, you're probably going to lose to most of the other like ways people try to start controlling the ground.
Yeah, because he just simply, again, Shigunda made it up as well. Like he just can't keep up with the other characters' zoning. Just having a regular fireball that you can only do on the ground. As well, because I think it's at one point Charlie was kind of exclusively a second character, a put second character. But I think because of how good his install is, well, rather how good he becomes in his install, I think it's just justification with having him on point with like full team structure, because every character's better with 2 assists.
Yes, this is true.
But I think something that benefits that is that, because with some point only characters, is you kind of hesitate to get them off point, even if to save their life, just because it's then difficult to kind of get them back in safely. But Charlie's a good like pivot character, and that if he has a good DHC support, like another install like Rashid, you could just kind of alternate between Charlie and Rashid supers and get them in, get them out as well. But then because he has all those like the best sort of DHC options, as well, all the DHC options.
Yeah, every possible good one.
He's extraordinarily good as a second character. Well, good for the team structure, not necessarily. But yeah, I think he's one of those characters. Like when he's in, he's only as good as the support he has. And I think again, like we were talking about when we were talking about Ken as well, is I think that it's something that holds him back in comparison to some of the other characters as well. So I think in terms of placing Charlie, I think this then comes down to, would he be at the top of... Oh, again, we'll have to see other characters as well, but would you put him high in influential strengths, or would you put him within matchup defining tools?
I think he's within matchup defining tools, with the caveat that like I think both Rashid and Ken have much better tools to start winning than Charlie. But I feel like Charlie is one of the characters that has an advantage state which is relatively similar to both of them, but the suite of DHCs that he offers is just so good. And the fact that when you DHC in as him, you could just choose to be in the state that he's like the best version of himself, where he's install with frame advantage. Like I think that's, if you get to DHC into him in install and frame advantage, the chances that he could mess someone up is pretty high. And I think that his dash is just fast enough that he's up there, so I would put him in characters with matchup defining tools. Do you think that
Okay.
he needs to be lowered to influential strengths and weaknesses, or does that sound?
I think we might need more
unreasonable?
characters on the list as well. I was going to suggest having him. I just think because he just has otherwise what I would imagine a quite a poor matchup spread. This is going like speculating because again I've not played the character enough. I feel like despite him being really good when he's in an advantage state, I think he's less good at getting the advantage state
I agree.
unless someone else gets him in.
I think that's true, but I think his generic suite of DHCs provides enough value to a team that even though he's worse in that way, the additional support value of the DHCs makes up for the fact that he has that weakness, and that specifically with the install DHC, he can avoid that specific weakness by coming in the situation that he'll already be okay, as opposed to be coming in the situation where he needs to win neutral against someone with way stronger zoning tools than him.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see how other characters add in. Like, do we think that Charlie's strengths way up to like the amount of other character strengths? Because I somewhat want to avoid having certain bloated tiers. If it just so happens that every character falls within them, because we do have specific criteria for them, then so be it. But I think he's fine there for now, based on just his traditional support value and what he can do when he's in an advantage state.
And his dash,
as well.
I think having a generically good dash is also good.
Yeah, the movement is key and is king in this game, so that's definitely worth a big plus for him.
I feel like if H teleport were just a little bit better, he would be a substantially better character though, because then in the situations where he can't win with Sonic Boom, he would be able to like do like dash heavy teleport into Moonsault in order to get through things, and I feel like that would instantly make it so he's a much better character because he has like more solutions to the types of problems that come up in the game.
Yeah, I see that.
But
Excellent.
do we
Alright.
want to move on to Jean Grey?
Yes. So this is another character I'm very, very fond of.
Before moving on,
oh.
which assist do you prefer for Charlie and why? I don't care about any of his assists.
Yeah, I think I think you just pick Sonic Boom. Because Moonsault and Sonic Scythe are just like whatever. I think single hit physical strike assists are just so underwhelming unless they do something really specific. But Sonic Boom is just like it's okay enough as a projectile that you pick the best of the worst, make the best of a bad situation essentially.
I 100%.
And I think it gives him the Hyper Sonic Boom Force as his team super, which I think is also actually really valuable.
So,
Jean Grey is 850. She's a regular character in that regards. But she's a bit more than a regular character. But
she's a bit more than a regular character. I think that Jean Grey has the tool that is the most matchup defining tool that exists in the game.
Yeah. Oh, you're still on the tier list scene.
Oh, thank you. So I think that she has the most defining tool in the game in her shield. There are entire most of the characters in this game have projectiles and generally have them as part of their game plan for how they're going to figure out neutral. And the fact that she can choose to just beat them, I think automatically makes her one of the best characters in the game.
Yeah, completely agreed. It's we use the term when we were talking about some things before the stream as well, but there are rule breaking characters and moves, and Barrier is a rule breaking move. There are some characters it just outright invalidates because there are characters that are designed around non-interaction and their projectiles, and then the Barrier forces them to interact or forces them to be interacted with, and it's such an obscenely polarizing tool. In that there are some characters it's not useful against in that aspect because they just don't necessarily have projectiles, but it does more than just put a projectile nullifying barrier around her as well, because it then makes her projectile shoot instantly. So not only does she have a complete anti-keep away tool, it supplements her keep away because she can shoot out very fast startup negative recovery projectiles at a rate that other characters simply cannot keep up with. as well is that, especially characters that rely on beams, then because beams they last such a long time, so usually and they end up only really being like slightly plus or slightly minus when you block the move, but you never have to block it. If the barrier is up and you block it, she has a teleport. It's not a great teleport, but it's a teleport nonetheless. Is that she just can render someone's projectiles irrelevant and then teleport behind them, which is a weakness a lot of projectile characters have, is being teleported on.
Though, to note, she is one of the characters whose teleport does not cross up in the corner. If you do medium teleport, she ends up in front of them, while if you are mid-screen and you teleport, it ends up behind them. So don't think that she could pull you out of the corner and get a left-right. She only gets to get high-low when she's mixing you there.
Which is correct as well. If you're sat mid-screen, she can kind of sneak in a left-right by doing like, well, she doesn't have the barrier up and then puts up even light or medium shot and then stand heavy teleport. Just create a left-right projectile mix-up on her own, or just again, well, you mentioned it with Charlie's, which is a very classic assist plus teleport. But it's versus the characters that have, or there's only two characters in base game that can't teleport to the corner, but they're character you typically want to down back in the corner against. Yeah, but regular Phoenix is like that as well, so is Doctor Strange. But then she has extremely good pressure as well, because while she has a Nova style air dash rather than traditional Phoenix dash, she has just the most horrific air buttons to deal with. As well, she's got like an obscenely disjointed jump S. She's got her jump heavy is arguably worse than Nova's jump heavy to deal with again. Because of the way it swings.
But
she's just
another bonus thing about her normals is that because of how they're set up to like make her traps pop, there are times that they will eat some weird classes of projectile and she will just like not get hit. And that is worth being aware of, because sometimes you think you're putting a hitbox in a way that's like, oh, she's swinging with a button. If I just shoot her and I'm far enough away, everything will be fine, and she will just swing through your projectile and hit you in the face. It doesn't happen most of the time to most projectiles, but there's like some weird specific timings where it will just like blow things up, because I think it's like an invisible version of the feathers, and I think if there's enough feathers that interact with the thing, it makes it disappear.
Yeah, I can see that. It'll probably interact with certain things that have one durability as well. So, like there'll be like Shenko's projectiles, but there's not any other base game ones that come to mind, like bullets maybe.
It's one of those things that you'll randomly notice in a couple of matchups and just be like, why did this not hit her? But
yeah, and I think Wizard Tim put it really good at one point. There was a tournament we were commentating together. He described Jean Grey as being able to set up the fortress. So she just has a style of keep away that is very difficult to interact with, because characters that can be at super jump height or normal jump height that can shoot projectiles down forwards, it's actually very uncommon in this game. Where the projectiles that go down forwards are typically very weak durability, or like Photon Shot, but then Doom shoots 5 of them, or they're like Mag Blast, which is a completely obscene move. So she's able to just completely wall you out with ridiculous buttons, because she can just do those like rising heavy, falling light, and set off all these projectiles. She can alternate. She can manipulate her air movement really well, because she has heavy quarter circle board heavy in the air, which stops her movement. She has 8-way air dash. She has flight. She has she can't teleport in the air. Oh yeah, thank goodness. But she can just constantly move with hitboxes. She can move with things that negate your hitboxes. She has massive disjoints. She has a slide kick with a crouch medium, which again is just a lot of hit stun, so it's easy to convert from. And then she has all these tools to hit you. And then while she doesn't do nearly as much damage as she used to, her meter gain is obscene. So this is the character that off a scramble hit will build 2 bars easily and build 3 bars in an optimized combo by herself.
Along with that, I think that mentioning generic thing that is good in Marvel that Jean is an example of, you had mentioned that her sliding 2M. The characters with slides have a tool that is generically good. You should learn which things, if you're playing a character with one, which things your slides go under, because she gets very low profile for this. So even if you don't have your field up, a lot of the time, if they're doing a plasma beam or something, you could just dash 2M and you will get under so many things. So
Yeah.
it's one of the best classes to move, especially like hers is better because it's on medium. So on block and hit, you still have stuff to chain into, which makes it incredibly powerful.
Speaking of low profile as well, she just has Phoenix's hurtbox, and Phoenix has a disgustingly low crouch. She contorts into like a little box and she crouches as well, and this ducks under a lot of things. And that she just naturally ducks under a lot of assists. And then because you can duck under assists, like something like Plasma Beam, for example, you can see something like, well, what is base game? So you can see something like Ice Beam coming out. Correct me, is worse than Nova's, but it's still really good. But you can duck under a projectile and then crouch medium to move while it's happening and while they're stationary. So even if you don't necessarily have to do it on reaction, but you still can steal space in a situation where you normally would have to respect something. And that goes a long way. She's just able to move around, move around the screen, manipulate her movement, force the opponent to act in different ways. As well, she just has fantastic buttons because Phoenix's buttons are ridiculous anyway. And then she's got just like nice little kind of complementary buttons to go along with that too. Her jump light used to be a lot better. Well, it used to be better as in it used to be literally unpunishable. Unless you actively whiff punish it. But it's still
pretty wild.
just this like, it must be like, if you don't mind checking over, I feel like her light is like a 4-frame normal, which is for an air normal is really fast.
That sounds pretty likely. Oh, like, look at how early I hit rocket while rising after launch with it. Like,
Yeah,
it
like
is
she's
a very
barely...
fast button. And it has no
It's still
recovery.
like-
Like, look at how many I get in a single jump, just like normal jumping.
Yeah, like
Oh,
it
and
feels
it's
like
not
a
just-
smash button.
Oh, that's the thing. Like, some people may be like, oh, it's just chaining, like when you do MM in the air. No. This is the entire animation going because you could air that. You see that?
Yeah, you cannot chain on whiff. So whenever you see a move being done after another one, that is after it is recovered. Yeah, honestly the 236M nerf was quite sad, but probably needed because it's still good-ish.
So my feelings on the Air 236M nerf, I have feelings on this.
I remember we were talking about this when it happened.
So I feel like Air 236M was a tool that was matchup defining to the point that it made it so she had non-interactive strategies with some characters.
Yeah.
And I think that now that it has been so significantly nerfed that I think now you should never use the move. Just like it should not be used. Anytime you think about using it, what you should really be doing is doing quarter circle forward light and then manipulating your momentum with another tool afterwards in order to get the value you would have gotten out of the pause from quarter circle forward M in the air. Because the amount of startup and recovery as without generating a hitbox is so much that if you're fighting a fast character, they can plink all the way across the screen, super jump, and hit you while that is going on. Like, it is not a safe enough move in any context other than having killed a person, but I think this made every single one of her matchups more interesting and fun to fight from both sides, because it was miserable when you were setting up the alternating traps that would explode the bottom one, then explode the top one, and it just kept a wall on the ground that controlled normal jump height and ground height and was doing chip damage, and characters just couldn't get around. It was miserable, and I think that nerfing that specific thing made her play in more fun ways against like the majority of the cast and made fighting her substantially less miserable for the characters that needed to deal with that.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be done as well. I'd say the only circumstance I found it to be that creates some usefulness is doing it in flight mode. So I think I shared this idea with you before as well, but like being at super jump height and doing it in flight mode, and then it's because she kind of it doesn't have that much recovery afterwards. It's like during it is the painful part. But you can do it from a position where it's difficult to challenge, and then you can unfly and still have air mobility afterwards as well. But it's still not. It's a shadow of its former self for good reason. But it was just it was one of the things where it wasn't like the tool she used to win. It was a tool she used to win. It happened to be her best one, but she still has tons of other strong options that just make her like completely dominant as well. But I think this of course, it probably isn't in a different position she would have been from last time as well. But Jean Grey is another like top tier within the game's ecosystem
So
as well. You had her in point characters that define the game as well.
yeah, because
I do rate her double shot quite highly as an assist.
okay, so I feel double shot is in a weird space where I feel like if you have another thing that is for when you haven't won neutral yet, and then you have it as a secondary assist, it is absolutely amazing. But I really hate playing that into like a Stars Jill's gun or a Captain Marvel beam or anything like that because it feels like her body is at risk for a long time before she generates a hitbox. But as soon as she generates those hitboxes, it's soft knockdowns from normal jump height. It
Yes.
OTGs. It has amazing properties in 10 million other ways. So I feel like if you don't have it as your primary assist, but you do have it as a secondary assist, it is absolutely amazing.
I can see that as well. I do think there are some characters that abuse it as a solo assist. Ken being one of them actually, because he can do uh, double shot plus dash heavy DP, and then you combo from it. And if they block the DP, they get crossed up by the shot as well. But I agree. I think it's situationally a fantastic assist. But I personally think it's really good. I think she always has a weakness, so her DHs are really bad safety wise. Shockwave is kind of like pseudo safe if they're full screen,
Though
but
her
it doesn't
shock,
have pushback.
yeah, and her shockwave is infinitely less consistent than the other shockwaves that we have. We have multiple shockwave supers in palette swap, and hers I feel has the highest frequency of people being in between one column and the next column and not getting hit by either of them. Like
Yeah.
I feel all the other shockwaves have much more stable things, and then it doesn't happen most of the time, but when it happens, it's like, oh, she's about to be super dead, and
Yeah, because it still has the insane recovery that regular Shockwave has. Maybe more than that actually.
so
So I think it's she's yeah. I think she's situationally good as a second character. I would probably never play her on anchor. But I'm trying to vouch for her being in just like generically versatile, but I don't think she's versatile enough compared to the other character that's in there already. And the other characters that will probably end up there. I think I'd say it's fair to have her in point characters
though
that define the meta.
though I do think that she is one of the characters that is most like game defining because Shield is like if you have a certain game plan, you just can't do that against this character.
Yeah, I think if you did merge the tiers, she'd probably end up being like third or fourth.
Yes, agreed.
But yeah, she's good there.
Actually, the top four I think are all pretty additionally bullshit, but maybe
Yeah,
I'm
that's right. Yeah,
curious.
glancing at the previous list, yeah, I see it. But
But
regardless,
the Jean, amazing character. If you'd want a point character that can do well, oh, that's the thing. So she auto win or not auto wins. Since her normals are good and she doesn't need to worry about being zoned, she has very favorable matchups against characters that need to deal with zoning a character as part of their primary game plan.
yeah,
But I feel the class of characters that are the best against Jean are ones that are able to be mobile enough to get around her zoning tools and have bigger normals, like they have swords or things like that, so that when she's playing footsies with them, she's actually at disadvantage. Because a lot of characters, the Phoenix normals are just so good that they
yeah,
can't be that messed with by most characters. But when someone has like a DMC1 Dante sword or something, it's a lot different to try and fight them at mid range. So I
yeah.
feel like
That I agree with
she's
as
good
well. And
against
she has the natural
every.
difficulty of
Mhm.
dealing with other teleporters because when she has barrier up, she's not likely to do barrier again until it runs out.
Mhm.
So, but
So I feel
yeah,
like she is one of the best characters in the game, and she has the most matchup defining tool.
yeah,
But like some other characters have similar or also very matchup defining tools, while having an amazing suite of DHCs as well. But like, she is one of the best characters in the game, and I also think that she is the character that of the modded cast would take the least executional practice to beat Morrigan of all of the characters in the game. And
Yeah,
I think having
definitely.
a good matchup against Morrigan, we're talking about the palette swap environment, but just to explain how powerful Jean is, she is a character with a tool good enough to have a positive matchup against Morrigan.
Yeah, because that's what we mean by lowest execution as well. Is rather than having to evade or preemptively deal with something, she has a move that deals with the problem, and then forces the game to happen differently as well. So you hit quarter circle back heavy, you got enough space to do that, bam. Then for like over a second, she's chilling like a villain.
Well, I believe this is not the Dark Phoenix, because that one definitely some villain status stuff. But
Like Phoenix.
oh, I had almost been scammed out of points by Kevin's stream the other day when there was a quote about being a destroyer and stuff. I was like, oh, Dark Phoenix, and it didn't give it to me. I was like, Phoenix, and then I got the points. I was like, I was about to be robbed, but I fortunately got to
Good clutch, good clutch.
Yeah, sometimes you drop your combos. You just need to have some more. So let's go. Are we good to move on to Wolverine?
Yes,
Laura?
I think we move on to Laura now as well.
Okay, I love this character.
So do I.
Just like, oh, and when I mean this character, you see this character on screen. If this character is on screen and I do not have 0 meters, I am immediately going into this mode.
Yeah, there is a 0 drawback install. It only makes her better. There's not really a reason not to be in this.
And I feel like your meter build is enough better when you're in Legacy Trigger that you're still relatively as likely to kill even though you went down 1 bar. So I think that is mitigated. And then I also think that the worst part of Laura's life is when she's getting zoned. And, whoops. One of the things that is meaningful about Legacy Trigger is, oh, if I turn my health recovery off, is that so I've taken a little bit of damage from him, but she regenerates life passively, so the thing that is worse for her to interact with in zoning, she does better with just by being an install. And because of that, I feel like it means that it allows her to play more patiently. And when you play patiently and then you get your 1 Berserker Slash and win the game, it works out a lot better. So I feel like the character I think of when I think of this character is her in Legacy Trigger, not her without Legacy Trigger.
Yes, I completely agree as well. I do want to expand on the life regen as well, because I am a huge advocate for recovering red life. So I'm a big proponent of tagging your characters to preserve life. I play Dante, so I spend a lot of time in Devil Trigger as well. And the simplest way I describe or talk about this when I'm trying to explain why that's a good thing is I'm pretty sure she has unchanged life. She probably has 830 or whatever, like regular Laura does as well. But if you're continually regenerating life, you can effectively become a 900k, 1 million health character because you're just passively regenerating health the whole time. So when you get hit, she's still whatever health character she is. But in neutral, like you were saying, you can afford to block more projectiles than another character could, because you could then recover the chip damage you've taken in a way that another character can't, or another character that constantly gets zoned can't as well. And the fact that when she goes into her secondary install, she gains more life back. So she's able to constantly kind of trade bar for meter in that sense, which is like extraordinarily valuable to me.
Yes,
as a point character, especially like a no projectile forced to deal with neutral interaction character.
Yes, I think that it's super important for her. And I think that other than being zoned, she's a pretty good character. Her like footsie's buttons are good and fast and enormous, and she can choose to change her trajectory in a variety of ways that matter. She has ways to cancel things, and I highly value having cancels to stuff. So like I feel like she has. Oh, and that's the other thing is I feel like in my intuitions coming from base game, I think of Wolverine as a point character. But Wolverine Laura is good in every position because
Yes.
she has one of the best assists for horizontal ground control. Okay, so like it's like, oh, but that's a melee attack. That
But yeah,
didn't
she
quite-
she has so much forward advancing. I've got an ad at the moment, so I can't see you doing it, but it just has so much forward momentum immediately that it's deceptively far range as a result.
So she is a tool that hits essentially the full screen for you, but unlike most of those, she has very fast startup and has plenty of hit stun, plenty of block stun, leaves them on the ground in case you need grounded state things. It's just one of those things where she's quite good, and she has the best variety of DHCs. She can solo dump bonus meter. And
Yeah, I think it adds like 130k or something, but sometimes you don't have options for a DHC. It adds 80k or 160k, which is like slightly below average damage of a DHC anyway. But sometimes if you only have two characters, because again, she's really good to put second as well. It's a bit. Some certain teams might benefit. There's only certain teams I think she'd be like really good third. But she's like primarily as a point or a second character, where she can make do with only one assist or only one DHC. Sorry, because she has the additional bump in damage. But yeah, just the mobility is fantastic. What's different from her in X-23 is the fact that she recovers, or she has options to do things after they whiff in the air, where normally X-23 moves have to hit for it to chain into them. But being able to do like medium talent attack into down heavy into DP, and then you recover. It's just like it's all fantastic. So she's able to move around at normal and super jump height relatively safely because, like we were talking about with Rashid, she's constantly moving with the hitbox. So sometimes it can become difficult to actually attack her because if you try and get her from underneath, sometimes she might just do down heavy. Her down heavy has massively increased hit stun from X-23, so she can hit that down heavy at super jump height and combo from it. Her damage is also ridiculous.
Oh, I
so,
didn't know she
funny
could
enough,
even do that. Did you know she
Yeah.
could do that?
So she can just do. She has like a small helm breaker essentially. So her main disadvantage is she effectively has no OTG. She has down forward medium, which OTG is just like a little slide kick like Wolverine's, but she cannot combo front without X Factor. So if you knock someone down, that's the end of your combo unless you have an assist.
Yeah, the assist, she needs assist to get more value.
Otherwise, she's better than X-23 in every conceivable way.
Yeah.
Because regular X-23 is
Dirt
pretty
Nap,
terrible.
though.
Oh well, yeah, that's fair.
And Dirt Nap
but-
is like a primary reason to play X-23.
Yeah, but the funny thing with Laura is that in the first kind of wave of rebalancing tabs is Laura was one of the first ones to get her damage nerfed. So she went from being able to do like 900k for one bar down to like 700 something, and then all the other characters got their damage nerf. So while her damage nerf was pretty significant, but then everyone else got far more significant nerfs, and her damage, which was low at the time, has now become among the highest post nerf of like pretty much the majority of Tab's characters. So from a light starter, and she'll hit lights a lot because she's got a really fast chainable crouch light. Her stand light's really good, so her mediums are really good for hit confirming, but they're bad for scaling. Her heavies are really good. She can just convert random hits into like 750k, and she can still do Fatal Claw loops as well. She has to do somewhat specific ending loops, but she can do 2 Fatal Claws and then steal DHC from that too. And like you mentioned as well, even when she's in Legacy Trigger, the extra damage she gets from using Berserker Slash and combos, from being able to use Forward Heavy, a new Forward Heavy, just gives her so much beater and damage. And she still has like the traditional mix that Wolverine has with like button into Berserker Slash or assist plus Berserker Slash. But she also has instant overhead options by just doing quarter circle back heavy, Mirage Feint into jump medium S. And then she's able to steal the corner really quickly because she can do medium Mirage Feint to get into the corner.
And when you
I think-
medium Mirage Feint into the corner, you get to cross up with the downward Talon. So that way, it's not an overhead, but it is a cross up. So when you get to the other side, they still need to like be ready for the block while you're in the air, that you don't need to get to the ground for them to deal with it.
Yeah, and something I really value about Laura more than I'd say like Rashid, Ken, and Charlie is her incoming mix-ups are really good, like really good, especially with assists as well. So for a character that's designed to like just like win neutral once and then keep the momentum going more and more and more, having a really strong incoming is super valuable. So being able to do Mirage Fit on incoming, Berserker Slash on someone's landing, really go a long way. I think the thing that really kills Laura the most is her ability to convert from throws. So like this is where she is team or assist dependent, because if she can't convert from throws, then you either spend X Factor for that one convert or you get nothing. And that can really be killer for characters like this. And it's the reason why a character like Wolverine you don't ever see off point. Besides the fact he has really bad assists. As opposed to Laura. But if it wasn't for Laura's like really strong DHEs and a really good assist, you probably wouldn't see her off point. But I think she can apply pressure in such a way that she kills super fast in X Factor and probably can get through 3 characters really easily as well.
Yes.
But I do think she loses relatively, not necessarily hard to zoning, but loses pretty badly to zoning. I don't know if her DP super still goes through projectiles in the way Laura's does, X23's does.
Oh, so about her supers. This is X23 knowledge that passes on to this Laura knowledge. So when you do her quarter circle forward super, you're immediately invulnerable, and after flash, the hitbox is around you in circular, and it hits above you. When you do the DP one, she doesn't have invulnerability before the flash, but after flash, she's invulnerable for like this entire
the whole run.
So, I have Plasma Beam on already. So she goes through the entire Plasma Beam, and she is fine. And
okay, that's also really valuable.
So like she gets to punish if somebody like does a chaotic flame, or what is it? Summons the Human Torch. If somebody summons the Human Torch, then and you're doing something up here, and you're some character like Jean. Let me just get some meter because I'm a pro. But if you're here doing something like Jean, and you can DHC and punish whatever summoning of the Human Torch is going on the ground.
Yeah.
So that is a very powerful thing that is like, you'll be invulnerable and you will go all the way across the screen, and she gets the potential S follow-up if you don't want to do like a
I was just going to say, because sometimes that did 280k and then you get 160, so that sometimes that 440k is what you need to finish off a character. So someone might think they're just safely chucking projectiles at ground height, and you do air super DHC into that and they're dead. So she just has so many like cool things about her.
Yeah. I'm a big fan
as well. I think actually something that's also really valuable is her incoming defensively is really good, because she has all those air options. She has like she has like pseudo Helmbreaker. She can DP and then do quarter circle forward to move out around in the air, and just like escape. It's like you kind of have to beat her, otherwise she will escape an incoming. She's very difficult to left-right in that regards. So for a character that is frequently played off point, this matters a lot. Not remotely as good as Ken's, but it's still like really good. It's essentially like an air dash, being able to air dash up forward out of the mix-up, and that was the F jump special, was just hold up forward, air dash up forward.
Yeah, I also think it's good in footsies. Like, I think that there's lots of situations where someone's above you at super jump height, or like not quite super jump height, like they're coming down from super jump height. And then like that, the hitbox there is just gonna like catch a lot of things in a lot of situations. And then if you catch in the correct way, you get to get the follow-up for a combo. And that makes it like very potentially powerful. So,
actually that is another thing. Her light dive kick, talent attack being a ground bounce is such a game changer. So she has multiple ways to convert from super jump height, whereas with X23 you just had nothing.
Yeah, that.
So she has to make like semi-committal attacks to super jump height, but the fact she can convert from there at all is pretty big. So it's interesting.
She has a command throw.
Okay.
I think that.
Noting
every character that has a command throw, just so like. Just so you don't get got, this thing is a throw, and you need to hold up, or you need to hit her out of it, one of the two.
Yes. So the gimmick behind her command throw is that it has the same animation as a Mirage Feint. So if you hold Mirage Feint and then like cancel it immediately, it's the same sort of pose she has than when she does her quarter circle forward heavy as well. and she does a little step back too, which means she can dodge stuff. She also can raw tag from that command grab. So if you've got a character with a quick enough OTG, you can just do this, hold raw tag, and pick up with an OTG and kill from that like unscaled scaling.
I can't believe that actually works. But I dropped that part. Oh well.
Yeah, but again, it just makes her like all the more. She just has like a ton of options. I think she has instant overheads on some characters because she has a junk light, which might work. But then she just has really quick overheads with Mirage Feint, blah 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 as well. So again, Laura's a funny character where we've basically exclusively talked about strengths and like all really good and valuable strengths too.
Yeah, I feel
However,
like it really is her only thing that makes her sad is she is a melee character, and being a melee character is bad. You have to interact, and you also need to get in when other people are shooting you. And those two things are both things that if you have ways to win without dealing with those, your life will be easier in Marvel.
Yeah. So, and I think that really is killer for her. I mean, she was in there anyway, but I feel like having her in the tier below the Street Fighter characters, but probably at the higher end of it, where I think if she had a more like definitive way to get around keep away that isn't like read based or sorry, I keep smacking my microphone, that isn't read based or reaction based, I'd probably want her to be in matchup defining tools, but I think she just has like really strong pressure, like really good support utility, but at the same time, the reliance on assists or X Factor to convert from throws, and just how badly she loses some of the characters in their list above her. Because again, I feel like a character like Rashid would give Laura a significant, a significant deal of trouble. But that's what kind of holds her back from being on the higher end or like in the upper echelon of the list.
So.
But if anyone wants like a good entry level character to modded characters, I think Laura is a fantastic. Like she has a very low skill floor and a pretty decently high skill ceiling.
I agree with everything you said, but I think Berserker Barrage is a high enough tier assist that it puts her into that same tier, just because that assist makes every character substantially better. When the amount of time that people need to block from a very far distance away, I feel like the combination of fast startup, far reach, and long lockdown time make it so it's just one of the generically better assists for every character. Like, it's one of the things that it's not Plasma Beam, but it's somewhere in between like base game Tatsu and base game Plasma Beam, I'd say, where it's like it impacts so much of the screen, it comes out so fast, it dominates neutral so much that I think that I want to put her in the tier that is characters with matchup defining tools because her assist is matchup defining.
I think that's fair. I think this might be where it's worth having another split actually, in that where we could have like that characters have matchup. Well, because I was going to say if you have a tier for like characters with matchup defining support, I think it kind of undermines their point value as well, which is the tricky thing.
That's the thing is like I think the entire package of her, with the fact that she has a busted assist, is what gets her there. Because like there are some other characters that are like Iceman will come to later. I do not think Iceman is anywhere near as good as her, but I think he does have a matchup defining assist because his is the beam with the longest duration that holds on the screen for the longest period of time out of beam assist, and that is fundamentally powerful. But then she's that and also amazing in all the other ways we said. So I feel like
I think that's fair. I think we've listed too many pros for her to not be in that list. I'm happy she's there.
Yeah, though I don't actually. I think she's probably better than Charlie actually, just because
yes, I agree. Because the Charlie has a different style of support, but it's kind of
nowhere near as good as hers. He has DHC support.
Because Laura has the same stuff and better.
Exactly. She has all those things, but they are better versions of them. So even though she doesn't have a projectile, which is sadness, I think that she deserves to be up there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Nice. We're now 6 characters in.
To the next tree?
Yes. That gives us Psylocke, Cyclops, and M.Bison.
That's right. The third
those
chapter.
videos. There we
The
go.
superheroes are
So,
all here. Who will
Psylocke.
rise to the top?
Cyclops and M.Bison.
Yeah, so Cyclops is a character I had a lot of previous experience with.
Days of future past.
Psylocke I played a couple games with the other day, but we've seen a lot of Psylocke gameplay from a very amount of people, and then Bison's underwent some changes thanks to Nova. So he's in a different position. I've got some choice opinions on Bison at the moment, but we'll get to them
Okay.
eventually.
Yeah, after your choice opinions on Psylocke and on Cyclops.
Yes.
So, Psylocke first, since she's the first one of these characters.
Yeah, Psylocke I think is a character that's in quite an interesting place because she has some really good grounded buttons. Like she has better Chun-Li stand heavy with that long range jump cancelable poke, so it's basically unpunishable. She has a somewhat like ignorant teleport. The teleport with the hitbox behind it is actually quite difficult to deal with. I think there's ways to like respond to it based on screen moving and so on as well. But it's arguably belligerent with the little follow-up it has, because it's essentially like an 8-way air dash attack afterwards. So that plus assist is, yeah, very, very grimy. She has like ridiculous mobility. Her ground plink is fantastic. She has a triple jump. No double jump means it's not necessarily as good as Chun-Li's, but then she can teleport at super jump height and just stay in the air forever. But so she's like great at stalling, but in an ecosystem where there isn't necessarily a significant reward for stalling in the way that you could with like Morogene, for example. We spoke about it briefly before the stream started as well, but Psylocke's a guy I think would be better in base game than in modded. I think Tabs mentioned this as well. But her support style has changed so much from her initial release, where you kind of
So
want to
many
pick
nerfs.
Psy Blades. I think it's called just the uppercut, because it's like the Marvel 2 SS, but it's not nearly as good as it once was.
I think Cythrust is better in the current iteration.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't think it's just better. I think Psythrust is obscene. It has a huge hitbox that hits behind it. It's active for ages. It's great for lockdown. It's great for extensions. It gives her a really good team super as well. But I think her point value is okay in the modded ecosystem. But she has quite a good DHC and just a fucked up assist. This is ridiculous. As well, and I think it might currently be the most defining thing about Psylocke is that assist.
I think that her teleport is her best attribute, and then probably her assist after that. Because I do
Fair.
think like her teleport being able to be done multiple times, and that she gets back to the ground from like doing obnoxious things at super jump height while also being able to do other stuff. I feel like her mobility is very good, but I kind of dislike the majority of her other tools. Like in Marvel 2, when you use this, it's a move that has no recovery. You just get to like dash in behind it and press a button. But here, it has tons of recovery. So like, I feel that in the ecosystem of types of projectiles we have, most of the characters, even with like slow, stuff that has downsides, will recover after interacting with that and be able to like make Psylocke's life worse. So I feel like her projectile is pretty bad. I feel like Psyblade is okay, but like not exceptional. And
Yeah, she feels, I guess, a lot more like a Shoto in that aspect, where she just has like, but it's not even like a good fireball. It very much feels like a Ryu fireball. I think it's good that she can do fireballs from any position, so she can shoot up forward on the ground and down forward in the air.
yes,
But the fact you're just so stationary after each one means if you guess wrong on the angle you're going at, because with any jump projectile, the problem is you're giving up all that space below you. So you mentioned it with the Jeans quarter circle forward medium as well. Is that if you go for a read with like jump height quarter circle forward medium, any ground based character is going underneath that and getting underneath you straight away as well. So she just has like really oddly committal fireballs.
yes.
And they're just not good enough to deal with other keep away. So she gets zoned out quite easily, and then has to make reads with her teleports. So again, just the brief bit I played against Psylocke the past couple of days, where playing characters that had just like regular fireballs, that just had more durability than Psylocke's, or had things that covered the air, it was just so tough for her to deal with.
Yeah.
So I just don't think she's impactful enough,
So
because it's very one note in that aspect.
I feel like she is the first character that I would put in that characters with influential strengths and weaknesses tier, where I don't think she's quite as good as the characters that we have talked about so far, because I feel like everybody in this list, they have a very good version of one of their things, and the only thing from hers that is the very good version is the teleport.
Yeah.
And all the other stuff it's fine, but it's not stuff that is going to be like, oh, you really need to play substantially differently around it. And I feel
Yeah,
like
I think. Go
because
on,
of that, one of the things that I'm curious about that should be brought up in tier list discussions is how much are we thinking that people will grind and get really good at these things? Is it about just like understanding the matchup enough to like know how punishes happen, or like, because I feel like mobility is one of the things that scales very favorably as people get better at games, because there's just like a lot more potential variations that could be generated with movement tools. So I feel like even though I don't rate Psylocke super highly, I think that the fact that one of the things that's very good about her is that her mobility is solid makes me think that she has lots of room to go up if people just like get really good at movement and then are able to abuse the things that movement enables for them.
Yeah, I get what you mean with that as well. I think the fair way to
Mhm.
incorporate that is if we talk about like how good someone is willing to get with a character. I think, or with certain tools a character has. I think it's only fair to compare it against someone else who's gotten equally good at dealing with it. So how well does a tool scale with player skill level in an even matchup? Because I think like if someone gets like much better with Psylocke and they're able to use her mobility and they play around like a mid-level to low-level player, that teleport's going to hit them every single time. But I feel like two evenly skilled higher level players, I don't see Psylocke ever hitting anyone. Like her buttons are good.
Oh, okay, I disagree on that part because I feel like that's a guess right there. Like that is not a thing that I think is reactable if I just do that versus that, right?
I suppose. I think this is when it comes down to grinding though as well, because we're somewhat talking speculatively as well. I think there's a lot of times where you can. Well, I guess I suppose that's fair in that because I'm gonna say there's situations where you could probably press a lot more on those situations, or use push block well to dodge button plus teleport.
Yeah, but then in
Um,
situations where you do, I think that she has enough good stuff to interact with it that it is a mix. You have responses to the mix that are reasonable, but I don't think you could say she can't mix. Oh, especially like instant
okay.
overhead light with assist is also like a thing.
Oh, I suppose I didn't know she had that as well. That makes sense. Yeah, Deadpool jump light. Okay, I
And
suppose that's fair then. But I think the
no, but
rate at which she hits characters versus characters that we've talked about so far. Oh, Deadpool
I,
overhead. Nice.
I think she's the weakest of the characters we've talked about so far.
Yes, I agree. I suppose the point I was alluding to is I don't think, as of right now, or thinking about some of the tools she has, that she would fall into matchup defining
It's just like
in that aspect.
it's just like
It's
is
an irritating
teleport
tool.
that good is the thing, because like I think that having a way to get from super jump height immediately to the ground while also having a triple jump and being able to like summon assists from super jump height, and being able to get to the ground either cross up or non cross up while summoning assists, I think that is pretty generically strong if you have the correct class of assist. Like if you have a jam session or something and it turns them away from the jam session because you teleport to the other side, and they're no longer facing the way jam session's coming from, but they still need to block it. I think those types of situations are just like pretty bad for most characters, right?
Yeah, yeah, that is true.
And I think that
Mm.
she can set those up from like pretty non-interactive circumstances, but like as we mentioned, her projectile sucks. Her side blade is not anything that seems like, oh, we should really have like incredibly big plans around this, even though it does go into her teleport, which makes it better. But like, so you're thinking characters with influential strengths and weaknesses? Let's have her be the first character for that. Does that sound reasonable?
Okay, yeah, and again, we'll be able to move around when it comes to it. But yeah, I'm currently not a Psylocke believer.
Yeah,
Then that's
I'm a
just my
believer
opinion.
in teleport, and I'm a believer in side thrust, but the rest of
Cythos I am, but then I think because Cythos isn't like it's really good, but there are a lot of other lockdown assists because again, like Laura's is essentially the same.
But Laura is better.
Yeah, debatably, but yeah,
No, I think Laura, like Psylocke has less weaknesses, but she also has less strengths, and Laura has a lot of strengths.
yeah, I think that's fair. But yeah, we'll leave Psylocke there for now, and then we'll move on to Cyclops.
Bringing back the other screen for the Marvel capture.
So
So
now the character I'm a
Cyclops,
big fan of.
You're a big fan, you say?
Yeah, just he's I think he's design wise. This is the Taylor Swift. I think design wise, he's one of the better design characters in like the whole thing as well. Just in that he really feels like his, despite the fact he has like really jank's not fair, but a really abnormal combo structure, that his like game plan really fits into this game. In that he is very definitively a keep away character, and he has like keep away tools, but he doesn't have an overhead. He has a really slow reactable command grab that still hits people a lot. But he is a a Magneto like disruptor dispenser. His light and medium beams, I think they're worse than they were before, but they just are so fast to start up with. They're very difficult to challenge because he can supplement his own keep away, with his forward heavy as well. He's just able to like. I think this is the term anti keep away has come up a couple times in some of the modding server as well. I think Cyclops is a pretty good anti-keep away character in that his beam starts up so quickly. He can stop other characters getting their keep away set up first. You did it earlier, but it's called something called S, the optic sweep, which low profiles other beams. Is
wow,
like a really valuable
realize this. Like I'm waiting to like see what Doom is doing. Wait, why did that win?
Yeah.
Oh well, but you could react to Doom starting plasma beam, and you still win with optic blast. That's how good.
Yeah.
It is.
So again, if you wouldn't mind checking over, but I think if it's like Magneto, that means it has 7 frame startup, which is just obscene for a projectile.
Yeah.
And the fact that it travels so like with Doom's projectile, you can see it physically traveling across the screen the whole time as well. But Cyclops is like this. It's sort of like I can't say it's like Sonic Boom because it has a lot of recovery, but it's just so fast that it just shuts down a lot of keep away options. But he has access to do it in the air. It's similarly to like we talk about with the other air projectile characters. He has to commit to the air move, and that if he guesses wrong, people get underneath him pretty easily. But Cyclops also has fantastic falling buttons. He has a jump S that pulls up his hurt box slightly because he like tucks his legs in and swings down with a double-handed overhead. His jump heavy is really good at challenging. He's got a really good throw OS because that jump heavy is disgusting. And his jump, I think it's down medium or down light, where he has like a kick that goes straight downwards. But he just has like a really good falling options. Maybe it's regular jump. I don't know. But he has like some really good falling buttons too. So even though he has to take to the sky, he can do his beams in the air and then defend himself on the way down. And he has a very classically powerful thing, which is just a full screen beam super. And these are fantastic for just obliterating assists. It's a lot harder now because it has so much more startup. It's a lot harder to react to or hit confirm optic laser into super. You have to do it like kind of instantly because there's a lot more startup now. But this, like, just a beam, like you can win matches just by waiting for someone to call an assist and then doing beam super. Plus a 10 frame start. That's still really fast. But it means that you can react to other beams which typically have 20 plus frame startup, and then just shut them down completely. But yeah, that's 350k just for doing beam into super, and like you can tell you're about to punish something with the optic blast, and then go straight into the beam as well. I think he's funny in the sense that because he's a really strong zoner, he's weaker when he's got someone directly in front of him on the ground. But he has a very funny crouch medium kick, which is, I don't know if he changed it back to 2-frame startup,
It's still 2.
but
yeah.
he just has a reversal normal, which is hilarious to think about. So you can just kind of press this when you're being rushed down sometimes, and you'll usually interrupt things.
I have plenty of thoughts on Cyclops as well.
Yes.
I agree with everything you have said so far. He is very solid in so many different ways. So crouching medium is the fastest normal in the game. Nobody else has a button as fast as this. So you know that the only things that will be faster, or snap will be the same speed as it, because all snaps are 2 frames. Satellite shot from Strider, and then some weird things like command throws that are 1 frame, and regular throws. I say command throws as if regular throws don't exist, but like in comparison with the Marvel ecosystem, this is the fastest thing that exists in general.
Yeah. Oh, Nova has confirmed it is back to 4 frames.
So, but the other things that are pretty important about him is that all of his strings that could go into most things, he can jump cancel on block. So that means like he's never like actually negative out of a lot of his strings. So, and also it means he could poke with something, and if he's wrong, he could back up. And I find that to be incredibly helpful for being able to reevaluate things. 6H is amazing, and he couldn't cancel this in Marvel 2. He gets to cancel it here. I think every single one of the cancels is good. Like, he's a Shoto, but... Oh, we were talking about how when Psylocke has the basic projectile that goes in 3 angles, but it's bad. Cyclops, when he does the exact same thing, it hits the screen in like less than half the time that hers takes, and is more rewarding on hit because he has a super beam. So like they both have very similar tools in that regard, but his are better in every way.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think as a Shoto, his Tatsu is actually pretty good, because his Tatsu is like is safe instead of being like negative. So you get to like they'll advance guard you out, but you don't get punished out of it. And also there's plenty of situations where like if you put a bullet on screen into the light Tatsu, it's out and you could like get in there afterwards. So I think that's valuable. He has a real DP. Having invulnerability frames you don't need to spend meter on is really nice. And because he is who he is, he gets to combo into super, and then you could like DHC or whatever you need to do. So being able to do an invulnerable thing into meter to confirm, still very powerful. Not as good as Ken's, because Ken could do his in the air, but...
Yeah, but it's Ken adjacent in that regard.
Yes.
But it's also oddly good as a poke sometimes, because it has the projectile that shoots up directly above him. So if there's people floating about directly above you, you can just like whiff a little light DP, and it puts like a big projectile above you. And if you see them move too close to you, then of course you can cancel into either of his air supers.
You see that silliness? When you hit with the anti-air projectile, they fall enough that you just get to like hit with another DP. Or let's see, you could probably actually hit with yeah, he could just hit with normals and get a confirm off of it. I didn't realize that when you hit with the bullet super high, the hit stun was that long for such a fall.
Yeah, it used to be a bit floatier as well. I think they rock it down a bit quicker now. But it's just one of those things. It's just like an extra little tool that he has that you can. It's there's like an added touch to his move, and then you can just make some use out of it too. But it's
charge is also good.
Say again, sorry.
The charged optic blast is also good.
Yes, the air beam, yeah.
Very fast startup, and along with very fast startup, it wall bounces. So like, and that one is one of the things, if someone's trying to shoot at you in the air, this will beat some of their things by being fast. This is even faster, and it is like more durability as well, if I'm not mistaken. So like,
I think so as well. I think it's more durability packed into less hits. Yeah, you don't really see it away because there's less Cyclops waves. It's also harder to use. When it was on the ground, it was very belligerent because you could just like
that was unfair.
You could just see any movement and let go of light, and you'd obliterate them.
Yeah. So Cyclops, pretty good. Oh, and another thing, we were mentioning that Mega Optic Blast is good in general. It is also a very good class of DHC to have available. The thing that is, it covers the entire ground plane with the hitbox, and the damage is still high anyways.
Yeah.
And that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's hold button. It's like round trip, yes. Or Buster's probably more apt, but
Let's see.
because
Oh,
he's oversee Viper, so he has the button hold mechanic.
he also has like multiple decent assists. Like Gene Splice hits
Yeah.
very fast.
I think
has
all of his assists are really good.
good combo.
I'm not say really good,
properties.
but all they're good.
Yeah. No, I agree. They're all like at least decent. And then like Optic Blast, like we were saying, it's fast and hits far away. So like I think this might actually be one of our like 4 hitting full screen, one of the fastest assists we have. But not 100% sure on that.
Wait,
And
the
then-
charge release beam is medium durability. That makes a lot more sense.
Ew. I mean,
I don't think that's intentional.
that dang, I knew it was more durability. I did not realize it was that level of more durability. That's
Yeah,
one
I
of
think
those
3
things.
times 4 medium means it will never lose to anything that isn't a super.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything that you can do enough durability to beat that.
That okay, I didn't realize it was quite that powerful. So even better than I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Along with that, I feel like oh, let's see. And then he also had Optic Sweep, an assist that can be your thing that hits full screen. He gets pretty low profile in this, so like some things will go over his head. And
I think it's designed in such a way that it beats other beams. So it will low profile pretty much every other beam that's used. So it's a great countercall assist. It's also just really good for combo extensions because it OCGs. So it's just like a nice little like bonus assist for a lot of characters that need like a combo extension but also a neutral assist.
yeah, it has a bunch of. It's like Gene in that way, where it's like, oh, the Gene orbs also happen to OTG, where it's like you're not playing them because it OTGs, but you're like, oh, it's really nice that as a bonus this OTGs.
Yeah. But in regards to weaknesses Cyclops has as well, so I think he has a double jump, which is good for his incoming as well. He's got really good falling buttons, but I think he has very poor incoming DHEs beyond damage. Because you can DH into a beam assist, which is nice, but one of the tabs like sweeping changes is a lot of his projectile supers don't have any pushback. So if you're anywhere except full screen, there is a very good chance that someone blocking that super will just be able to fully punish it as well. And even at full screen, if they have their own projectile or projectile super to challenge it, also, which kind of renders him not really playable as a mid character on like a properly built team. You would never really want to see Cyclops second. And as an anchor, he's sort of all in because it also lacks any real way to open people up. He has a command grab, but it's like whatever.
Yeah, the command throw it will open up people who are scared because they think you are going to chip them to death.
Yeah,
that is its purpose. Is like it is not like, oh, I'm gonna be mixing them and I have this. It's like, oh, when they are already like, if I block 2 more Optic Blasts into Mega Optic Blasts, I'm gonna die anyways. That I think that's where it's most useful as a mix-up.
yeah. And when you get people that are just playing really passively as well, you can abuse that. So it's sort of like makes him harder to pick off point. He also has, I can't say he has a weak knight, his invisible TP, but his support is fine when you move him off point essentially. So when he's low on health and you DHC him out, for example, then you use his support. But it does somewhat limit him in team building in that aspect. I also do think his taunt install is really viable.
Yes.
We've seen Edzardite use it as well. It's very easy to just have an assist on screen or just do forward heavy and then taunt and just whiff 10 buttons. And I think...
And it's not even whipping 10 buttons. You get it while you're doing the like basic zoning string.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can just do like, instead of just doing like beam, 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 you can just do like Kara beam, Kara beam, Kara beam, and you're just building extra, like 6 extra steps of meter each time.
Even when you're just doing beam, it builds you more meter.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you build the beam from like crouch heavy, and then from the beam, and then crouch heavy and beam, crouch heavy beam. So you can just kind of accidentally build a bar while playing neutral, without actually making anyone block anything, and that makes the difference because he's a character that will dump meter like nobody's business. So he can, as soon as he gets any free space or on someone's incoming, he just gets a taunt, and you just get half a bar for free.
Oh, this is a thing for talking about character synergy. So, like, we had mentioned that Charlie is a character who wants someone who's a good battery. Characters like Cyclops are exactly that type of good battery, and a character that like will have good value, being able to take advantage of Charlie's really strong DHCs and leave him in situations where it's like he will be in that like potentially in close game for what he wants to do afterwards. So I feel like Cyclops is probably the best non-interactive battery because he has access to like being able to do a game plan from far away while battering that works even if the person is dodging all your stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Because a very common way to dodge projectiles is the super jump, and then as Hamon just mentioned in chat as well, is if someone super jumps and there you are off screen, just throw in a little taunt with a couple lights, or I don't think it gets from lights anymore. Just with a couple heavies, just do some projectiles, and build bar while they're falling down as well. And when you're playing a keep away character, because you naturally against certain characters have to get in anyway. Oh, it does get from lights as well. That's actually disgusting. Oh, it does get from plinking. That was it. Yeah, there's extra frame. It starts on like frame 2 or something.
As
or the
it
meet
should.
again. But yeah, you inherently need to get in against out of zone or zoning characters. Beat a character that forces you to approach him because of the meet gain as well. But then he's also good at also good at beating other characters zoning as well. Which I think he just has like, but he's fairly limited team wise. But then because he's such a good battery, he's more incentivized to be played on point anyway. But I think because he was previously in influential strengths and weaknesses, but because I think he can shut out a lot of other zoning characters, I think because he builds an obscene amount of meter just without having to make anyone block anything, I'd be tempted to put him in matchup defining. Not to mention he has again the beam super. He has okay air mobility, and really good assists as well. But I'm curious to know what you think about that.
No, I agree with everything you just said, and also on the placement. Some other things, Ed said I had sent some notes on some of the characters that he has stuff on. One of the things that I hadn't thought about is that he is a great X Factor user because he has projectile loops from full screen and X Factor that kill people.
Yes.
And being able to be like, oh, I got a panic optic blast from full screen away. I could kill someone from this is incredibly
I've seen Edzadiah win too many games because someone calls an assist against X Factor 3 Cyclops. And he just does beam super, then X Factor forward heavy beam, and they get bounced on the beam over and over again. And the fact that one of my favorite combo with Cyclops is doing forward heavy beam at super jumping, because the heavy beam is soft knockdown, so they'll very slowly fall onto the projectile, and then you set up more loops as well, and you can just chip damage, because even though that did only 700k, you're taking a lot of chip damage from Cyclops and neutral anyway. So you'll probably a lot of characters will have less, especially in the end game of Marvel. Characters will have less than 700k. So he's sort of like Dormammu in that aspect, where you kind of almost have to save X Factor if he has X Factor, or he can force you to spend X Factor early, or in an undesirable situation. So once the X Factor runs out, he's significantly less effective when he's by himself. Yes. He's still fine, but without assist to fill out some of the gaps he has, like when he jumps and does beam and there's all that space underneath him. But if he calls like drones and jumps and does beam, he's covered all that space at normal and super jump height, normal and jump height and ground height, very safely. So I think he's a good all-in for X Factor, but I don't know if I'd strictly say him as like he's a really good anchor in that regards.
I think it's mainly that regardless of whether he's anchor, like if you DHC into Cyclops, you still get like a very good X Factor thing, even if it was from full screen away. And I think that that is pretty valuable. So
he's definitely better than Charlie.
Better than Charlie? Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. He's better than Charlie.
I think his point value he still has good enough support value that it may not necessarily be as good as Charlie's. I think his point value supersedes Charlie's as well. There's part of me that wants to put him above Ken.
Above Ken? Okay,
yeah, I think my reasoning for this is I think because keep away and non-interaction is such a key thing in this game, like Marvel in general, and that he plays really well into it. while also having a bunch of other options as well. That's my argument for him being that high.
Okay, I like your argument. I think that when a character is good at non-interaction, I think that their peaks and valleys can get more normalized because like when you're playing from far away, there are less things the opponent can do that you can't react to. So you're
Yeah.
playing a higher percent of your game in a reaction-based state if you're playing one of the characters that fights from far away. And in close, there's stuff happening too fast in Marvel for you to react. You need to predict and you need to player read. So I feel like the characters, like you're saying, like Cyclops in contrast with Ken, being able to have a game plan that could lead to winning the game that functions in a space that could be more based off reactions is something that I like to prioritize and has
Yeah,
like
precisely that.
low risk involved because if they get the read from full screen that you're doing optic glass, it's like, oh, their reward was that they got to get 2/3 of the screen closer to you. It's not that they get to kill you normally.
Yeah.
So,
And my reasoning for not him being above Rashid is that Rashid also has like a very non-interactable playstyle, but also is very strong up close.
he is
And I
better
would say
at close.
much stronger at point blank than Cyclops is.
Agreed.
And has just generally much better support value as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I think this is looking
Cool.
good. Do we
Yep.
want to
So-
move on to Bison? I think you were saying
Yes.
you had some feelings on Bison.
Yeah, so my primary
so
feeling
what-
about M.Bison
Okay.
can be summed up into 2 words, and that's Psycho Crusher. I think so. I think M.Bison could have no moves, but as he is right now, I've made it very clear to Nova how I feel about this as well. I think Psycho Crusher is the most belligerent move in the entire game, or the entire modern ecosystem. It's charging star. It's like Psycho Crusher. It goes through projectiles. It is full screen. It's projectile invincible. It combos on hit when it hits late. It can be called with an assist to make it safe. It can be cancelled into one of his supers that can be DH'd out of as well. It has an enormous hitbox. It has a nerfed hitbox as well. Yeah, you can do Kara Beam and it goes Kara Psycho Crusher, just obliterates everything. And then because he has quite high damage as well, he can convert that little 3-hit scaled hit into like a meaningful combo or meaningful damage as well. So it just blitzes through and ignores a lot of, like, there's a key neutral skip. No, I said Nero's Heavy was the most brain dead move in the game. This is the most belligerent move in the game. But I think it somewhat disappointingly renders most of his other tools less relevant because Psycho Crusher is just so much better than everything else.
Yes.
That if you're doing something like his head flip, demon flip, or whatever it's called, you're putting Bison at risk, whereas there's almost no risk for Psycho Crusher. But that's the thing, CWTC. It normally isn't. If you're playing like Bison, I think reasonably optimally, it's either going to be called with an assist or at a space where it's safe.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is that we have beam assist in this game, so it's like, oh, you have a thing that will beat everything that's on the screen generally, and the beam assist will make it plus. And then I don't think he's like amazing when he's plus. Like some characters, if their plus is like, oh, my life's about to be terrible, and I think he's like okay when he's plus. But the fact that he could choose to like go to being plus from full screen very consistently against most of the common pokes in the game, I think is pretty powerful. But I feel like a lot of his other tools, like it's hard to get them to like be valuable.
Yeah, that's just it. Is well, I think he has some tools that are okay. Like scissor kicks are fine, but because they have the minimum height and they cover somewhat of a weird angle when they're going forwards. Like you can make, I think it's medium kicks hit late, so you usually get one of air medium kicks. Yeah, you get one hit of air medium kicks. And it hits really late and you get plus frames off that. But like you just said, because he has no real high-low mix, it's not that valuable. He's really just like a bully character in that regard, in that he just makes you like get like antsy for blocking for so long and from so far away. And then it just becomes strike throw. But his throw is also really good because he gets conversions of his throws. Well, he needs assist for it. Or EX Inferno. But I think... Oh yeah, I forgot you can do that just from the corner as well. And then his damage and meat gain is superb. So he can usually get to like what, like 600-700k off a throw for one bar, and then maybe not that high. And then because he's built a lot of bar, he can DHE and get the finishing DHE for a kill as well. Expanding on Psycho Crusher, he has it as an assist, and it is pretty much equally as good on assist as it is on point as well. It was nerfed, well, it was fixed because before it used to have the hitbox of the super version, but it still has like all the same properties in that it has projectile nullification, it goes really far, it locks down for a while, it's good for combo extensions, and it's just like, and because it still has a trailing hitbox, it will still hit people jumping over it. We see this happen in tournament as well. I think it was Black Akatsuki playing Bison at one point, and there was a couple times during the tournament where someone jumped over Bison and got hit by the tail end of the hitbox. But I think Bison's probably the most like open and shut case of like a matchup defining tool with Psycho Crusher as well. It's a bit tricky to test this when someone's just jumping because their legs don't have a hurt box. So it's usually someone like jump forwards. Yeah, like if someone jumps over and tries to hit the point character, and then Bison will go underneath them and hit them underneath. And yes, and Super OCs as well. But it has the same trait that a lot of like tabs assist has, where it has like a really floaty juggle. So it makes it dead easy to convert from too. So it's an assist that this is me being a bit whiny about just character design at the moment as well. It feels very bad to get hit by. No one ever likes to get hit as well, but Bison especially, it feels really bad to get hit by. But I think if you played Bison and the only thing you ever did was Psycho Crusher and assist calls, you'd be playing Bison neutral correctly. But then he also has supers that will go through projectiles as well. So even if you try and like punish it with like a Johnny Chaotic Flame, he can then punish that too. But I think the thing to then consider, I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to add, actually, before I talk about my closing thoughts on him.
Let's see, what did I have in my notes? I did not have a ton of notes.
Fair
Psycho
enough.
Crusher plus assist was the first thing in my notes.
yeah. But yeah, it's just a way up, whether a way up is, because he could be put into matchup defining tools because of how good Psycho Crusher is. But
I feel he has enough weaknesses that I would not put him.
Yes, I think it's
defining tools. Like I feel the fact that his mix-up isn't really that threatening. The fact that when he takes to the air, his tools in the air, I feel all involve risk. Like it's like the contrast in between how this works in there versus Rashid's dive kick. When Rashid dive kicks, he gets to go all the way to the ground with a hurt box. Bison is like covering a relatively specific area, and then if you're either below that or above that or behind it, it's not actually good. And then like he commits when he goes to these things. So it's like, oh, he could go to the EX one, but like he's committing when he changes his air options. Like one of the things that's nice is like we mentioned that if Cyclops does Optic Blast in the air and he's wrong, someone could like dash up and hit him. But if he does it, he still gets to like, if he does it super jump height, he could still block on the way down. Bison doesn't have anything that he gets to still block on the way down after changing his momentum in the air.
Yeah, it's a committing to like normal jump height challenges is, let alone super jump height, is always like dangerous.
And the worst part,
so the risk reward just isn't really there.
Yeah, the worst part is also if you super jump, that means you can no longer Psycho Crusher. So you need to like wait.
So the obvious answer is we just need to give Bison Psycho Crusher in the air, and we're sorted. But no, but yeah, I think I agree with you. I think while Psycho Crusher is a very annoying move to play against, he just doesn't get enough from it, and he just doesn't really have any mix up as well. He can do teleport plus assist. He's got down button, which for teleport, which is good. His teleport's also extraordinarily quick. It has a lot of recovery, but it will instantly pull the screen to one direction if you teleport behind someone, which can be somewhat disorienting and make people think, oh, what just happened? Whereas with other moves like Meteor Smash or Psylocke's teleport, where you see the screen move, and then you have some sort of response to it as well. Bison immediately moves the screen as he teleports, which makes it a bit harder to deal with the assists post that too. And again, he has really high damage, so it's by what
So with
Yeah.
all that in mind,
So
where do
I
we
think
want to put?
yeah,
I think I want to put him around where Psylocke is at, but a little lower than Psylocke.
yeah. So I would say worse than Psylocke at the moment. I think because he's in the same sort of boat where they don't really have that much besides like a key strong move. I think Bison's move is better than Psylocke's teleport, but like on paper. But I think Psylocke's like how do I say this? It's more Psylocke's is more applicable to actually get a hit
Mhm.
in that sense because teleports are just inherently good.
Yes. Like, I feel like Bison has more things for getting control of the ground, and getting control of the ground is very important, but that Psylocke has tools that are useful in a more diverse array of situations, and that because of the diversity of situations that her teleport is good in, that I think that that's part of why she is better than Bison.
Yeah, yeah, I agree as well. Cool. So I think we'll move on to the next three.
Next 3D
Just
time.
Cammy, Shadow Lady, and Reaver. I'm just going to use the bathroom very quickly. So if you want to begin, and I'll
Welcome
join
to
back
the
in a bit.
world of Marvel vs.
Okay,
Capcom
all good.
3.
I'll just start
The
getting the
world's greatest
characters set
heroes
up.
are all
And thank you
here.
to everybody
Lay
who is
claim to your
tuning in for
glorious
this.
victory.
Oh yeah, I think that the thing about so Voltaic, you mentioned Bison's projectiles. Bison's projectiles, I feel if you have a million frame advantage for some reason, they're cool, but that their startup is long enough that if people are not already doing something in neutral and they see the startup of his projectiles, they could just dash up and swing at him too easily. I think that if you have the frame, like when you're saying incomings and stuff, they're pretty solid, but that most of the game is not incomings. So I feel like that it takes a lot of commitment, and the reward is not as high as other things that take that same amount of commitment. So let's get the next thing. Also, thank you to everyone who's enjoying the Kevin Ha stream here, and thank you to Kevin for being willing to let us have this discussion here, because without him, we would not have the modded community, and we wouldn't have the tournament scene that we do for it. And thank you to Kevin, and we are grateful to everyone who's subscribed and done other cool stuff during this. I don't think I've gotten to individually thank everyone, but I saw some people subscribe earlier and just wanted to say thank you. You rock. Let's see. So next set of characters to acquire. Cammy, Shadow Lady, Evil Ryu. Time to buff Psycho Crusher, you say, Voltaic? So, like, this time, the Psycho Crusher, like, is... Oh, Voltaic! If you wanted to buff Psycho Crusher in the best way, have you ever played Dive Kick? You know how CEO Jabali's head gets bigger every time he wins? Make it so that every time someone blocks a Psycho Crusher or gets hit by one, Psycho Crusher just gets a little bit bigger until it eventually is just the entire screen. But that is not the path that I think would make people the most happy in seeing the development of Bison. Because you do have a bunch of... I feel like Bison's tools are cool, but weak. So I feel like a lot of them, or other than Psycho Crusher, which is strong, but like I feel like a lot of his tools, if they just get a little bit better, that it'll help in a lot of situations. But that like,
I'm back, by the way.
welcome back. So Glass taking a different approach to doing tier discussions from playing in tournament, not holding P for however long to get the whatever bonuses may be
Yeah,
involved.
it's a real thing. You're the part of your brain that does critical thinking works better when you need to pee.
Though
But this is
I think that critical thinking is one of the tools that's useful, but being distracted is also dangerous to not getting like optimal behavior. So I think that it's probably helpful in some ways and counterproductive in some other ones.
all I know is I've won more tournaments needing to pee than I've lost. So
opposite for me, but different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
So, do I have Cammy on the
Cammy.
screen? Let's put
Stream's a bit
Cammy
delayed,
on
but it
the
still shows the tier list at the moment.
No, it totally had I had not updated it yet, so
Okay, cool.
it was actual time. Cammy is
Awesome.
a character that I used to just have her as the best melee character because Spin Knuckle was like, oh, this will go through projectiles and win, and it just will. But then it got changed, so it is no longer projectile invulnerable until active frames. And now I think she is very much not the best melee character. What are your thoughts and feelings on Cammy?
And I pretty much agree as well. She has a lot of very like linear and direct tools. So when a character has something like that, it needs to be something that either deals with people or deals with projectiles, or they just lose the projectiles. And I feel like Spin Knuckle is, because of the nature of how projectiles work in this game, is not really the same way, because you wouldn't use Spin Knuckle to destroy a projectile, you use it to go through them. So there's no benefit to really being able to smack beams in that sense. You're usually going to get clipped out of it most of the time. So it's like the sort of best approach tool she has is like TK Spiral Arrow, because it recovers basically instantly once you land, so you can get 1 billion plus frames. But with any sort of die kick X move, it loses to chicken blocking. So I don't know if regular Spiral Arrow is a low.
Regular Spiral Arrow is a low, and it's a low as an assist. Her assist is actually like a very far-reaching low, so that's an unblockable right there.
Yes, but with, like you could use the TK one as like a better approach tool, but then you lose the low property. So you don't have the option to clip people that are trying to outback you, and then heavy spiral or Spiral Arrow miss space is just completely unsafe. So you're doing a lot of like special plus assist, which means you're more prone to getting happy birthdays, which then means you need to do more projectile or call assist and block, in which case you're not using the character's tools anymore, you're just using fundamentals. I think Hooligan is pretty neat. I don't think a dive kick goes like in a very valuable angle, because it's more downwards than down forwards. That crossing up there was hilarious. But Cammy's also one of those characters that when she is in your face, it's very difficult to get her off you as well, because she has instant overhead jump light, which doesn't naturally combo into a dive kick, I don't believe. But again, with like Vibrant.
Apparently.
Oh.
It does against Doom, probably doesn't against Wolverine.
I think that's it as well. And then sometimes you can link a jump S off her dive kick and combo from it by herself. Yeah. But the jump light whiffs. Never mind. I thought it was the jump light doesn't combo into the dive kick, but evidently it does. But it gives her like really tight left-right pressure because she can steal the corner, which is really valuable. So it's kind of Akuma style pressure, but probably better. Yeah, Kankola recognizes it, I was pointing out as well. But I think her meter gain's really good. Her damage is quite bad, but she's also quite difficult to DHC from. In some cases.
Is her damage bad? How much damage does she do?
I think it's like, I mean, again, if we're talking like reasonably, like it's like 700-ish K for 1 bar.
Okay.
Which is on like in the base game is good. But then her highest damaging super is difficult to DHC from. So usually you have to kind of compromise the super damage to DHC more easily, which sometimes doesn't matter. I think this is an unfortunate super because I think it's just 1-for-1 maximum spider, which is a terrible super because it loses to everything. I don't know if the hitbox is different.
It loses to everything, but it lets you punish a bunch of random shit that otherwise you wouldn't be able to punish.
And that is true as well.
It is fast, and like there's a bunch of situations where it's like Doom super jumps and shoots photons. Most characters have a pretty hard time like doing something about that, but like she gets to like full punish and then DHC into some nonsense to get the kill.
Yeah,
so
which I think is cool. Can she link a super off this? Like she does a spiral or a super?
I don't think so. Just a second, let me build another meter. So I believe that, let's see what type of time she has on first. Oh no, they get up real fast.
Okay, yeah. That must have been one of the changes then.
But yeah, like any hitbox will beat it, but if you're using it to like punish things that otherwise would be unpunishable, I think it's very good.
Yeah, and actually, should I mention that was sort of what I was about to mention now. So she actually has good challenging from super jump height, for that same reason as well, because she can use heavy dive kick or spiral arrow. You can make spiral arrow hit meaty, so you can link after it when you land, to get conversions from it as well. So, and because she has like quite good air mobility, because she has a double jump as well. Well, I wouldn't say necessarily good air mobility, but she has air mobility.
Yeah, it has air mobility. Not like the good air mobilities. I think there are some characters who don't have a double jump who have better air mobility than her.
Yeah, again, it's just because it's also linear.
Yes.
So, so I think she's fine. Yeah, like the spin knuckle change was like devastating to
Yes.
her neutral. I think it makes her much less effective as an anchor for the same reason. Because I would say she was pretty worthless as a second character because her DHCs are terrible, like utility wise. But she had air mobility. She has a double jump, which makes her okay for incoming. I don't think her assists are ever good enough to really justify putting her third. Like a low assist is fine. You can set up stuff with that. But generally speaking, you'd rather have beneficial neutral assists than like a physical strike that's a low.
Yes.
Because there's a character we'll get to later on who has a low assist that's way more useful than Cammy's.
There's at least one. I think there may be more.
Yeah. I'm thinking of Sherry. There might be more otherwise.
Oh no, I was thinking of Thanos.
Oh yeah, that as well.
So Cammy, do we?
But I don't think she has anything that's like that's so like dominant. I just think she has like fine neutral tools. She's good against other melee characters, but she's really struggles versus like even reasonable keep away characters as well. But I don't think we could put her in matchup defining. But I think she has okay enough tools because her mix-ups are really good. Her incoming's really good because she can do like backwards hitting jump medium on incoming and all that stuff. There generally might be an argument to put her in viable characters with clear weaknesses. But I think the fact that she can move around so quickly and she benefits from assists well as well, that she's still probably an influential strengths and weaknesses.
That's
in my opinion as well.
Reasonable.
But I'd probably have her like it's when everything's laid out, probably at the lower end of it.
That sounds incredibly reasonable to me. I agree. Where it's like she has a substantial problem in that she's a melee character whose answers to zoning are not that good.
Yeah.
But she has traditionally useful things like a fast dash, and her normals are like good enough at what they do.
Yeah, she has like giga hit stun stand heavy, so you can easily hit confirm to crouch heavy and then go into something from there.
I feel like she's kind of on the inverse side of the spectrum from Bison here, where Bison is like he has one tool that's really good and that defines the situation, and she has a bunch of stuff that's like pretty okay, and it's not like with her all of her tools are pretty okay. Like I feel like her average special is better than the average Bison special, but then she doesn't have anything that's a Psycho Crusher.
Yeah.
So having her as the character that at the lower end right now of characters with influential strengths and weaknesses sound reasonable. Oh, I do think that it's meaningful that she has an invulnerable DHC in. I think that having that keeps people from swinging on characters in certain situations that are meaningful.
Yeah, I do think like being able to DHC into an invincible super is a bit more niche. It's when it's like the only real benefit of DHC against Cammy. I think it's nice when that's like, oh, the DHCs are good, and also you could do this rather than this is it. Because you don't often. It's how often are you? Because that aspect is a lot better when you have a character with an air super. Because it's also that, so you need to be able to DHC into Cammy, and you don't really want Cammy off point unless she's recovery. So that's why on someone like Wolverine or Ken, where they have like invincible supers to DHC into, but there's situations where you would get them off point, where it's a lot more valuable or meaningful.
I think I rate Killer Bee Assault higher than you do, but I don't rate it high enough to matter in.
I've seen Maximum Spider lose to the worst stuff. That I think it can be used for punishes in a smart way, but I think it's
no. But I think that it being able to punish a bunch of things that like a melee character would generally have no solution for, or even a non-melee character where it's like a lot of characters would be like, I get to hit you with a single Hadouken, and it's like she gets to hit you with this into a DHC, and I think that in situations just like I was Super Jump Photons with Doom, where I think that like 90% of the cast, even if they read that that's happening, they need to like do some relatively hard things to deal with it. I feel like she's like, I have a very simple, clear solution to a lot of things like that.
I think that's fair.
But yeah, she's still the lowest character on our tier list so far. So
Yeah.
sorry, Cammy. Fortunately, Street Fighter looks like it's eating pretty good, despite Cammy and Bison being down here. Like Ken
Yes,
is,
and we've got
pretty
some
terrifying.
good ones coming up as well.
Guile, Charlie, and now the Shadow Lady. Or
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
is it
So-
Evil Ryu before Shadow Lady? I forget.
Shadow Lady first, then Evil Ryu.
Shadow Lady first, then Evil Ryu.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a character you're significantly more proficient in than I am. So I'll defer to you on this to begin with. I'll see if I have anything I can add to it.
Shadow Lady, I think that she actually has the same weakness as Cammy, which is getting shot. And I think that she has a little bit more tools to deal with that. But instead of all of her tools that she has being okay, all of her tools when she gets to start using them are actually amazing.
Yes, I
She's
agree.
a character that is like Laura in that you should always enter install. Install makes it so if she hits a character, she will kill them meter positive in general. And
Yeah.
she doesn't have a downside of it. She builds full meter for it. Oh, that's the other thing. Her meter build is really good when she's in install, so it makes it so you get back enough that even though you spent a meter, even if it's your first meter of the game, you still get to kill people, which I
Yeah,
value.
and it's a
very
permanent
highly.
install as well.
Yes,
That-
and
is
the
that right? Yeah.
install is permanent. So install means that she can change between her stances, and her cancel is faster in install. But it's not just that her cancel is faster. So it's like, oh, you could do a thing where you use your combo in between the different states that you have there, which is already good and lets her pressure be really good, and all kinds of other things. But once she's in install, she could do it out of her specials. So anytime she is doing, she could do stuff out of her missiles. She could do stuff out of degenerate forward moving moves. And I think that the best degenerate forward moving move to do it out of is both the light version of drill and the heavy version of drill. Because you get a full combo off of them, you're plus on block, and you're getting chip damage, and you're building meter.
Drill is a move I have choice opinions of as well. I think it's another very belligerent move because it's plus on block, it's forward advancing, it beats push block, it combos on hit. It's just so obnoxious. It's got a destroyed hitbox as well. It's a very obnoxious move to deal with defensively. It's just doing button into drill is like a very valid. Yeah, it's just a very valid poke.
And the thing is, it's one of those things where with a bunch of things, you're like, if you block it, you're like, oh, I'm feeling pretty good after I block it. I could advance and guard them away. I could do something. But like, it's a move where it's like, you block and then she just like, she stance cancels and she's still in your face and she has frame advantage and it doesn't matter if you advance and guard or not. And it is incredibly scary. So like, I think that is amazing. Her air dash is incredibly low for her minimum height, so she just gets to get in there with those overheads. Along with this, she could jump cancel a bunch of her things on block.
Yes.
So her mix is real. Her pressure.
So
is
it's funny
real.
because this is actually true of regular Chun-Li as well. Because can Shadow Lady jump cancel her mediums? Because Chun-Li can't.
Shadow Lady, when she is in lady mode, she could jump cancel her mediums, she could jump cancel her heavies, and
Yeah.
she could also jump cancel her command normal heavy. When she is in doll mode, she can jump cancel her mediums, but she can no longer jump cancel stand heavy and no longer jump cancel crouch heavy. But those things...
Yeah, but she can jump cancel forward heavy as well.
Yeah, she could jump cancel forward heavy, but these two moves are unaffected by hit stun scaling. So
Yes, this is old Cammy hit stun, where they had basically soft knockdown
yes, this is
heavies.
a soft knockdown.
So you can just add in heavy crouch heavy, like legs into the end of a combo and just get a ton of damage. Or sorry, stand heavy into DP, the electro charge or whatever.
Yes. So
It
like
just adds a ton of damage immediately at the end of a combo.
Mhm.
But she was designed with support in mind, so her meat gain is just absurd. Because heavy legs alone builds like a quarter of a bar, if not more. And she can do it, or she can do it 3 times in the air, or twice and then end the combo, or knockdown. And then, so a lot of this are tools about just her on point, but again, like her support value is almost unmatched, if not just outright unmatched. As well, it's that she
one
has.
of her assists is good. She's like at Doom,
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, all 3 of these assists are game defining.
Yeah, like she's a character that could be put on any team because of the nature of her support as well. So she has Beam, which is slower startup but really active, really big. Does like nice bit of damage as well. She has Rainbow missiles, which are like mini missiles, which track quite poorly, but they track nonetheless. So they're naturally combo breakers as well.
Oh.
There's 5 instead of 6 missiles.
That's one of the things
Okay.
worth noting is that for her, when she's on point, and she does missiles, if she gets hit, they go away. But when she's in assist, when she does missiles, they do not go away when you hit her.
Okay, that's very good to know.
So, but like, but the assist, it doesn't go away when you hit her. So there's times where like you get a string and it's like it comes up with Doom missiles a lot where it's like, am I going to kill this character? I can't do that. I need to actually just like launch, then jump, cancel, and block or something, and cut my combo short. And she leads to a lot of situations like that where it's like, oh, with my situational awareness, I can't actually kill this character that I otherwise got a successful hit on and would be able to kill.
Crossover assist.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is one of the key things that make people that makes missiles such a degenerate assist, and it's carried over here as well.
So,
And then of course she has
oh, go ahead.
Captain Corridor as well. The enormous hitbox, very fast ground slam. Does obscene damage. So an assist like this is even more effective against ground-based characters because it puts you at super jump height. So if you hit like a Cammy with this as well, then Cammy then has to try and land. So if you're playing a character that has good control of normal jump height and super jump height, it like doubles up the effectiveness of the assist, even though it's just a good assist in and of itself. But the situation that occurs afterwards can be really beneficial for the point character, depending on who you're playing against.
And I think in determining what assists you should use for Shadow Lady, all of them are good, but my thoughts on it are you use the beam if your character needs a horizontal ground control assist to play the game, because lots of characters like Cammy, if you don't have a way to take over the ground, then people will shoot you forever and you will lose. And those characters need something that does this job. So even though I think it's overall Shadow Lady's worst assist, you still give it to those characters that need it.
Yeah.
I think that the Gamma assist, the anti-air column, is generically useful for all of the characters who do not need to have access to the horizontal ground control assist just to play the game, and that it, like you were saying, it puts them in such an ideal position for you to do even more nonsense, and it's great defensively. It has a huge hitbox. Everything about it is good. It is amazing and valuable, and you should work with it. I think that if you are playing a character that could generate their own plus frames, then you want to be playing missiles, because that lets you use missiles, do your character's thing that gets plus frames, and then use missiles again. And I think when characters are able to start doing that loop, that they become very hard for most of the cast to interact with. So I think that's how to determine like which of the 3 amazing assists that she has should go on any team, depending on what your character's needs are for their weaknesses and what their strengths are for what they could get out of things. And if not, you default to giant column that wins the game.
Yeah, I was going to make an addendum to the ground slam assist, in that I think characters that have superior air mobility, so characters that can be at super jump height and call assists, it's fantastic for a while because you can call them off screen.
Yes.
So having to like blocking, it's a very classic Marvel 2 Capcom assist thing. Marvel 2 Sentinel Capcom assist, where you're just flying around above them at super jump height, and you call your assist, and they without seeing them, and then they just take 150k that they weren't prepared to deal with. Or you have to sit there and look out for the assist, and then Sentinel or another character gets to fly in for free. So that was there as well. But yes, I think you mentioned it at the very beginning as well. The key thing that really makes Shadow Lady suffer is that she just loses that other keep away quite badly. Because she has a beam super, but it's extremely slow startup, so it's difficult for her to like punish beam assist in a traditional way without you responding to them very quickly. Because if a projectile or beam assist is very fast, you'll end up getting sniped before the beam actually comes out as well. I think it does less damage than an average beam super as well, but that may not be as relevant.
Let's see, damage level.
Because something like Ryu's beam super does like 318k or something. Okay, that's like more damage then. So no, take
Oh, Ryu's just fireball though it is 352. Yeah, it does a little bit more than his beam, but a little less than his ground fireball.
313k, that was it, not 318. I'm such a nerd for knowing that number. You see that number so many times that it's ingrained in my mind.
It is weird. Is it something about how like scaling mathematically impacts things or something? Because I do feel like there's certain numbers that you see disproportionately in Marvel, and I'm not sure if it's just like, oh, if you have this minimum scaling value, you're likely to get this type of multiple at some point. Or what.
Maybe. I think it's because like there's a lot of things I use as baselines for like damage relevancy, like whether something's average damage or above average damage. So when I look at beam supers, I just think of Ryu's.
Oh, it's also possible that Evil Ryu is just like better because he's Evil Ryu and he's amazing.
Yeah, he's just a significantly better character.
Oh, but other things. She has lots of different uses of meter, and I have feelings on them, but what are your feelings on her 10,000 different supers that are all available?
So I think you used it earlier to shut off as well. I think the ball super is very funny. In that, I think by itself, I don't actually think it's that good. Because it can be super jumped over, and she can attack people that super jump high, but I don't think it's as scary as they're being super jumped against by like Magneto or something. I know it's not really an apt comparison. I think she has 2 level 3s.
Yes, she has a ground.
Or maybe there's 2 different level 3s, one in the air, one in the ground. Yeah, I think which really helps supplement her damage because she naturally has really high meter gain. Especially because she's a support character. She's often the second or third character and in play at the end game. It lets her kill in a lot of crucial situations. Because she can just do like a really simple combo into like legs, flip kick level 3, and then that does like 900k. The beam super, which I said my opinion about as well, and the install of course is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then there's missile assist, missile super.
I do think also that, as mentioned earlier, Ken gets to become invulnerable in the air for free, but having a 3-meter way to become invulnerable in the air, I think is incredibly valuable for, like, since she's a support character, chances that she's coming in for incoming mix-up is, if things go wrong, there's a chance it'll happen, and being able to just, like, gracefully glide through it is
yeah, and it is worth it. Spending 3 bars to ignore an incoming mix-up that has basically, and with a move that has basically no recovery, is absolutely worth it. Because you could very much just lose the game if you don't block right. And then when a character like Shadow Lady's coming in with 3+ bars, you have to play around the super. And there will often be cases, if you've watched base game, you've seen people see Sentinel when incoming, either try and set up a perfect meaty and guess wrong, get hit by hard drive and lose, or do nothing. Because they realize they've messed up their timing. There is no mix-up to do on Sentinel. So you end up trying to bait the super, and then they just get in for free. So it's one of those things where, with any air invincible move, especially because is it quarter circle back or DP?
It's DP
the level?
for the level.
Okay, it's a bit harder
circle
then.
back is good for other stuff because she that got added to her in lady mode. It used to be doll mode only.
Yeah.
And that
the reason why I mentioned that is just that, like the ease of use, because it's easier to come in with a quarter circle back than a DP. It's a very minor thing, but it's like in stressful situations it can make a difference. But it's still like something you can just buffer an incoming, and then you get to play the game afterwards.
So, how do we feel? Shadow Lady, amazing in close, has counter zoning tools. Once she's in install, she is amazing. She can win through chip if they block. She could win through mix if you need to open them up. But she really doesn't like getting shot. And she has so like Missiles Super. Missiles Super as a DHC is very weird because situationally it's safe and situationally it's unsafe. And I feel
Yes.
like if you have her in lady mode, and you want her in lady mode because all of her assists are better in lady mode, and if you end up in doll mode, what would be an otherwise amazing assist is like an okay thing. It's not anything to write home about. I feel like that about all the doll mode assists. Do you feel that way too?
Yeah, they're so unmemorable that I didn't even consider them when we were talking about them as well.
So,
But like
one of the things that matters with that is like you want to make sure that when you're DHCing out of her, that you do a route that, if possible, puts you in lady mode for the DHC out, so that you have access to the good assists.
yeah,
And I
that's
think
true.
that's important.
Because DHing out in dull modes can genuinely be like neutral losing.
Yeah.
So that's more of a player issue than a character issue, but it's just something you have to bear in mind as well. But to answer the initial question as well, she's absolutely in matchup defining, but it's just alone as well. She has like a very varying matchup spread depending on who she's against and what mode she's in. But of course, having the install active makes that much easier because you can just swap whenever you need.
I find with her strengths, I put her in the top tier. How are y'all feeling about that?
Again, I think that's fair because of how powerful the assists are, as well. I just think, yeah, I was going to say because of her point value, but then because she's pretty much always able to land. There's very rarely a situation where she doesn't have 3 bars, and
builds so
that she's able to rotate in so easily, we're able to rotate out so easily, as well. That yeah, I think that's absolutely fair, but it's just because of how special she is. I was going to put her above Rashid. Excuse me, sorry, but I think it's fair to have her in.
I think either of those are quite reasonable because, like,
Yeah.
I feel most of the characters in the top don't actually have like, oh, in this class of matchup I lose. Like, I think all of the characters in this top level and Jean, like, they're like, oh, I lose the matchup that I have the worst is probably a 4-6, you know.
Yeah.
And I feel
And
Shadow Lady has multiple matches that are worse than 4-6, but then
yes.
she's such an amazing support character that's like, do we just like Doom has multiple matches that are probably worse than 4-6, like a setup Dormammu against Doom? That is some miserable nonsense, but I think Doom is still one of the best characters in base games, so I kind of feel like Shadow Lady should be up here.
Yeah, I think with the Doom comparison as well, I think part of the reason why this, because the Doom, despite having bad matchups, so this is how I feel about like bad keep away matchups with someone like Doom, is the person playing keep away has to make correct decisions multiple times in a row, whereas the Doom player has to make one correct decision and they kill the character. And I don't think Shadow Lady has that impact the same way Doom does.
I think she does kill people dead. I do,
but I don't think she has the way to like force a hit the same way Doom does.
I agree with that.
Which is the only thing as well. I think because she
think
has things like Spiral Arrow and all that, but it's just not the same as like being able to stall at super jump height and like do foot dive air dash down or whatever as well. I don't think that's not to say that I don't think that means Shadow Lady isn't good enough, but I think
I think Doom's better than her, but
absolutely. But I think Doom has such an impact while he's still on point as well, in the way that I don't think Shadow Lady does. I think Shadow Lady does fine on point, and they lose to different styles of keep away, because Doom's actually pretty good at dealing with the ground-based keep away because he can stall at super jump height forever.
I think that's actually the main difference that I see is that like Doom, if you have a life lead, can just wait and maintain the life lead in a way that most characters don't have ways to interact with, because super jump photons just like super jump photons, fly, plink dash to somewhere else, come down with the protection of photons, then repeat, is something that like most characters, they need to do something pretty advanced if they want to beat that. And Shadow Lady doesn't have anything like that for like defensive tools that she could just like do that aren't going to get blown up by like someone just doing optic blast or something.
Yeah, and I think the last thing that really differentiates the two is that Doom is good at initiating a comeback. because of grounded photon array. Like the screen clear, the fact you can just do it like in response to an assist call,
Agreed.
and then X Factor convert, where like of course Shadow Lady can do super X Factor, but her beam super is so much lower. The sphere just isn't. It doesn't do something. It doesn't do enough quickly enough. The missiles aren't used for anything of that sort as well. So she has nothing that like shuts out assists from full screen or like mid screen in a good way that Doom can convert from. Well, at least that's how I feel about it as well. It's like it's like Doom's ability to summarize essentially is going back to essentially how I felt before as well. I think Shadow Lady's fine on point. She can deal with some bad matchups. Okay, she loses her bad matchups really badly, and I don't think has the same way to steal things back. I think she's good at incoming defensively. She's among the best, if not the best, at incoming defensively, besides maybe Ken.
Oh, we have another character later on the list that you'll be like, I didn't realize this character's good in this way, but they actually are.
I probably just aren't thinking about them right now as well. And I think those, just her weakness on point is what I think differentiates between that as well. And that while their assists are fantastic, I think there are other fantastic assists that are you could use instead of Shadow Lady and you wouldn't regret it.
Agreed.
Like I don't think Shadow Lady has the unique, like beam is like whatever, like you said. Missiles and pillar are fairly unique. I don't think we'll get to them eventually. I don't think Captain Corridor is nearly as good as regular Shadow Lady's column.
No,
but I don't know if those two assists are so good that it's like you need to play this character with this Shadow Lady assist when you can just pick another like really strong assist instead.
I do think that there's certain classes of characters that just the way they get to abuse missiles by looping stuff, there's not really other things that are quite as ideal for doing that task. And that like some of those characters are very strong. So it's that thing where it's like, like can jam session be your main assist? A lot of characters are like, I need a beam. I can't actually function if jam session is my main assist. But the characters that jam session can be their main assist are like, oh, your life is going to be terrible consistently fighting.
Yeah, it becomes down to it's how I feel about missiles with a lot of the top tier characters anyway. It's like, of course it's good. Like missiles is inherently a fantastic assist. Even Shadow Lady remember missiles, but it's very much it feels like a win more assist for the characters that abuse it really well.
So I feel like a character like Guile, who's like, oh, I can choose to control the ground plane for free with the X-Sonic Boom and summon missiles. I feel like characters like that can just be, and the fact that he gets infinite frame advantage when he happens to be like interacting with people in close. I think those two things together make it so like for him, Shadow Lady missiles is disproportionately valuable as an assist, and he could just like get value out of it in ways that a lot of characters can't. But that most of the cast can be like, oh, I could supplement instead of her beam, I have one of the other very good beams. Instead of her anti-air assist, I could have one of the other. Okay, probably not as good as hers, but still pretty good anti-air assists.
Yeah, so that's what I think. I don't think while Shadow Lady has fantastic support, I don't think it's like definitive support. And I don't think her impact on point is valuable enough as a support character for me to say that she would be into final matchups.
Okay.
But I would have her like probably at the very top of matchup defining.
That sounds good to me. Okay, so
for now anyway.
We have Shadow Lady. I had her higher, but like you've convinced me because I'm just thinking about everyone that I do have in that tier, and I'm like, no, all those characters have
that's just it as well. It's like
they have a 4-6. They have like a 4-6 matchup, and I'm like, Shadow Lady has like at least a dozen 4-6 matchups, and probably some like 3-7 matchups.
Yeah.
So that, but then she makes all the other matchups so much easier, and because of her assists and the characters that do unfair things with missiles, it is just so unreasonably continuous the amount of nonsense they could do that happens to be chipping you and building meter and safe, and often for some of them also has mix-up involved. It's like, I do think that is the characters who like have a way to win neutral on their own so they could start the assist and have ways to get kind of arbitrary frame advantage, I do think just get to be super unfair when they run missiles.
Yeah, and I do agree because it's the same fundamental idea as regular missiles as well. But I think you put away where you feel, Bill. I'm saying outside of the final matchups, but we can always come back to Shadow Lady.
I had an opinion. I listened to you and I was like, okay, reevaluating. I think that your opinion is more accurate, so I updated my opinion. As is a good skill for all Marvel players to learn, because you're not going to be right about everything the first time, and sometimes talking to other smart people is how you make sure that you have a better opinion than you did yesterday. So,
Yeah,
Shadow
because
Lady.
you convinced me on Ken, so and Laura as well. I wanted Laura that high, but you convinced me to put her higher as well. So
No, Laura's one of the ones where you're like, it's already what you want, but you tell someone to convince you just so you could hear all the lovely things about the character. Where it's like, I already have this feeling, but like, why don't we just reminisce about the fact that she also, on top of all these other things, has an amazing assistant, could DHC and install, and is incredibly fun to play and so fast. It feels good.
yeah, but cool. I think we can move on to Evil Ryu now.
Okay, Evil Ryu time it is. And thank you
Also,
for your time today. I know it's much later for you than it is for me, and I am grateful that you are choosing to invest time talking all the way across the pond here.
yeah, I ended up in my efforts to fix my sleep schedule. I ended up failing, so I'll probably end up being up for quite a while. I have a suspicion we'll be able to go through all the characters in one sitting, but we'll try. See how far we can get.
It'll be a lot, but I think we've also covered a decent amount of characters that require more discussion, and that there's a decent amount of characters where we're like, these three things are good about this character, and then everything else is pretty challenging, and we don't need to go into as much detail with those characters. I feel.
I think so too as well.
But Evil Ryu's not one of those characters.
Yeah, he's another character I'm very fond of. This is a character that has a billion tools. That it just like fixes a lot of aspects of what made Ryu so bad as well. His normals are okay. Like, he has a really good crouch medium kick, but he's another character that's very much defined by his specials. Like, he has a pretty good fireball. I think it's the same as Akuma's, so like it's fine on the ground. But he's got like an actual the charge fireball I'm very, very fond of.
I didn't realize light, medium, heavy just combos for him for fireballs.
Like his TK air fireballs or just regular charged air fireballs are quite nice because you can use them Sonic Boom style. Same with the grounded ones too, but you can just do them and then like dash in behind them and roll because he has an invincible roll that I think some people forget about with the on attack plus S.
And he could cancel it into specials, so he could use it to like belligerently move forward into some nonsense.
Yeah, so it's similar to Charlie in that aspect where he just has like forward advancing into big special with like poking with light Tatsu or just poking with a fireball. His axe kick is funny because it's like Street Fighter 4 where it's always an overhead. So his best combo starter is an overhead that he can just do on block. I think it's safe, the light one at the very least, but he can get a bit like a big link out of it also. But it's very likely if Evil Ryu hits you with crouch medium stand heavy into reverse light DP, reverse DP light, sorry, he's killing you. Like he
looks frame advantage on light.
Yeah, heavy staggers. Golden Nut. So that as in on block, yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, so it comes down to the same like mix up that Kage had in Street Fighter 5, where we're midway through row 2. But where like you can't interrupt stand heavy into light axe kick, so you want to push block it. But then if you wait to try and interrupt stand heavy into heavy axe kick, then you get frame trap by light. So it's that little like mini mix up, and he just constantly dispenses overheads, and he has a really good low with crouch medium. So that like high low is a real aspect. He has reused jump light kick. So he can do like on tall characters, he can do rising jump light and just clip people in the head as well. But he has like extremely, yeah, there you go. He has extremely good ground movement. He has like Akuma-esque dash and walk speeds, so he's able to just like zip around all over the place. Because he has a dive kick, he actually has like good air mobility as well. So he can alternate his movement.
Rolling to teleport to just like go through things. Can he just get through like a plasma beam with that? Just sorry, I'm learning new things about redo.
No, I'm curious as well. That's why I'll try and keep going while you're testing this as well. Maybe the end of it isn't invincible.
Yeah, I think the startup and the end are not quite invulnerable, but like it still covers a lot of space, and if you get to the other side of that, it should be fine.
So it's probably the thing that's good against projectiles but not beams. But then he also has like really high durability to deal with beams anyway. So those are all just like his general.
Level 3 Buster, right?
I think so. So actually, one of the biggest buffs you got is Tabs changes regular fireball to be this fireball. So you have Buster assist essentially, which is really nice. But yeah, but as far as like all his neutral tools go, I think one of his, besides his damage, probably one of the just funniest things about Ivoryu, he obliterates assists. Like you used them a bit earlier as well, but his Fireball Super, which does like 350k, it's full screen instantly, and you can just slaughter assists. So if someone calls a beam, you can really make them pay for it. And because he has a really quick,
that was half of Wolverine's life right there.
Yeah. Oh, I meant grounded quarter circle forwards. The 3-hit.
Oh, that was
fireball.
also amazing.
Yeah. But it's really good for team supers because of how like just quick and swift it is as well.
Evaporated Wolverine there. See, so that situation, total damage 806 by hitting the 2 characters.
Yeah.
That
because that's did 350 to Doom, so that means it did 450 something k to Wolverine. It probably would have done more if it wasn't because it might show up weird because of like a scaling bug. But yeah, it's just like a really swift, uninterruptible thing to deal with assists. It's so easy to do on reaction because unlike like Shadow Lady having a lot startup on her beam, Ivoryu has like probably like 8 frame or less startup on his that super as well. Actually, do you remember when Ivoryu's die kick used to do 400k? Because it was 5 hits of 80k.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, each hit used to do 80k. But he also has an install. It's the down one where he is able to then air dash cancel his air specials, which means he can just do like air charge fireball into air dash Tatsu or DP Tatsu. So he just has like just additional mobility as well. It makes his incoming really, really disgusting because you can do fireball to air dash and then blink underneath it. So he's just like a really highly mobile Shoto. Does a shit ton of damage. His buttons are really good. He obliterates assists. He's good anywhere on the team because he's got fantastic DHCs. He's got really good, or not really good. He's got like usable assists. Tatsu is fine. I think he actually has one of his assists, which is just an overhead assist.
Yeah, but Red Fireball is one of those things where it's like, I put it in a similar class to the Gene assist, where it's like, you don't generally want it to be your primary assist that's trying to take over the ground. But once you have frame advantage, like, oh, they left the ground in a situation, you have control of it, like, summoning him, you're going to make their life hard. So I feel like he's similar to Gene, where it's like, if you have a way of controlling the ground already, having access to Red Fireball is like a supplementary thing that will have all the durability in the world, have tons of lockdown, good chip, etc. It is a really great like secondary ground assist.
Yeah, I agree. But he's again in the topic of batteries. When we were talking about Cyclops, so his meter gain is just so good, and he uses meter so well as well. So he's definitely strongest on point or mid, probably mid realistically. Behind like a really good actual neutral assists also. And then I've got not much to read. Actually, the funny thing about Raging Demon is it puts him in a version of his install that lets him build meter during it. So it's just like a fun little thing he gets in addition to that too.
And
but
it's also very close to impossible to punish.
Yes, I think at one point it was invincible up until the end of it, and it was literally unpunishable.
Yeah, it used to be literally unpunishable. Now it's like, oh, you have like a dozen frames or something, and he was zooming, and if you do it in a certain way, you're just gonna get beaten by it. So it's like punishing it even when you're like, I was not doing anything. I saw the flash. I was 2/3 of the screen away. Sometimes it's still hard to punish even in that context.
Yeah. Because some people just panic when they see it as well, because they don't want to get hit by Raging Demon. But yeah, I think that one of the most the defining things I'd say about Ivoryu is damage is fantastic, and his ability to just destroy assists. Those two things alone, and his movement is always really good movement. Those 3 things I think really take this character from just being like a regular Street Fighter character, like really feel like a Marvel character. As well, so I'd say, I don't know if there was anything you wanted to add.
Let's see. Do I
that I've
have
missed
any
as well.
bonus notes on Evil Ryu? You covered the things. I feel like he is one of the most generalist characters in the game. Like, as you said, he could be in any position, and then like he could play a game that's some space control with fireballs. He could also get in there and like pressure people. He has just enough movement to like, even outside of install, being able to stall with like a EX Tatsu or Red Fireball charge is pretty solid. And then he has dive kick to change momentum as well. Oh, and another thing that I think is important, so someone summons an assist, you could punish assist when you're above them, and most characters do not have that privilege. So like if you're up here in super jump and like say you summon your own horizontal ground control assist and then you're up at super jump, you could beam down and punish them for trying to stop your assist. And I think that's incredibly powerful. So him being able to like kill assists in the forward direction and kill assists in the downward direction, I think is super strong. Let's see. Oh,
Yeah.
also,
Oh, he has an invincible reversal as well. His DP super.
Oh yes, the super. Along with that, one of the things that is noticeable to me about him is that he has a lot of hit stun on a bunch of air hits and also on ground hits. So like I feel like on a lot of trades, he ends up being in a situation where it's not quite a foot dive or whatever, where it's like, oh, foot dive will win on every trade, but on most trades, Evil Ryu gets to confirm afterwards. Like
I've seen that as well. Like his air forward heavy in particular has like obscene levels of hit stun.
Look at how long Doom is just flinching there. So all of those. Let's see. Anything else that matters for him?
Go on, like, he used to be able to do 5H, 6H 3 times, and that was one of his optimal starters. It's light medium, heavy forward, heavy, heavy forward, heavy, heavy forward, heavy X hit.
Yeah, I remember this being incredibly high damage. I think he's still incredibly high damage, but
yeah. He's a character that's like pretty cleanly hitting 800, 900k for one bar. Sometimes solo.
I think one of the things to manage is like figuring out when you hit an install, like how much you should be doing, because you're still building them a bunch of meter even once the like scaling issues are making it so you're not doing that much damage anymore. So I think he's one of the characters that you actually need to think like, if this is not going to kill, should I cut this combo and install short and then try to do more things to them afterwards? Because I think that you don't need to do that much thinking with a lot of characters, but I think with him that's one of the things that like is reasonable to keep in mind instead of just doing your same combo each time.
Yeah, I was telling people this before. It's not just Evil Ryu, but generally speaking, it's like the meter economy really matters in this game.
Yes.
So being down a bar and then giving your opponent like 2 bars to do, especially if you like say you start with like a Shadow Blade missiles assist or whatever, and that you're starting with like a 6-hit scaled combo, and you're building a bar, you're going to top out at like 600k but build them a lot. So it's just not worth it. So it's as you said, you kind of want to end the combo in a favorable situation or snap out or something.
Oh yeah, snap. What is his snap? His snap is relatively small, but like when you're hitting someone in combo, that doesn't matter. So Evil Ryu, where do you put this character in the overall power levels for things? I
would say he's definitely a matchup defining.
Okay, matchup defining, but where in this? Because now that we have a decent number of characters here, we need to say like matchup defining between who and who.
Yeah, so this is interesting. I think I don't have the stream sitting in ads at the moment as well. I'm just trying to re-visualize the order of what we have currently.
Oh, is the stream?
I don't know. Okay. I'm getting ads every now and again, so they removed the mini player, so you can't like pop it out and cheat the ad. Yeah, I'd say it's absolutely better than Charlie.
Absolutely better than Charlie.
I'd say
Wolverine Laura.
I think that's fine. I'd maybe below. I think the reason why is he has good neutral.
I agree.
But he's very. I'd say as far as weaknesses go, because we didn't really talk about any weaknesses. He's very susceptible to push block. He's got a lot of like good anti-push block moves, and that he has roll and charge fireball and so on as well. But it's hard for him to necessarily set up his overheads, his low high game without putting himself in the corner, so you can't get push blocked by rolling through them or with an assist. Whereas I think Laura has just much more oppressive pressure and probably a more beneficial support value. Whereas Evil Ryu has like good DHEs and alright assists, whereas Laura has like an amazing assist and really good DHEs.
Agreed. And
So I think that's
on
fine.
top of that, the Ryu probably has less matches that are really hard than Laura, but I feel that Laura, in the matches that she's able to fight, can just be more oppressive. And another thing to note is Ryu's buttons are fine and have lots of hit stun, but Laura's reach farther because she has claws, and not having a sword or a claw or a gun, if you're just like swinging with your limbs, you need very long limbs like Thanos or something, or else you're like at a disadvantage in Marvel.
Yeah, I don't rate either of his buttons that highly.
Yeah.
Besides maybe crouch medium kick. So that is a significant drawback. But again, he's like a Akuma, his specials matter, and I don't think his specials are impactful enough. I think it's his movement and his supers are like the really strong things, and his specials are good.
Do we want to move
so I think
on
he's
to the
definite.
next three characters?
Yes.
Okay.
So now we got into some. So we've got Marvel 2 Sentinel, Bishop, and Iceman. And CWTC, there's very likely will be stacked to the matchup defining tools as well. There are a lot of characters got changed, so they're more in line or got better. So they've kind of moved into that tier.
Yeah,
So-
I think that's a testament to the fact that like characters have kept getting patched, because I feel like the earlier in the cycle there were more characters in busted and more characters in this character's trash. And then over time, after patches, they have all gotten like more reasonable.
Yeah.
Though Marvel 2 Sentinel, I love this character. What are your thoughts
So
on
do
this
I.
character?
I adore this character as well. I'm always very movement focused. I just love Sentinel, like his back design as a character. I love pressing buttons and hitting things with him. I think he's had. Oh, you're still on tier list. Never said. He's another character that's gone through a somewhat unfortunate life cycle, where he's only really ever gotten nerfs and then some quality of life changes. But he's still a very oppressive character. But as far as because coming from playing regular Sentinel for pretty much the whole game span since like 2012, and playing this character, like the differences, I can really feel the differences between them. Like Sentinel, Marvel 2 Sentinel is objectively a better character, but
He has some areas where base game Sentinel's utility is like, base game Sentinel is pleasing here. Like hard drive?
yeah, not having hard drive, but effectively having like a negative hard drive really matters. Like this is a combo ender, or like a mid combo tool as well. Sentinels, he still has the same ground movement. Like the walk speed, of course, is terrible, but the ground plank is still fantastic. He still has one of the best ground planks. So he covers so much ground in one movement. And then, of course, the air movement is like a completely different breed. Like Sentinel is an airborne character. He just has like very, very swift movement. He's basically unpunishable at anything because he can just flight cancel to negate push block and get back in. He's like a big overhead dispenser because he can just do like fast fly forwards. Oh, thank you, Nova. He can do fly forwards into into light for his overheads that converts into jump S, which gives him his highest damage combo starter. He can challenge from anywhere, any height on the screen, like super jump height, low jump height on the ground. But he has a very glaring flaw, which is he sucks against keep away. His spit has no durability. I think it's a 1 durability projectile now, so it will lose to any other projectile. So the characters that can hit normal jump and ground height will really just kind of dumps the Sentinel, and which is an issue he has anyway, in that he gets kept up pretty easily because of his size in particular. So he ends up having to kind of gamble on Hyper Sentinel Force. So you're doing a lot of like when you see someone like do a really committal special, you have to go for Hyper Sentinel Force. So, but he's a kind of inherently a meter dependent character anyway. He's also a fantastic battery, which helps. But he has very polarizing matchups, and that matchups where he isn't getting kept out, it feels like he's like so dominant because he just has these big armored normals on the ground, huge pokes. Oh wow, that just beats that. But yeah, he can't nullify projectiles anymore with his buttons as well, which is one of the like really key stuff. Like when you watch like top level Sentinels, you'll see them do like jump back light, jump back medium, so they can fall and land, or fall backwards into projectiles, or land or approach safely through beams and so on. But Marvel 2 Sentinel can't do that. So any projectile can keep out Sentinel decently well, which I think is really brutal for him. And I think the biggest nerf he got, and I know you felt something about this too, is when he got his flight speed like slashed. I think it was cut by like a third.
Yeah, it was such a massacre.
he felt that a lot. His ability to like navigate around projectiles was significantly reduced. He can still do it better than most characters, because he effectively has an air dash. But he really suffers against zoning, but obliterates everything else.
Yeah, I feel like his footsies are... He's one of the characters that is the least committal in footsies of everyone, because anything he does, he could either unfly cancel it, or if he's not flying it, he gets to immediately fly unfly, because other characters have like a fly startup. He has fly into fast fly into unfly. So even when you're doing like a medium, you could, and you're not flying yet, you still get to block immediately out of it.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like being able to do like fly, unfly, or an input nullification button into fly again is also really funny because you can just do like 3 mediums instantly, which I find hilarious. But he is kind of exclusively high-low. He doesn't have his command grab, I don't think.
No.
So he is just high-low. But he can come off his throws, which is really helpful. So he's not like fully safe to up back.
Also, I think that people generally think of if a character is a melee character, that means that they need to open someone up. He does not need to open someone up. He does chip damage with normals, and he negates advancing
and significant
guard
chip damage as well.
Yeah, like, I think that the primary strategy for winning with him is you're either counter poking and then being arbitrarily safe because you could fly, unfly, or just unfly, or you are pressuring them and you're negating all of their advancing guard, and then at some point they try to advance and guard and they're fraying too early and they get kicked in the face, and then you do a full combo and you kill them.
Yeah. And anyone who's played Marvel 2 Sentinel has gotten so many hits that way, where someone's missed push block a light and they've got hit by an S. Or the heavy as well. Which does, I think it's half the damage it used to do. It used to be like, oh, maybe it's 100k instead of 150 now. So he's had like a swath of damage nerfs over time as well. Like he's had a scaling completely gutted. It was massively razor then gutted again. So his damage from normals is fairly low. But yeah, I'd say it's very average. But all of his damage comes from supers. But he is a fantastic meter dump character, and he builds all the bar himself too. But it also makes him a very good support character because he has fast drones, which is, I would say, worse than regular drones in this game, but still really strong. He has Hyper Sentinel Force, which lets him do this. And one of the key things about this particular sequence is that, like Zero doing the lightning loops, he builds about 40% of a bar in between each set. So for every 3 Hyper Sentinel Forces you do, you get another bar back. And that makes a difference. So you can use
buy 3, you get 1 free?
Yeah, essentially. He's a good deal of a character. But it typically means that if your point character has like reasonably good meter gain, or can build enough bars, Sentinel can, or like even if they build 1.6 bars, Sentinel can build that 3rd bar to get like a kill that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get with a different damage engine.
Agreed.
So he's excellent there. But I think his utility as a anchor character is like gone. I think he doesn't have good enough incoming anymore. He can't play around keep away, and he gets zoned out too easily for him to be like really threatening as a solo character. Whereas, because before I would have said, yeah, put him anywhere, he's fine. But I think he's kind of explicitly a point or second.
And I think specifically best in second because Hyper Sentinel Force lets you get in often safely. Oh yeah, Hyper Sentinel Force being a way to get in pretty safely off of a lot of things is also very helpful.
Yeah, because like imagine you're playing Jean and you can just do like Shockwave into Hyper Sentinel Force, and like that's fantastic.
Yes. And then when he does happen to hit with his super, being able to just like loop as long as you have meter lets him get the kill. So I feel like in second is his most ideal position because that way he gets to still have like a strong assist, and I think it's also one of the things that could take advantage of. This Sentinel has not the base game Sentinel health. This Sentinel has 1.25 billion health. He's like
yes,
Thor.
He's full health.
Yes, he has full. Base Sentinel just starts without full health. That's how his life works.
Yeah.
This
guy downloaded the drivers, got his health upgrade. But yeah, I think he's a Sentinel is like very patently matchup defining tools. I would have wanted him to be in like defines the game, but he just has too many weaknesses now with his slower flight speeds. But I'd say I personally would put him at the highest point of it. I'd have him above Rashid.
You would put him above Rashid? Let's put this back on.
I think because while he does have a bad time versus zoners, unlike Maybe below Shadow Lady. Actually,
Yeah,
I
I
forgot
think
she was
below
still in that
Shadow
tier.
Lady, because Shadow
Yeah.
Lady is. I think that Shadow Lady offers more to a team, but the
Yeah, because there are a couple
Sentinel is
characters
pretty good.
was with fast drones. There are some characters that really just don't use it that well.
Hmm.
So, but it's even if you never call as assists, like some people need to start playing launcher assist. That's the real meta. But then
Oh,
the
I learned that for Colossus it actually might be the real meta. Because
that's
it's
hilarious.
armored and it's armored frame 1, so it actually just beats everything.
That is funny as fuck.
I was not aware that the armor was frame 1. I was like, oh, it comes armor starts at some point, but like I summon it and I see him glow from Doom's foot, changing him a color, and I'm like, he still won this exchange. Okay.
Hell yeah. S
Oh,
tier.
let's go
But
to something that is much less exciting for me than that.
we finally got there, Bishop.
I'm sorry,
So-
Bishop. I think you're super cool, but being super cool does not make you super good, which
Yeah,
is
you're also on the tier list as well, by
unfortunate.
the way, visually.
Just-
So there is. I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, as I think there is one character that's irredeemably bad in this game, and I think Bishop is that character. He underwent like a mini rework because this was like an early Kali character where he didn't have recovery on anything, and now he has. So his grenades used to be very fast startup and have no recovery on them, but now
and
they are very
inherited
long startup.
momentum. They inherited momentum.
Yeah, so he could
just
do like Chris super jump grenades, but they have tons of recovery. He can barely convert off them. His guns are really bad because they can be ducked. They're also quite low durability, so they tend to lose to other things as well. His buttons are all pretty mediocre, besides medium. I forgot he even
Crouch
had a
medium.
counter.
Crouch medium is his only good button, in my opinion.
Oh,
Every
yeah,
single
that
other
one as
is
well.
bad.
Yeah, I think stand heavy's okay because it's just Ghost Rider stand medium. Or it might be Spencer. Oh no, stand medium. Sorry,
slower,
it's Ghost
though.
Rider stand medium. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it did get slowed down to like 11 frames or something. I think it's slower than it's heavy. But yeah, his crouch medium is good. But sometimes that because crouch medium is so good, sometimes it just doesn't combo into stand heavy as well. So which is one of the big like no-nos in this game. Yeah, there you go. It completely whiffed as well. He has a 6 chain too, which is kind of nice. So you can do like stand medium, crouch medium, but it's like whatever. His forward heavy is now really slow. It takes him off the ground, so it actually sometimes makes it worse for his combos. That he because he sometimes he ground starters for some certain routes. His damage is actually kind of okay, but
Yeah.
only in the corner. That move is now really unsafe. It just if you saw him push box the first hit as well, it just whiffs and you eat shit for it. He has no real way to save himself in the air. He has that, but it also has a lot of recovery, so it's easy to punish. What else? His counter is pretty much useless. His counter is more of a parry than a counter as well. I was really hoping it had an inside overhead with that where you could do like jump heavy into parry or into counter rather. Oh, sorry, jump heavy into orb. But his jump, he has such a floaty jump that it doesn't combo. It doesn't hit on pretty much any croucher. I think his jump S is okay. It's like it's another like swoop or double-handed over hands. Yeah.
His air S. So most characters in the game can cancel their air
Yeah.
S's. He does not get to cancel his air S. You see me doing all kinds of things in there here. I can't super during it. I can't throw a grenade. I can't make an orb around me.
Yeah. His level 3 hits 2 characters because it's not cinematic, but it does quite low damage and has limited range. I think the only thing Bishop has that is redeeming is his ability to hit assists. He has 2 different assists, 2 different supers. Oh, that's just way more than average. I don't. Was that mashable? Or was that just the damage it did
Level
normally?
3? Just a second. Let's see. Level 3.
It did 455.
455 with mash and without mash. Also 455. Oh, so it doesn't get impacted.
It's
by
even
mashing.
mashable. He
That's
needs a
pretty
rework,
high.
Kaliak. His current moveset as it is just isn't what it is. He needs like a pretty much a rework.
Yeah. So like 2M being his only good button with every other one being bad. He also happens to have like not just like a moderately bad dash, but a very bad dash.
Yes, you can feel how slow it is when you do it.
I'm
As well,
going to
he has like a Ryu dash, which is really unfortunate.
Like,
But he
if
also doesn't like need the mobility because he would only ever really plink away. There's very little reason for him to plink inwards. He has no mix-up at all. He is a strike throw character, and there's the only thing he gets to do off his throw is like heavy guns to OTG into super. You can only combo from this in the corner, so if you do this into quarter circle forward light, or maybe DP light, the single shot that wall bounces, then you get a combo, but otherwise you get nothing without X Factor. So he's a strike throw character that gets nothing off his throws. His damage is middling, his keep away is bad, his air mobility is bad, his ground mobility is bad, his incoming is terrible because he has no air options. He has like the pulse thing, but then it's probably unsafe on hit, I wouldn't be surprised.
Also, arbitrarily, his guns like will drop in a bunch of strange situations where it'll either lift someone a little too much or push them a little too far back or something like that, where the guns, the fact that they're 2 hits sometimes just makes them worse because the first hit will work and then the second hit will just like not work and the character gets to flip out early and then he's still recovering because he has like a decent amount of recovery from shooting his guns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
generic good thing that's good for everyone, and that he does happen to have. He does have a beam super. And I think.
Yeah, that's I think his only good thing is beam super. Because it's a pretty good beam as well. It does slightly less than average damage, but the DP gun is good for assists because it hard knockdowns. So if someone calls an assist and you slap them with this, the assist is on screen for ages. So it's. You can like take an assist out of commission, but it also does again less than average damage. So it's so hard for him to build beat or a neutral because so many characters just duck or move around his projectiles. And then he spends it on 1 bar to do like 500k to an assist or 400 something k to an assist, and then nothing happens. So yeah, he is unfortunately kind of de facto the worst of the worst.
So we love you, Bishop. You are cool, but being cool has no place or no influence on your power level. And as a result, you are the first character to go in viable tier. We are already saying every one of these other characters is better than Bishop. Every single one.
I genuinely think there should be a tier below Bishop, a tier below viable. But I think for this.
We don't need it for vertical reasons, but Bishop is like the worst character, and it's weird because he has a projectile, he has a beam, but just like everything he has bad frame data, and everything is slow, and everything is committal, and none of it gets bonus reward to justify any of these weaknesses.
Yeah, I agree with Nova. We should have a Bishop tier below viable. Just called Bishop.
Is that what we're doing to the man? He traveled from the future to save us all, and we're gonna put him in a...
Yeah, he traveled from the future to tell us that gun grenade characters are going to be low tier in the future.
Oh, well, many people may like that news, because in a later portion of this, we're going to get to the Resident Evil section, and the gun grenade characters are quite good at this game, except for Bishop. But Bishop going into Bishop tier. I am sorry, Bishop.
It's fine. He served his time. He served his time as a top tier for a little bit, or a high tier.
Yeah.
Then he got fixed.
He was one of those ones that was like, he had a thing that was really broken and everything else about him was still bad. Or 2 things about him, because he had an infinite too. But like grenades just was like, oh, sometimes you would just throw a grenade and then it would be a true block string and kill an assist. And it's like, oh, that's pretty good. But do we want to talk about the person with the most ice puns in the game?
Yeah, let's get to it. So Iceman's he's another character I quite like, but he's also somewhat in an unfortunate position. Where he's gone through a number of changes where he was like an early character, so he had to get like brought into line. I think he like the immediate thing about him is Ice Beam. Is like above and beyond his best move, both on point as an assist as well. It's really active. It does actually does slightly less damage than average. It unfortunately has the Iron Man thing where its active frames right at full screen, it loses a hit because its active frames run out. So it's normally a 6-hit beam, but if you do it from full screen, you only get 5 hits, which makes it less plus on hit, and you lose some damage. So doing it from not completely full screen is slightly more beneficial than complete full screen. But they have very low recovery, and they're active for a long time, and they are very difficult to punish. More importantly, he can do his beam in the air. So, like Cyclops, he can, yeah, he gets like little conversions from his beams as well, which is really nice, or from his icicles. But he can do beams multiple times, and then he can come down with one of his few good buttons, which is jump S. So
Jump H and Jump S.
jump S as well, but jump S in particular is like pretty messy because it just they're sword normals. So they just cover this huge space in front of him. His jump light is whatever. His jump medium's atrocious, but his jump heavy and his jump S are really big sword normals that just let him press like defensive things in front of him. The problem is that since he has no real air mobility, or he has no air mobility to speak of at all, besides just doing beam to hold his air mobility. If he does guess wrong with the beam, like heavy beam covers a very disgusting angle because it's much steeper, so it's more below him rather than full screen. So it's hard to dash under it. If someone like chicken blocks the falling button or they get behind him, it's very difficult for him to defend himself. However, I think, and it stands, maybe not stand heavy, but yeah, I think it's just jump heavy, jump S. So like those are his only really good normals.
Yep.
Everything else is quite poor, especially crouch heavy. Crouch heavy is essentially a useless normal. It's
Like stand H is
fine.
okay.
Yeah, again, it's slightly disjointed, which is good, but 2H is a very like disappointing hitbox. It's okay for combos, but it also has a lot of pushback, which doesn't help, which means it sometimes misses into forward heavy. Because it's forward heavy, he does like a little swell backwards, I think, which can make launcher miss in that situation as well. So he just loses a combo in that situation. He's also funny in that he was designed in such a way he just has a flat 10% damage nerf, so he only does 90% damage. It's the reason why his throws do 72k. So I think there's a way to like tone his damage down instead of like lowering the damage. Kali just made him do 10% less damage, and that's never been changed.
I did not know that part. My gosh.
Yeah. So if you do a throw, you'll see it'll do 72k instead of 80. But yeah, I think his beam and jump heavy and S are the only things he has going for him. I think the like clouds, I don't know the actual name of the move. It's half circle back or quarter circle back. Is like okay. The heavy one is like a good combo breaker. Just because once it's out, and it just does stuff, but it does so little damage and no chip to speak of.
And they fall so fast if they get hit in the air that you never get to confirm if they were in the air.
Yeah. And I think something that whenever you play a beam character, something you always want your beam character to have is a way to like do something from the beam. And Iceman has no full screen supers. Well, he does. He has the
But it has
magnet, the snow magnetic tempest, yeah, but you're not converting from that as well. And it'll do very, very poor damage from that distance. It's helpful that it's basically safe, because if it's 1-for-1 magnetic tempest, then it's -8 at worst. But it will very often have one of the hits hit late, and it will end up being plus.
Yes.
But it's just he doesn't get anything from it. He has no mix to speak of. He's a strike throw character. He gets very, very low damage off his throws. Because he has a flat 10% damage off anyway, you get the scaling from the throw, and his base damage is low, which also means his meter gain is low. So he genuinely is a character that doesn't ever want to be on point, unless he's left there by himself.
Yeah.
However,
he
he has
assist.
he has an incredible assist in Ice Beam. It's probably the best beam assists as well, because it's like Isicera touched upon at the beginning. It's so active that some characters can't jump over it. Like a really defining thing with Plasma Beam in base game Marvel is that if you call Plasma Beam, most characters, especially ones that get kept away quite easily, like Hulk and Hagar, they can jump without pressing a button. They jump over the Plasma Beam. You cannot do that with Ice Beam. It's that active. So it'll often like the tail end of it will catch someone as they're falling, which just makes them block.
Of summoning this assist, remember how we were trying to get Psycho Crusher to hit the jumping hitbox? And I was like, I need to time this somewhat. There's no timing. I press this, and then it is hit all times except for the one I said that, because it's active for so long that like they need that perfectly timed jump for a lot of characters just to not have to block it. Like you can't do it with like any leniency.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate to the point where I think, unlike some other like weak characters that have strong assists, because it's a beam assist, there are a number of other alternatives. And I don't think the what I'm getting is I think Iceman's also really bad. And I played him for like a good while trying to see like how
Find the
if I could
vision.
justify anything. Yeah, and I don't. So I respect Young Legend trying to play him in a bunch of, or playing him in a bunch of or a team rather. But I think he is actually probably the first real character in viable tier where I think you would pick him for two reasons. One is because you just like Iceman, or because of Ice Beam. But you never want to play Iceman.
Yes, I agree with you
So
on
he-
all of that.
So he ends up third, so two characters get the beam, but when he's by himself, even in X Factor, he's just so not unthreatening. That that's not the sort of like assist character you want, where someone like even Iron Fist. Iron Fist is a really explosive character. He has such a really impactful assist that no other assist really does the same way. And he has some form of threat on Anchor, despite him being such a weak character anyway.
You
But
know
Iceman
a
doesn't have that.
character's life is hard when the counter description of them is they're no Iron Fist on point.
Yeah.
Like Iceman needs to work. His two good normals are actually good. Ice Beam is good both on point and as an assist, but he's not going, or you're going to need to outplay your opponent many times by getting correct angles with beams because he doesn't have great ways to win other than doing that.
Yeah.
Do we
And
want
that's
to
just
move
it.
on
So
to the next cycle of 3 characters?
yes,
Okay.
which puts us on Gambit, Sakura, and Shin Akuma. Shin Akuma.
Oh wait, I need to choose Shin Akuma first. Is it okay if we talk about Shin Akuma first because we cannot
Yeah,
dive
yeah.
into him?
That makes sense.
Okay, and then it'll be Gambit Sakura. So sorry people, we're going slightly out of order, but
All the Gambit fans in shambles.
I think that there are actually a lot of Gambit fans, so that I apologize
There
to
are,
the
yeah.
Gambit fans in shambles because but I also need to make sure that you can see the screen in order to be like Shin Akuma is incredibly broken, but despite being incredibly broken, I think he is nowhere near the top tier because all of the basic system mechanics that are removed from him let you do unfair things in Marvel.
Yeah, I think for a long time, even despite that, and despite getting nerfed about 11 times, he was still so impactful and had just so many like dominant good matchups and that as well that he could circumvent that. But I think his last set of nerfs, he's also a really good example of like low health isn't a nerf.
Yeah.
Because he sat for a long time. At one point, he had 1 million health regenerating. That's just like thinking about that is just ridiculous. And he at one point he's down to like what 325k, 375k
Yeah.
at the moment.
He's the only character with lower health than Phoenix, to my knowledge.
Yeah. And even then, it's like whatever, because it's still really hard to hit Shin Akuma. And like he's a really good evasive character, but the thing that really killed him was like the nerf to his Tatsu. It's hard for him to like force plus frames the same way he did before as well, in like a really degenerate way. So he can't combo from his DPs anymore, so he can't like blitz through something like pressure and convert that into a kill. I think he can still combo from his DP super, if that recovers in the air. But the last set of nerfs I think really set a full from Graves. Yeah, so he still has a 1 bar reversal, but it's committal because you can't DHC out obviously.
Yeah, not being able to DHC, even though like all of his supers are amazing and I think safe for a bunch of contexts, even like demon stuff.
Yeah, because he recovers like pretty much instantly from the beam. Like you can just demon flip right away from it, and he can do it multiple times in the air, which is very significant. Like naturally, his damage is super good. His meter gain is really good because he just does so much damage. I do think what I found from playing him, I do think his best move is actually demon flip fireball. Because it just moves him forward with 2 Vivalds in front of him, so it adds that durability. It's like it just lets him move with a hitbox in a safe way because his Tatsu's not nearly as good as it was before. But the Fireballs cover such a disgusting angle as well that you kind of have to get over Akuma, which is difficult because Akuma's also really good at challenging super jump height by getting underneath someone.
That's another thing. When you Tiger Knee Demon Flip, if you you could get a lower base height than you get off of just doing the grounded demon flip. And
Oh, yeah,
when you
that's
do
cute.
that, you can get the cancel to like instant overhead. If I
Nice.
not have bad execution, right there, that was the overhead S. So,
Yeah,
like,
so
he
that's
has
the other
real-
big like Shin Akuma thing is he can cancel Demon Flip into S to just block. So his whole thing is being like very low commitment, high coverage. But he can no longer do dive kick Tatsu as like a really belligerent way to get in that just destroys projectiles.
Yeah, it used to be very unreasonable. Like the lack of DP into full combo into dead character, which he used to have, and the fact that like there are enough assists that are strong enough that if they get on the screen, he needs to give up his turn because like he has a good like his fireballs are amazing, but like his fireballs are not better than summoning a plasma beam and also throwing a fireball from a normal character, you know?
Yeah, I don't remember how much durability his S fireball has. The Zatsu one, because that's his. I think it's better fireball. Because that's really high durability.
And air version of it
But-
also good.
Yeah, that's the one you actually want to do when you want to fall with a projectile, because his regular fireballs holds the momentum.
Yeah, you either
Regular
want
air
to
fireballs.
do the demon flip version or the S1 if you want to inherit momentum, and use the non-demon flips ones when you want to cancel momentum.
Yeah, so I think the thing then comes down to, because I still think Shin Akuma, like, well, on point, obviously,
Yeah.
has
Never play him
really...
off point, anyone, because he will
Yeah.
ruin your DHCs and your X Factor for your other characters. Like, he actively
Yes.
makes your other characters worse by putting him anywhere other than point, so do not play him somewhere other than point.
Yeah, the advantage is he does have really good 99, because he can do the Tiger Knee DP tech where you 3 times... Okay, it's just... so it'll beat beams, but it'll lose to beam plus something else. But yeah, so the Tiger Knee DP tech where you get a DP, but if someone mashes throw, you'll tech their throw, because you've done a jump cancelled special. Or jump cancelled DPs rather than TK DP specifically. So he just has like a guaranteed 99 basically, because his DP, he has a true invincible DP, which is nice. I think his demon teleport is not nearly as good as it once was,
It used
but
to...
you can also still do it in the air.
Yes, he
'cause you could do it
once
3 times in the
It
air.
used to be three
Yeah.
times in there.
That was it, yeah.
Now it is not run away forever, because it used to be very possible for him to shoot and then like run away and just like stay on the opposite side of the screen while remaining invulnerable.
Yeah, but sorry, the thing I was going to say initially was like, do you feel that his like the tools he has on point are still strong enough to warrant him being like as high as he was considered in the past?
No,
Yeah. Because I just see it too often where you mentioned it too, where someone just calls like a hunk gamma assist. He gets clipped by 1 bullet because he missed time to fireball and he dies for it.
Oh, Shin Akuma didn't die because we have life regen on, but now, oh, we're in a terrible order now. So, bringing it to there. Down to talk about, or where should we put Shin Akuma? What are your thoughts on where he goes?
I think if you don't feel like that's good, I'd still kind of argue him being an influence restraints because of how powerful his keep away is. But he then falls into that perpetual situation of like, he has to constantly make the correct decision again and again and again and again. As well, but I'd say I kind of want to put him above Psylocke. I'm still like, there's part of me that says Shin Akuma believer because of how good his keep away is, but I do agree with the sentiment that where like because he doesn't have the ability to use the strong aspects of the game, i.e. assists and DHCs, the things that kind of inherently make characters good are being used against him, and he has to spend meter to deal with it partially, but then he has no way to like really get a surplus of meter because he'll never come in with 5 bars. So it's very rare you see Shin Akuma have like above 3 bars. And it's like, yeah, I could see that. I don't know if you'd put him even below that, but I think there's too much he's missing and he's lost too much to really be as scary as he once was.
I agree.
Despite me still being a Shin Akuma believer.
Yeah, I think that he and another thing is that if he has a bad matchup, and I think there are some bad matchups or like character plus assist pairings that are bad matchups.
Yeah.
And with another character, if you have a character assist pairing that's a bad matchup, you could be like, well, I'm going to struggle through neutral a bit, but then I'm going to try to DHC in, and maybe I could go for like a hard read that'll do damage to their assist for that DHC in. But Akuma doesn't have that. He's like, I'm going to need to just deal with this. I will not have an assist to make it so I could do something tricky. I just need to like outplay the bad matchup. And I think that when you need to outplay is your way to actually win, that there's a problem with trying to play that matchup.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was feeling
So-
as well. Maybe he's probably a really good counter pick character. If someone's picking like 3 cards that lose to Shin Akuma, you switch to him, that's fine. But like,
Oh yeah.
he's hard to play as like a de facto point character, because if he loses the matchup, then you just have to deal with it.
So having him in influential strengths and weaknesses, and then moving on to Gambit, sound good?
Yes, Gambit time. So
Gambit,
Yeah,
I feel we
love
could
this guy.
probably talk about pretty quickly, despite the fact that he's decent.
yes, I think he's the things that really stand out to me the most about Gambit are his cards, both the projectile and the super. I think those 2 things are like really obnoxious to deal with, because they're remarkably safe, and especially that super like the fact it does the pop on block sometimes means you don't always know whether you can punish it or not as well.
I think most of the time you can't punish it. Like, I would say that
Yeah.
it is less likely that you could punish it than you can't punish in like any randomly given situation.
Yeah, and then to a lesser extent, Royal Flush, not Royal Flush, the other one, the Shockwave Super, is also, because it's like frame 1 instant pulls to the screen. This is also unpunishable because he recovers in the air. So if you get pushed back full screen, which means you can DHE into this and it's pretty safe, you can't really do anything about it. You just get put full screen against Gambit. And then I think the 2 things that the people have the most issue with, I think you were showing off at the beginning as well, is jump S, stand S. Those 2 buttons are just enormous.
Dash stand S. It's from full zoom screen away.
Yeah, and is it unsafe now, or is it just like less safe? Because it's one of those moves that it probably has a degree of pushback that just makes it very difficult to actually deal with. Oh, that's reasonably unsafe as well, but I reckon from like max range, no one's punishing that.
And I also think that when you're mid-screen and you're doing stuff, it's going to like be more likely that they get knocked farther away, because in the corner you're like forced to stay close to them. Wow, look at how far, even if he's at point blank, after the block, he's like the point where his
That's significant
light's
pushback.
no
Yeah. Like,
longer-
pretty much all lights will whiff there, or a light will hit and it will miss the chain.
So,
But then at the same time, I think those tools are more annoying rather than just like explicitly really powerful. Because they, like, I don't rate the Cajun flip at all. Like, I don't think this is a real move. It very much is in the. There's no real polite way of saying this. I think it is a scrub killer.
yes.
Because I think a lot of the time people will look at their own character when they're playing the game and not look at what Gambit's doing. But because Gambit will only really be able to hit you if he jumps to the wall behind you, it loses to just jump back button or jump back throw.
My favorite
I think
example of this was that Psylocke is not a palette swap player, but he is a player that is fundamentally sound and looks at the screen when he's playing. And he fought against Gambit players, and 100% of the time he punished with air throw. Every single time it happened, where it's like people who look at the screen, they're not just thinking about their set play or whatever, but they're like reacting to what the opponent's doing. And I think he could set up situations where it's like, oh, there are times on incoming where it's actually like it could end up being a guess, but it's only if he has like advanced setup to help him and other supporting things that make it good. It should never be used in neutral. It is bad in neutral and should be avoided.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think the other things with Gambit too is he also has. I mean, he can technically do like flip or wall jump plus assists to get cross ups. So he has some degree of mix up, but I don't think he really has any true mix besides being strike throw. Like he loses a lot to like just defending or blocking because his just pokes are like really strong mids. But he's also very vulnerable to push block. So if if he press heavy and then goes into S but whiffs the S, then it's much more punishable than just doing S. It's the same. It's kind of like a classic dealing with Virgil thing. Annoyingly, I found that you can't jump in between button into cards if he does it from like a heavy. So you can't like chicken block the cards as reliably as you want to as well. His forward heavy is pretty decent too as well, but it depends on if a character's tall enough to block it. But he's also very, very poor defensively. I don't think he's not really good in scramble situations, unless he can find a gap to like zip out. But when he's landing, he's got like Virgil incoming, where all he can do is come in and land, and that's it. Otherwise, he just eats shit on incoming.
Yeah.
However, I think his supers are really good, particularly Royal Flush. His A assist is really good, and he's got like good enough normals that he can play neutral just by pressing S and medium and stuff. But I don't really think Gambit's that good.
Yeah, I'm slightly higher on Gambit than you are, but I think that I pretty highly value fast disjointed normals, and I do think that like his are noticeably good. They're not just like above average normals, they are like good normals. For specifically Jump Light, I think is very solid because it's relatively fast and it's also the size of a nation. But like Jump Light and Jump S hits from like almost all the way full screen, not quite full screen.
Yeah, that's like a good like third of the screen.
But Jump S and Jump Light I think are very good. Stand Medium I think is okay, and then 6H as you mentioned. But like everything where he uses his staff, I feel like there's a decent class of character that just has a really hard time with him being able to like press this and have cards available. And because there's some characters that have that, and then like I think that he's kind of just like a Shoto with better supers for the most part. Because like I think his basic projectile game is above average. Like Gambit's another character like Cyclops, where it's like, oh, you compare this to Psylocke's air projectiles, they go in the same 3 angles essentially, but his is infinitely better than hers because like the cards explode, he has frame advantage, the startup is decent, they cover the screen for a greater period of time, they're better against assists. Like I feel like the basic stats on cards and the basic stats on his staff normals make him a little bit better, but other than that, I agree with you on every single thing. It's like he doesn't have real mix. He wants to do strike throw. He doesn't have anything that's too degenerate, and I think other than his cards, all of his specials are pretty committal, so you don't really want to use them. And then cards are the only thing he could do in the air, other than pressing his enormous normals, and that's unfortunate. So where do you think we want to put Gambit?
I think he has to go. I don't know if he has anything matchup defining. I think, well, he does because the range of his staff normals. But I think it's only matchup defining versus other bad characters.
Agreed.
I think his habits. I'm leaning to put him in influential strengths and weaknesses.
Okay.
Because I don't think he. I think his, but his assist is really good though.
His assist is really good. It's true, but then like the people above him, even aside from Charlie, all of these characters also have really good assists, but they have complex things they could do in neutral that win the game.
Yeah, even simple things they do in neutral that wins the game as well.
Also that.
But then Gambit just has simple things he can do in neutral, but they're not. I don't think he has any like win condition. He can't like set up a win condition. He just like has to hope the opponent tries to counter poke his staff normal.
Yeah.
Whereas I think all the other characters actively do things that win neutral or force the opponent to make a decision. That I
feel...
can't put. I don't think I could put Gambit that high personally.
Oh, is that you think he's below Psylocke?
No. As in, like I couldn't put him in matchup defining tools.
Okay.
I think he's probably fine where he is. I think because Shin Akuma
has great matchups against some characters.
Yeah, and he just does way more in neutral as well, and he has like a more of an explosive impact. Whereas I think Gambit also has a weakness in that he can't really hit other people's assists that well. because someone calling an assist and moving forwards, and he doesn't have like piercing cards is a problem.
So maybe
I don't know
put
where
him
exactly I
after
put him in
Psylocke?
this list as well. Again, I'm also not a Psylocke, fully a Psylocke believer as well. So I'll let you make the final call on Gambit. But I feel like this row was correct.
This
I'm
row
just
is
not quite
correct,
sure where.
but not sure where. I think I want to put him above Bison, but I think that like Psylocke has advanced enough mobility that mobility is one of those things that scales with player skill very heavily. So I
Yeah.
feel like we haven't seen her be as annoying as she could be because we haven't seen as many people pick her up that are really leveraging how dumb her mobility is. So I think she's a bit above Gambit, but they're within the same range.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll agree with that.
So want to go to
Yep.
Sakura now?
Yes, Sakura time.
Okay,
So-
how do you feel about this character?
So I think she's actually in quite a weird spot because she was rated really low the first time, or in the last list you made as well, but she's confusing in that it just feels like all of her tools when she's not dark are wrong. Besides, I do think grounded heavy fireball is actually quite good because it goes to the top corner of the screen. So she just has this like really big normal and super jump height coverage, but that's it. Like it covers like a really disgusting angle, and this is also her fireball assist, which I think is actually really valuable. I think I like the fact that Dark Sakura was changed, but then because of some of the changes to her combo routing, the damage when she's in regular and dark is about the same. Like she has better damage when she's in light because she can do like her fireball loops. You can do launch her into jump heavy fireball, jump heavy light fireball, jump heavy light fireball, jump heavy light fireball S, and all that stuff as well. So she just gets like a ton of damage. Tabs added a new move for her, which was quarter circle back S or quarter circle forward S, which is like a OTG to reference her one super. This one, so it just lets her end combos regardless of what stance she's in. Which does help a little bit with combo routing, but her quarter circle back Tatsu super, characters will just fall out of it sometime because it's not a hit grab, it just pulls them up. So if they're too high, the hit after the rising Tatsu will whiff and it just drops. But she has no real screen presence when she's normal because she doesn't have a beam super. Her fireball super goes up forwards, and her air super is just directly down forward in front of her. So she just doesn't have anything besides light Tatsu when she's regular. Of course she can DP in the air as well, but I don't know if it's I doubt that's invincible at all.
No, it is not invincible. I was
good.
testing on my things.
Yeah.
And her assist version is also not invincible, but it hits really, really, really fast. But it
Yeah,
doesn't
that was
move forward
very-
almost at all. Like when she
Yeah,
touches the ground, the hit stun is almost immediate.
And then her Tatsu assist is kind of whatever. It's just heavy, medium Tatsu, I think. So I think she has damage, but no real way to get it. So then you're having to spend 3 bars to get her into Dark Sakura.
Dang, she doesn't even like hit Doom with that Tatsu.
Oh my god.
And he's a tall croucher. This isn't even like against the time swim. Once I get point blank. Oh, even at point blank! No, Sakura friend.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
Okay, so
So,
yeah.
but then you're forced to like, yeah. I think that's a problem with the hitbox rather than it like being intentional.
Yeah.
Because I was using this in neutral when I was playing her the other day, yesterday, and it was hitting. So I don't know what's going on here. It might just be a rising hitbox thing. So essentially, if where do I want to go with this sort of well, but yeah. So in regular light Sakura, she has nothing. Her buttons are kind of whatever as well. She has a really slow low stand medium, but it just like feels really bad to use. And then in Dark Sakura, she has like a proper fireball, so she has fireball that she can move with in the air as well. She has her Tatsu gets worse, I think. I don't know if it negates projectiles like Akuma's does, but it actually has less hit stun, I think. So you can't combo from it the same way you could with her light Tatsu. But then that's it.
Yes.
So her DP OTGs as well, which is just a nice little check, but that sort of thing. But yeah, she gets the beam super and regular fireballs, and it's like you're spending 3 bars to turn her into worse Akuma.
Yes, when we have Evil Ryu and Shin Akuma, and we're gonna actually get to it, but there's a lot of good Shotos. Even like Ken is a Shoto. I think Ken is a much more threatening Shoto than she is. And so I feel like Sakura, she's one of those characters in viable tier. Does that
Yeah,
sound
definitely.
right
Yeah, it's just like when you really break down what her tools are, it's all so ineffective and just not scary.
to you?
I thought her damage might be like redeeming her as well, but it's just so like her damage is fine. It's above average because she can hit like 760k for 1 bar from a light starter, but it doesn't justify effectively having no neutral.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, she is where she belongs at the bottom of Fireball.
dang. So she being a schoolgirl, you can still be stronger than a time traveling warrior from the future. So I guess that should tell us all that we should believe in ourselves at least a little bit. because-
Actually, she might be in Bishop tier.
No, okay. No, because like she.
Because
You're... No,
well,
look
if
at
to
her
summarize my
dash.
thoughts,
That's actually the difference. No. I think she can't be in Bishop's tier because when you move across... Oh, I need to change screens. Just a moment. Because when she goes across the screen, she moves like that. That means she's not in the Bishop tier, right?
okay, that's fair. I'll give you that.
Like, everything else I agree.
She can close
She's
space.
pretty close, but like, she has an okay... Or a slightly better than okay dash. And I think it may be even better in install. Like, she gets around the screen left and right way faster than Bishop. So I think she just can't be in the same tier as him, but she is not great.
Yeah. And that's why I appreciate the changes Tad's made to the character, but she needs something else.
Okay.
Or she could just be left as is. It's fine to have a bad character.
It is. It is. This is true. Do you want to move on to the next set of 3?
Yes. This now gives us Batsu, Lilith, and Red She-Hulk.
I am going to 99% default to you on Red She-Hulk. Even though I have thoughts and feelings on her, I know that they are less informed than your thoughts and feelings on the character.
I have big biased opinions on Red She-Hulk.
As you should. She's super cool. Like, I think that's one of the things to also mention is that some characters, like, we will get to a character named Jake later, and I think Jake is a bad character, and I think Jake is an incredibly fun character to play. So, like, I feel like it's very reasonable to have, like, strong emotional feelings on some of these characters. But starting with Batsu, before we get to anything, he has Light Fireball. This is a tool that is a better footsies tool than most things in the game. It has no recovery, and it is fast and big and does 100k damage and does chip.
Jesus. Yeah.
But Glass, why don't you say all the other things about this character after that one thing, which I feel is like very, very strong for him.
There's not actually a lot I know about Batsu that much. I've watched people play him, especially when he got like a set of changes. I think there's another character Tab's got his hand on. His dive kick is like one of the ones that was it survived the dive kick purge because it's not one of Tab's characters. But it's essentially Red Hot kick, but probably better because Batsu has arguably as good or better than it actually does Beautiful Joe does. In that the height he can do it from and the speed he can do it normal from is a lot threatening as well. Yeah, like his jump light or medium I think is instant overhead for a lot of tallish characters. So he's got pretty good high low in that regards. Oh, jump medium, that's it. His also I think it's quad circle back the flame kick he does. I think that's an overhead. It's essentially an unreactable overhead if it's still one.
Wait, which is often? Is it the one that says high and low only?
If you put them all guard crouch, he'll stand up if it's an overhead.
Oh, thank you. That is. No, it's not overhead.
Okay. Are any versions an overhead?
Just tried all 3. They are not.
Okay, never mind. I think it was an overhead, but yeah. In that case, yeah, this move is also not great. It's a move I've seen get push blocked. Like the button into it get push blocked and it gets whiff punished as well.
I think that's one of the challenges with the variety of Cali King's characters is they have things that are multi-hit forward moving things that in a bunch of other games that would be fine, but in Marvel we have Advancing Guard, so that class of tool just gets so much worse when it's like, oh, you could Advancing Guard the first hit, and then hits 2 and 3 are in a terrible location, and they're not going to actually do what you want out of them.
Yeah. But it might be plus because you can combo from it on a hit, so it probably is plus and block. The light one at the very least. But it's a good like neutral skip. Never mind, it whiffs on crouches. But I'd say yeah, the light bullet, fireball rather. It's I didn't realize it was that good. And then
so
he has jump
broken.
medium into dive kick, and instant overhead buttons. I think that's kind of all the character has, but that might all be all he needs. Genuinely having a big active fireball in front of him can probably help quite a lot. No, but do you know what the durability is on light bullet? I'm going to assume it's just 5 low. But if it's anything higher than that, this is good like anti-keep aways. You can just kind of out projectile most characters with this that aren't beams. That range is really generous too.
Yeah, like it is generally like this is one of the things where I think Batsu is like an okay character, but this move is ridiculous. We'll run into this a few times where a character has like, oh, this thing is substantially better than the other stuff this character does.
Yeah, but I think he has a DP super which might be invincible, which is also helpful.
That he gets the combo off of.
Oh, because it's jump cancel or super jump cancel. Right?
Oops, I tried to record a thing, but I was a fraud. just so record.
Oh, his launch was really ugly.
So invulnerable, and he gets the combo off of it, and along with that, for when it matters for other characters, like you get an assist that causes a knockdown on something, it also OTPs.
Yeah, so this is actually surprisingly good for DHGing as well, because you can just DHG before the last hit, because the damage is distributed between all of it rather than just the launcher. But yeah, so if it's 1 times 5, that means he's extraordinarily good into every other fireball character. Because he can outzone and then get over the top with like instant air dash button or super jump dive kick. So I actually think Batsu might be like reasonably good.
Yeah, I agree. I think like this move is generically great, or the fireball's generically great. Having an air dash means that, like, in contrast with other Shotos, he has a little bit more stuff he could do in the air. He could stall with the air projectiles, and he could choose to do one that gets all the way to the ground. So, like, he could do ones that are faster or slower, and then his dive kick, pretty degenerate, and he could use it to follow up things like his thing, and that was a combo right there. So, like... I feel like Batsu's base stats are good enough, and he has just enough of the like thing. Just like in TVC, they gave air dash to everyone, and having an air dash makes all characters better. So him having
can he air dash backwards, or is it only forwards?
Only forward.
Okay, that's a bit less good, but it's still like he has like the rival schools character thing. We just has like a super low air dash, which is just essentially unreactable. You have to react to him being in the air, and he can probably do something like instant air dash with heavy and then go into light if he has a move that doesn't hit that hits forward rather than on it. Yeah, which I think is just pretty cool as well. But I actually, just from seeing this,
Your opinion of
probably
Batsu's
rate him
gone
decently
up.
well. Yeah, he was in. I think he was in Viable before.
Yeah,
he was.
Have got up to
He genuinely might be a matchup defining tool with that fireball.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of characters, especially characters that don't have a lot of ways to change their mobility in the air, just him being able to like backdash in to do this or forward dash in to do this, like it keeps them from doing stuff on their favorite parts of the screen with very low startup and very low recovery. And like 100k is a chunk. If you hit with 6 of these, you almost kill Gloria. Like
That means it does slightly higher than average chip damage. It's like 3k more, but stuff like that adds up as well. Because the average damage of fireball does is like 80, 90k. So if he's getting like a 10 or 25% damage buff on a, or 11% to 25% damage buff on all those fireballs, that's that really matters.
So, with that in mind, another thing that I do think is important, just like we mentioned before, if you have a super fireball, this lets you kill assists, and being able to kill assists is great. And he also has one from the air, and I think both of those things are important.
Oh, be able to, especially down forward in the air is like that's very significant because that's a perfect DHC angle.
Oh, and unlike the people who are shooting beams, when he does that, it persists while your other character's able to do their thing. So
Yeah,
it's
very true.
better to DHC out of than like generic beam super that is at a similar angle or whatever. So
but
Batsu, it sounds like your feelings on Batsu had been pretty
I'm,
many. Now you're
I'm
like,
a believer. I would never have touched Batsu before. I just don't really like the character at all. But I'm big on that guy. I'd probably put him next to Evil Ryu.
next to Evil Ryu, right or left side, or does it matter to you?
I'd say to the right. He's better than Charlie.
He's
Charlie's
better
probably
than
going to
Charlie, yeah.
permanently be at the bottom of that
I
tier.
think that's likely.
Uh,
I think Charlie's like, dang, he's pretty cool, but all these other characters, like Charlie, doesn't have anything like Light Fireball from Batsu. Where,
Yeah, I think Actually, he might be better than Evil Ryu because I'm thinking about the comparisons here, in that Batsu has he has like a bunch of moves, but he has the ones that are good are like really efficient. But that light fireball seems crazy.
the Light Fireball is like that.
Yeah.
That is a move that, like, if you're a character like Wolverine Laura, this is an amazingly frustrating thing to fight because like it covers the entire ground, but like if you're like, okay, I read it and I got over it, he recovers before whatever you did to get over it.
Yeah, it's essentially a static sonic boom, but with a huge hitbox. I actually, you know what? I think because the other thing is, despite all of that, I don't think his support value is anything meaningful.
Let's double check that. I think you're right, but let's look at what all of his assists are. We got Lilith on
Because I think it's uppercut, kick, and firewall.
Let's see, which fireball is it? See, if it had been the light fireball as an assist, I would be like, this stuff's good, but it's the heavy one, and the heavy one is...
I feel like it's too fast.
Yeah, it's...
Because he comes out in front of you and it's really fast, which is not great for a fireball. And his other assists are going to be...
Wait, should he...
Butte.
Oh wait, I changed this on.
He changed to full Wolverines.
Okay, so beta.
Like, you changed Wolverine's assist. There you go. So,
Yeah.
the stream's delayed, so I missed it.
Flame kick. I still see it crossing through Doom here and not hitting him as he crouches.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want my assist to do
I think that assist falls into worthless too, unfortunately.
And then Gamma,
That probably OTGs.
probably
But it's
even with that,
it's similar to. I think he falls into the same thing as Charlie, as you just pick the fireball assist because it's the least bad.
I agree. Oh wow, that was sad. Wow, I'm sorry, Lilith Mains, for making your character look harder than they are. Yeah, it OTGs. But
Okay, at least it has that going for it. It seems quite fast.
yeah,
See, this is something I wish more people. I think because a lot of the creators that aren't tabs don't know this is a thing. I wish there were more invincible crossover counters. Whereas I don't think it's ever considered with characters. But then that's a little tangent. But yeah, I think I'd say because he has negative support value besides like a DHE into beam or fireball assist, I'd put him below Evil Ryu. But I think he definitely is in matchup defining tool.
I don't think if you had told me a year ago, no, trust me, Batsu is better than Shin Akuma, I think I would be very, very skeptical. But I think at this phase of things, it's like, he has enough good things going for him that he might be. So I'm amazed at that, but I also like the things that he has that are good are very good. So do we want to move on to Lilith?
Yes, Lilith time, and already on screen as well. Lilith, I think, is in a funny place because she's meant to be. Meant to be what Morgan probably was in VSAV, where Morgan was more of like a rushdown grappler, and Lilith is that. But I feel like because her buttons are like okay, she still has fairly stubby buttons. She has like pretty destructive buttons on medium and a heavy as well. But she has her jump heavy, which is Morgan jump heavy, so it's just like a huge 360 hitbox. Also, but I don't know if I'm as much of a believer in Lilith as I used to be. I used to think she was like somewhat redeemably good as well, but I think she can put out fireballs decently well, and she exists a lot in normal jump height. She probably struggles against a lot of other like zoning focused characters at the same time. And I think her damage has been her damage is still high. It's nerfed to the point where it really takes away the value of having like the sort of pressure she does. But I don't think I've seen enough of like Lilith post nerfs to maybe have like the full opinion on how good or bad she actually is at the moment as well. But I'm curious to know the notes you have on Lilith as well, in case anything. I'm not considering everything.
Let's see. Notes on Lilith. I think her rushdown is good. Like, I think that if she can make someone start blocking on the ground, the difference in between air dash down medium and air dash down into heavy and drop in things is that she has like a pretty solid high-low game that is reasonable. I think that every melee character who's not busted in some way just loses to her, like 100%, because I feel like they don't have good answers to her. Just like,
Yeah, they probably can't break her on air dash back fireball. Yeah.
yeah, she's just like choosing to put stuff on screen and not really interact with them. I think that they all lose to her, but I think a bunch of other characters also beat the melee characters.
Yeah.
I think that
I think
Shining Blade
that's
is really good. Like, Shining Blade has it's 3-frame startup, so it's faster than most characters' fastest normal. And
Yeah, but it's not invincible, right? It's like Morgan's. It's just
not
fast.
invincible, but it's fast and it has a big hitbox.
Yeah, and you can combo from it, which is significant.
Fast, big hitbox combo after it's safe on block. So that I think is good. I think that she beats melee characters. I think that there's also some projectile characters that this is just like general Hadoken status, but like they do not have a good answer if she puts like a few of those and then comes in afterwards. So I feel like the zoning characters who are zoning with specifically like relatively low durability things that are fighting her, those characters actually also struggle. But then I feel like if you're a character that has like decent zoning tools and you have like big normals, because as you mentioned, like some of her normals are like her normals are fast but they are not big, so she needs to like deal with people who have bigger than normals than her very consistently, and that I think is a challenge. So but then I'm like, with that being true, she also has a safe DHC in. She has access to an invulnerable DHC in that she could combo after. Like, I feel she has a very good suite of DHCs. And then I specifically despise the behavior of her Gamma assist.
The Harmonizer assist, yeah, where it just freezes the opponent.
And I'm like, oh, I could do this and I could freeze them and I could wait for a decent period of time. And oh, have you seen what happens if it hits an aerial opponent?
Is it the perpetual spin?
No, they just have the slowest fall. It's like they go all the way back to the ground, so you get like the launcher status, but then like they will go back to the ground from wherever they're hit at if they touch her.
That's hilarious. But yeah, this got brought up recently as well. Someone found this themselves as well. This has been a thing since her inception because of the way the move works. Because it's meant to be a meter drain, but it does it by healing the opponent. So it does negative damage, which is what takes away their meter. And I think that's what causes it to freeze. There might be some other aspect to it as well. But yeah, it's just been a perpetually bugged assist. From the beginning, it doesn't function exactly the way it's meant to. It was like a funky workaround, but it just makes it like it's because it doesn't do hit stun. Oh right, oh it does damage without doing hit stun. Okay, that's fair. Or negative damage because it's doing minus.
So I do not like that. Her other assists. I
think it's just fireball and upcut, right? That's the only thing she could have.
Yeah, but it's like Morgan where it's not actually her fireball. So she has. Is it on Alpha?
Oh, does she have Soul Drain as an assist?
Yeah, she has a version of Soul Drain as an assist, and I think that is. It doesn't go full screen, I believe, but I do think that if you're arbitrarily adding an assist to your combos for some reason, having that assist also reduce their meter in the process is a nice bonus thing to have attached to it.
Yeah, it's the funny thing with like meter gain assists is you kind of weigh up as like, does the meter gain from this assist build more bar than you would from getting an extension with a regular assist as well? Because you still get an extension because it's doing hit stun, unlike Harmonizer. But you're also draining a third of a bar, which is just good in meter economy.
So, do we have other things we want to talk about on Lilith, or do you feel pretty confident on where you want to place her?
Yeah, I feel that she's a very direct character in that way. That might be enough. Also, I think I'm probably not that much of a Lilith believer that I'd probably say she's better than Gambit. But I don't know if you put her in the rank above that as well. But I don't know if she's... I mean, having an invincible and super and also a safe super, safe DHCs are like nice. But I don't know if it's enough.
I think that her shitting on melee characters makes her like better than Gambit by a decent amount. So I think she's probably also better than Psylocke. But then I look at Shin Akuma and I'm like, but sometimes when I fight Shin Akuma, I just feel like this character is bullshit. So, and I don't feel that as often when I'm fighting Lilith.
Yeah, I've never played as Lilith or against her or seen anyone play where I felt like this character just looks unfair. She just looks like a good rushdown character.
I do feel she's unfair when she's fighting melee characters. When she's fighting some melee characters, and she's just like air dashing back and shooting repeatedly, and it's like, oh, there's a hitbox on screen the entire time, and if they block it, they're rewarded with her being at frame advantage and wherever she wants to be. It's like, it's bad. But
yeah, I think the other way to look at it is I feel like it's more of a concern if your character doesn't beat melee characters if they have a fireball. Like, the only characters that should lose to melee characters are other melee characters, realistically.
And, like, I feel like Charlie's fireball is bad enough that he probably will have a lot of decent matchups against melee characters, but, like, he doesn't just, like, destroy them, where I feel like Lilith does just destroy them.
Okay, that's fair.
But I think that this is a reasonable spot for Lilith. Like,
yeah.
She
but now...
seems quite reasonable. So, now, I believe that before she becomes Soul Bad Girl, or do you want to talk about? I assume let's just talk about non-Soul Bad Girl first because this is the reddest of She-Hulks.
Yes, I have opinions about both forms as well. So I'm this is my gal. I'm a huge believer of this character as well. So I think, like in the topic of melee characters, I think this is one of like the melee characters in that she is just movement and buttons, and that's really all she has. But I think something that's different from when she was last placed on a tier list is Sway.
Sway is so
but before we get to Sway, I think she has just obscene grounder buttons. Her stand medium, the Soul Fast Slash, is ridiculous. It's got a crazy hitbox. It's like plus 10 on block. It staggers on counter hit, so you can just press it like 5 times in a row. You can respond to counter push block really easily by doing like slide in, because the push block will space the torpedo to make it hit late. So it often catches people that do push block up back, and you get a full combo from that as well. Her stand light's really good because the way she's designed is in such a way that her lights have the hit stun of mediums, her mediums have the hit stun of heavies. So she has exceedingly high hit stun on everything, which means you can easily kick confirm multi-hit stand heavy. She doesn't have rapid fire lights, but she can do crouch light, stand light, which gives you the same sort of hit confirmable chain. Which is nice.
There's still a true block string in between light to light, even without them being rapid fire.
Yeah, they have ridiculous stun. Like again, you could. So also the funny thing is her medium's so plus and block. You can link 2 mediums together, or link a light after a medium, which I think is jokes. But because she is a single hit melee character, despite being able to steal plus frames a lot, she is very susceptible to push block. So she is unfortunately quite a team dependent character, besides like one circumstance. But I think because of the way she's designed, I think she uses assists extraordinarily well. She is on paper a strike throw character. Her most glaring weakness is her inability to combo from ground throw. She gets nothing from her ground throw at all. You could never combo from it.
I also feel like if she doesn't have meter, her life against zoners is so bad.
Yes.
But then she gets meter at some point.
Yeah, so she has 2 level 1 supers. So one is the command grab, which is an invincible reversal, which stuns on hit. Which means you can either do a full combo or you can tag to another combo to do an unscaled or reset the scaling. Usually only can tag in the corner if you've got a character with like a deep raw tag like Krauser. But I think her best move by far, Bionic Arm. Her, I don't know the actual name for this move, like
I
Black
also
Hawk
do not
something
know the
stinger.
name.
But this is ridiculous. It goes 2/3 of the screen. It can be spaced to be nearly safe because of its pushback. It's safe with an assist. If you've ever watched me if you ever watched me play in tournament, like a lot of rear neutral can be boiled down to assist plus this super. On response to seeing an assist, because you get a safe assist punish and it combos from hit. So unlike Spencer's, where sometimes you get like a pickup into 80k, Rachel gets a full combo from this, so she can build 2 bars from starting with a 1 bar combo, which means she is killing from basically every hit. So she's pretty meter dependent in that regards. Without any bar, she has no way to like break through keep away. But she is a character that gets zoned out very easily, but your opponent has to respect Bionic Arm at all times. She has one of the greatest gifts she was given was Sway Overheads, which is an armored plus on block overhead. So it's just like it pulls back, and people will try and like doing button plus assist into this, because people will see the assist as you back away and go, oh, an assist. Then we just hit this, and then you armor through it and you punch them with 130k damage overhead, which again just gives you like an instant kill. If they get hit by it too. So what a lot of people try and do is up back Red Shield, which she has great air throws, because her air throw OS button is a jump heavy, which is a previous jump S. Oh no, other way around. So it's a previous jump medium, sorry. So it's a really good button to trade with. She gets again a full combo from her throw, which has to kill. And her damage and meter gain like makes a lot of this stuff worth it. Which is like so like her key things is like sway overheads, or just sway in general, because it makes every single button safe. And the sway backwards can negate the full push block from a push block. So you can like do the sway and get the push or the sway back from a sway instead of the push block, which leaves you really close. And you can repeatedly sway normals too, because you can do sway, clothesline, sway. Just like make people constantly think that they're able to challenge. Her jump heavy, or jump medium, sorry, will instant overhead to all characters, so Doom's one of them. Where if you do dash, jump forward, medium, yeah. So with an assist, you can instant overheads characters that like to down back, because that is one of her greatest weaknesses. It's just taking the throw. So you have to make people guess between like strike, throw, but you can also instant overhead them with an assist, which makes her a lot more valuable in those regards too. But the key thing is she does, generically speaking, lose pretty hard to keep away if she doesn't have assist or bar.
But then, like, that's one of the things I feel she's one of the matchups that, like, you need to be really conscious of making sure you always have 1 bar just to threaten. Because I feel like if you use a bar and you end up in a situation where you don't, she's probably going to lose like around 1/3 of her life to get back to the point she has a bar again, because she's not going to be able to like do anything in neutral that'll build her meter other than block or get hit. So
yeah,
like,
she has less health than Red Shield, so she does she has health that she can afford to lose, and that's where you lose 1/3 of the health. But that's where like the assist makes it matter. So she is very team dependent. If you don't have like something that lets her follow up from like really get the good combo extensions while also working in neutral, or convert from instant overhead, or make her Bionic Arm safe, then she's a terrible character. But I think she has a way to like break the silent agreement of neutral, and actually be like a genuine threat to a number of characters. The characters that can play keep away from the air, auto loss. It's very difficult for her to deal with. She has to super jump and commit to like doing button into S, which is the butt slam, which is she can convert basically any hit, which is really good. But she becomes like Doom light in that aspect, where she just has to lose neutral for a bit and get that 1 hit, and then you kind of win set play off that. She also has really good incoming, because she has easy ways to set up guard breaks. Her jump has way less block stun now, so I think they actually recover before you hit the ground when you do jump heads like that. Whereas before it used to be plus on block if it hit really late. But yeah, it does recover like really quickly. It just has less block stun. But speaking of meter, there is her Dragon install, which is the funny press taunt 5 times and you go into Soul Bad Guy modes. And it's like, I think people go into this as like a joke because they can. But I think there's like a really important thing here is it makes her quarter circle forward super much worse.
It does.
So it becomes Tyrant Ray. So you lose access to Invincible Bionic Arm, where instead it's this close range double punch hit, and I think that is a significant drawback. But she has different style of like Unger here, because the most defining thing I think about install is that she gets Roman cancels.
What's the input
So-
for Roman cancel?
Attack plus S. So it costs half a bar. But you can make anything safe or plus. And you can just like a lot of the time
Wow, that thing
it's
reaches
somewhat
so
of a knowledge
far.
check. Say again, sorry.
This attack reaches so far for 6H and
Yes. So this is like another big thing too. Is she gets a giant fucking sword and a wall. I think she can combo into this from quarter circle forward light. Yeah.
Oh,
Or
when
maybe
she revs,
you
she
might
gets
have to do
so
quarter
much
circle
meter.
maybe.
Look at how much meter she gets just from dashing forward.
Yeah, so this is a Guilty Gear thing. She gets it when she air dashes as well. Because in Guilty Gear you get meter when you move forward.
Oh, she
So,
doesn't get from air dash. Weird.
oh no, maybe
No,
I'm misremembering as well.
No, that is how it works in Guilty Gear. You're right, but I think that's a thing that Tabs. I bet Tabs would change that if he recognized she did not. Have.
Yeah, but it's hilarious that just on incoming you can just dash forward and build like a third of a bar. So she gets the air dash isn't very good. It's like Dante's but worse.
She builds meter for plink dashing.
Yep. But the other thing you may have noticed is Retro currently has no life. If she drains health while she's in Dragon Install, there's no way to leave it either.
Yeah, I feel
but
because of that and the fact that she needs to deal with zoning, you should only really use this if you're also intending to X in the very near future.
Yes, because it offsets the health debuff. The last thing I would say is really valuable with Dragon Install. She gets a command grab, quarter circle back S or quarter circle forward S, wild throw. So it gives her a meterless way to open someone up.
Wait, which input is it?
They should not have it.
Oh, it's DP and S.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, but it gives her a meterless way to open someone up as well, which is big. She can also she can combo from her instant overhead with Roman cancel. So you can do like dash jump medium Roman cancel into falling button.
Oh, and she could also guess DP and Roman cancel.
Yeah, but it's like there's actually genuinely a lot of cool stuff in this, particularly with like the command grab and the Roman cancels. You don't often see, because the only person you really see go into Dragon Install is and he just does Grand Viper over and over again, which I respect. But I think losing Bionic Arm is like a really big drawback for this. I would usually only go into this if I know it can kill, and I already have a surplus of bar and X Factor, because you get. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the only other additional circumstance is I think if your opponent has already used their X Factor and they're a class of character that you can just kind of like gunflame for a while, and it's like you don't want, because like I feel the ways that you could win, you win through interacting, but like there's some cases where it's like, oh, if you have X Factor in 5 meters and you're fighting a character that needs to interact and you're like, oh, I no longer need to interact, I think that's one of the other situations that it's worth doing in.
Yeah, but I think it has genuine use, besides being like a funny thing as well. Even genuinely, the psychological aspect is weird because people will be like, "What the fuck is happening?" As you're going crazy on them. But there are some really bad moves. Grand Viper is one of them. It's a funny combo tool to end with, but you can't Roman cancel it, so it's a bit less effective. So you just have to commit to the whole thing.
With all that said, Red She-Hulk, I do not have anything reasonable to add there. Everything, I agree with you on everything, and especially that like you don't want to lose Bionic Arm unless you really have to.
Yeah. So, but genuinely, you had her as like the second lowest character or third lowest character before. I feel like she's in the tier above with interdimensional strengths and weaknesses. I think she exists. She exists in such a spot that you have to respect like that one key option. And it defines a lot of the character who she is. I think the fact that she like damage isn't always necessarily the doesn't always matter as well. But the fact that she can kill from any hit and build insane amount of meter. Her aspect as a battery is really good. She builds her own bar but uses it a lot as well. She has deceptively good assists also. She has torpedo, which is yet another low assist. in that like you can set up unblockable situations at OTGs, so it's useful for that. She has Heavy Strike, which is the one of the only restand assists in the game. I would have said the only, but Professor X is in the game now as well.
Yes.
Which lets you what seems genuinely anything with a safe DHE and a beam. That's all you need. So for context, when I play her, I play her with Krauser and Moonstone, and you have Krauser's install DHE and Moonstone's beam, and they're both perfect for her. This assist is like it's not really useful in neutral. It's like a good thing to fill up a block string, but the restand is significant because it lets you set up like for low damage characters like someone like a Rashid, where if you have like a proper third assist, it lets you set up situations where you can restand someone into instant overhead as well. It's just fantastic for combo extensions. Oh, another really good thing about Red She-Hulk, her team supers are really fantastic because she always gets Bionic Arm. So if you've got like a long enough DHE second, you can like do something as you can team super with Red She-Hulk and your second character. Yes, Jill's gun is good enough for what she needs.
It doesn't need to be anywhere near as good as Jill's gun. You saw it just worked with the Finishing Shower, and Finishing Shower is fine, but Finishing Showers is not like a long duration beam, and it worked just fine.
Yeah, and remember, if it's long enough, you can then get the jump medium instant overheads on low enough or tall enough characters. You can also set up your own fuzzies by just doing like if someone's blocking an assist, you dash jump into the corner, do a really late jump medium, rising jump medium. So you force them standing and you fuzzy them as well. Like that. Like you did that crouching, that falling light, you could have done dash jump medium, would have been an actual instant overhead on any character. Because when I first tested it, that jump medium works on standing Morrigan, so it works on most standing characters.
Everyone is not like
unfortunately, jump medium S doesn't combo. I would have liked it if it did. It doesn't combo on crouching characters. But yes, I am very much a believer in Red She-Hulk. I think she has like very specific tools you need to abuse, and the reward you get from them is significant. But she loses some matchups horribly, but has ways to cheat through them, and is very team dependent.
I agree with that. So with that,
I'd maybe have her above Cammy, honestly. I think Bionic Arm is just that good.
No, I think that Cammy used to have I think Cammy used to be substantially better because she could just fuck up zoning characters. But now it's like
I think maybe even above Bison.
When she I think you're right. Okay, is she better than Gambit?
No, I think Gambit has too many neutral tools. Honestly, I really think Bionic Arm is such a game changer. But I don't know if I can say she's better than Psylocke.
Yeah, I think that Gambit and her are close, and it could go either way. But something around there.
I'll say put her above Gambit because I'm biased.
Okay, we are taking the UK bias into effect and saying that Gambit, sorry, Red She-Hulk is just better than you because she could punch someone really hard while being invulnerable in a way that leads into a kill.
Yeah, she's too good at scrambles. But yeah, that moves on to our next three, which is the symbiote trio.
Oh gosh, these folks.
Oh, it's Gwen's not a symbiote. The spider
She gets to be a symbiote when she chooses.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, symbiote, true.
She has the privilege because she gets to choose when she wants to be a symbiote instead of just walking down the street as one.
Yeah. It'll be Gwen, Carnage, Venom.
Okay, Gwen, Carnage, Venom, and putting it back on screen. Is it cool if I take the lead in talking about Spider-Gwen?
Please do. This is one of your babies.
Spider-Gwen. So characters have strengths in this game, and we've talked about a lot of them. Spider-Gwen is the character who I think that when she starts making you block, she has the most ways to make it so you never stop her from making you block again. And I think the fact that she can air dash cancel things, the fact that she can zip cancel things, the fact that she has degenerate Spidey swing, the fact that she has a dive kick that is special cancelable, that's one of the things. Like Evil Ryu and other characters, we've seen that when they dive kick, they do not get to special cancel that stuff. She gets to do it just for free, and then also have access to it again. She has, in my opinion, she's the best at mauling people of anyone in the game. She is both good at... She's fast enough that getting in is terrifying. But I think, the nerfs to her actually really did matter. She no longer can zip backwards, which means her only backwards movement in the air is air dash back. And that is not great. So I feel like characters that just like shoot her a bunch are much better against her than they used to be. When she used to be able to like zip back, and also if she zipped forward from full screen away, she would get a full combo, and that was incredibly scary, where she just had like a disruptor speed thing where she got to kill you for free. But when she is near, she is scary. She has good advancing and falling things with hitboxes. She can cancel them and has light Spidey swing has essentially no startup and no recovery. It's like a sonic boom. Like, see how fast the second Spidey swing is in that? It's she is just like...
Just to quickly insert there, so this is a normal Spider-Man thing that carries over to her. His grounded spider swing, web swing isn't an overhead, but the air one is. So if you can do TK light spider swing, it's an instant overhead. And
Yeah.
which she could easily combo from.
Yes, she gets to combo from everything. Oh, that's another thing, is some characters like Doctor Doom, they have that like foot dive flail normal. Every single one of her normals hits both in front and behind her, so when she's in that weird situation where it's like it's not entirely clear whether she'll be on the left side or the right side, she very consistently can press a button, and then it doesn't matter if you dash to one side or not, she will hit you either side. And I think that is very strong for helping with her mauling, because like if you move just a little bit, she still gets to like be terribly fast pressure and punishes and all of that. And like her overheads are fast, her lows are fast. She can get to the other side very quickly. She has a projectile that is good enough, despite not being like amazing. It is enough. So I feel like Spider-Gwen... Oh, and when she goes into Venom mode, you need to do entirely different combos, which makes it slightly obnoxious, but she is faster, so her already amazing, like, level of, like, being able to just, like, belligerently move forward doing things is even better. So I find her to be, like, the best general offense character in the game, but I feel like certain classes of zoners are able to put things on screen in a way that now that her movement tools are not as good as they used to be are really bad for her. And specifically, I think that she loses to X, and from base cast she loses to Morrigan. But other than that, I feel like she's fast enough and has enough angles that she could do things in, and enough different ways to change her momentum that she could get around a lot of things. And I think because of that, she's just one of the best characters in the game. On point. She doesn't have any shit that she gives to a team. Like when she's not on point, it's like you could get a web ball assist. Okay, you could DHC into a big
so
circle.
fast.
Yeah, in Spider-Gwen it is pretty fast. Speaking of fast, like oh my gosh, Carnage is wonderful in that way. But like Spider-Gwen in Gwenom mode is so incredibly fast that it is not reasonable. But she's incredibly great character. I used to put her in like the very top tier, but I think that her nerfs have mattered. She is a little bit easier to integrate with the team because now, at least when you DHC into her, she has a DHC that could be a little bit more like team friendly in that.
I also think this is what I wanted to mention with this too. I think this is actually a pretty significant buff because it lets her do happy birthday combos or end happy birthday combos, which she couldn't do before.
This is true. So I feel like Spider-Gwen. Or what are some of your thoughts on Spider-Gwen, Glass?
No, I think you covered pretty much everything. I have the same sentiment. I've only really played against Spider-Gwen, but she's such a sticky character because there's like some other small things like she can jump, cancel, stand heavy, which just let her like be safe constantly. But she can also like negate push block really easily. No, not necessarily really easy, but she can negate push block like very reliably.
She has lots of different tools to negate advancing guard too. So like, oh, you want to let's have him stand so it's easier to hit him. You could air dash to do it. You could Spidey swing to do it. You can zip to do it. Like she has just so many things. If you time it right, I think you even get to dive kick to do it. Just a second. Like, that's 4 different ways to negate advancing guard. Oh, also, if she's on the ground, she could jump cancel, and that'll do it too. Just like,
Yeah.
so she's just like a character with like multiple different ways, and if she's used one of them, she still has access to the others, and a lot of them can be done on reactions. So like a lot of characters, when they're doing their degenerate thing to deal with advancing guard, they kind of need to guess when you're going to advancing guard. With her, she could just be doing her string and then see you do it, and it's like, oh, I will use one of my many moves that all beat this that will leave me plus.
Yeah. And it's all stuff that she was going to do anyway. So she's kind of naturally, she just naturally negates push block too. Is she, and she can't combo off her throws anymore solo, right? Because of the
She can't combo off of ground throw. She can combo off of air throw. So
okay, that's good.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought she lost her throw conversions without assists, but that's still very significant then.
Yeah, she can't do any ground throw conversions. Actually, is this fast enough? Oh, she could super into DHC.
Okay, that's still pretty good. It's something.
Yeah, but nothing that lets her confirm. Oh, her supers, we didn't really talk about them because they're not that or like they are not things that give her particularly good DHC power. She has a circle. If the circle is big, having a big circle is good. And it's a cinematic, so if you counter poke someone with it, you could get through their projectiles, and that matters to some degree. I personally despise having a character with a quarter circle back input and a half circle back input.
Yes, there's so for anyone wondering why reverse DPs exist in this game, it's because it avoids overlap with half circle back characters. There'll be characters that have both as well, but when you see characters like Thor, Wesker, and someone, they don't have any quarter circle backs for that exact reason. But unfortunately, there are 2 characters, Spider-Gwen and Stars Wesker, who have that overlap, and it causes problems.
I have feelings about it, but my feelings do not impact the tier list at all because you could just do the correct input.
Yeah, it is ultimately a skill issue.
Yeah, it is a skill issue, but it's a skill issue that that impacts me. So that means it's a very important skill issue. But
yeah, I don't think there's anything else I could add because you mentioned all the critical stuff with Spider-Gwen. It's just a case of because last time you had her in point characters that find again above Jean Grey or in front of Jean Grey. Where do you feel she stands now?
Okay, I feel terrible about saying this, but I think that just like Shadow Lady is here, I think that she's pretty near Shadow Lady, but she's like, Shadow Lady is the balanced version that is like, oh, this character has good assists, this character can do some good things on point. Spider-Gwen is just, this is all point, but the things she's doing on point are pretty unfair. So I think that she is in the like top range of this tier right here.
Yeah, I can see it. I think there'd probably be like if there was ever a future change, like one small change could probably bump her back up to the upper echelon.
Yes. 100%.
But she's where she is now. There were significant enough nerfs. There were meaningful nerfs. Some of them I was explaining before that I excuse me, sorry, but because it changed movement, the nerfs can feel bad when you're an experienced Spider-Gwen player. But from a playing against Spider-Gwen probably helped a lot more. But yeah, I think that's completely reasonable because she just has a billion options on point.
Yeah.
And isn't fantastic against keep away, but she has options where some characters don't.
Yeah. Oh, and she has a projectile in the air that is pretty low commitment, and sometimes she gets to like go in after it. So she gets to like kind of be patient when she's not moving forward. Like I feel that's one of the areas that even though I would think more technical stuff with Spider-Gwen, Hamon outclassed me in the fact that like he was much more willing to be like, oh, this is a time the correct thing to do based on how they're zoning and playing the game is to super jump and throw web balls for a while and then wait until they go into a pattern where you could see and you could punish by like getting a dash forward into a zip or something, instead of being like, well, I just need to go in, being like, no, it's okay to still just be patient. Even if you're not like a great character at full screen, you could still be like a good enough character at full screen.
Yeah, that's pretty classic Spider-Man stuff. Is just annoy the opponent and then go in when they go in. Counter poke, cross counter them.
So Carnage is up next.
Yes.
Do you have strong feelings on Carnage?
I do. I think it's somewhat known now. The last thing I was doing when I was modding was a rework of Carnage because I think right now he's he's just like he's all speed. Oh, you're still here, Krumi? Thanks for stopping by. But he has like these massively distorted sword normals, but he also has some other really terrible normals that just like make him worse. Like I think his medium's really bad, but his stand heavy is really good. His jump S and jump heavy are really good. But his I think he doesn't have rapid fire crouch light anymore. I don't know if he ever did. It's like the Wolverine X-23 crouch light. Yeah, it's not crouch light rapid fire anymore, which feels really bad. Because like having a speedy character that has no hit confirmable light is unfortunate. So you kind of have to use the medium, and then his medium is really bad. But then he also in the current set he's in. He's got the quarter circle back light, the Seismo. He's got the Seismo, which is you can't jump cancel on block. So there's not really a reason.
No, it's still okay.
No, heavy you could never jump cancel.
Yeah.
But yeah, but it also because of the way it works, there's no pre-jump frame, so you can't jump cancel it into anything, which means it kind of gutted his combo routing. So he essentially has no like real combos. But his like very low damage, his supers are really bad. He has no good like block string moves because his quarter circle back light I think is currently really unsafe, or no, or maybe it's like giga safe, but it's bad on push block.
Yeah, it is safe, but it's that thing we were talking about with Kali King's characters of multi-hit forward advancing.
Yeah.
That in any other class of game that doesn't have a tool as ridiculous as push block would be like, oh, this move is pretty good. It's like, oh, there's really basic counterplay to this that makes it not good. And even the first one, it's like it is, even though it's fast, it's still going to like get him out, and then he needs to engage again.
Yeah, and there are some hits whiffing on that when you do it from that range. I think as of right now, I think the only good thing Carnage has is instant air dash S or instant air dash heavy, the big sweep, because it's that sometimes that forward heavy won't combo into his launcher properly. But it just doesn't. He's a character that doesn't feel like he just feels incomplete as he is, where he just like sort of auto loses to push block, and there's not really a fear of getting hit by him in that sense. I think his supers are just really underwhelming now as well, because his DP super has no pushback and does pretty low damage too, so it's like not useful for punishing. Yeah, that's 204k. Maybe it wasn't mashed, but that was mashed.
I'm a mashy lady. Like, I'm one of the people that even I'm like playing Ultron and I am mashing. It's like, you can't mash his beam super. That does nothing. But I'm like, but it's a super. If you see super
I still mash Virgil's Dimension Slash always.
Exactly.
I've known for a long time it's not mashable, but it just feels good. I hate mashing, but it feels good to mash it Virgil's. But with Carnage, he also can't combo from all of his throws. So you get a speedy character like this. That is like a high-low throw character. He doesn't necessarily always get everything. Yeah, he gets up too quickly. So you get medium, and then you barely get jump forwards. But if you throw them out the corner, I think...
Do you not get to jump forward out of his thing? I'm holding up forward.
Yeah, you are. I wonder if it's because in command combo it's set that the cancel is an up jump rather than up forwards.
Okay, yeah, I think I just need to, like... I can't be holding it. I need to just do it later. But
yeah, but that's just because of how it's designed in the thing. It's not a real jump. It's telling it to jump if you hold up forwards, rather than it being the jump command. Yeah, there's no up input there. That's bizarre.
Yeah, there's no up input, and I was getting straight up and like, dang.
But yeah, I think Carnage, as of right now, has nothing that makes him truly scary as a character. Like it's sort of like Iceman. Symptoms where he just has like some good buttons, but then they're not scary because the rest of the kit isn't scary. He has like crazy good movement, which is nice. He has an air dash he can do forward and backwards, which is nice. Can he even do it backwards? Yeah, it's just forwards. I remember now. But it's I think if you're going to instant air dash anything, it would be jump S rather than like Cyclops here. But he did get kneecaps as well. But I was reworking this character at one point. Like a lot of the stuff was different, but who knows when I'll get back to it. But Yeah, I can't see this character be like I feel like he's at again at the very bottom of viable. I don't know how you feel about his
Bottom
speed
of
and
viable?
range.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to push back a little bit here. I think that when we look at the bottom of viable, we're looking at Sakura, which is a character that you were like, I don't know if this character belongs. If we need to make a Sakura bishop tier. You were saying that,
Yeah.
and
Well, I
Carnage
should
is
clarify.
so fast that like even I think that being able to do 3 dashes into heavy and hit from full screen in that short of a period of time is actively good.
So you know what other character does that? Iron Fist.
Yeah, but
You know
Iron
what?
Fist doesn't have a sword, and Carnage does. I think that is a very meaningful difference that, like, and Iron Fist does not have things he could do in the air, and Carnage can put up a wall in the air at any point with air dash to stop his momentum into H and then just covering a huge area. And Iron Fist has nothing that covers a huge area in the air.
Okay, you've convinced me.
But my argument is not that he is good. My argument is that like,
he's not that bad, yeah.
He is slightly... Oh, I wasn't showing the thing. So that's funny. I was like, oh, they'll be able to see what I'm doing, but I just have the tier thing up. But I think that that is good. And I also think that that... Dang it. Wow, my inputs are bad. I think that that is also good. And I think that the fact that he could stop his momentum in the air with air dash into falling H creates a really good wall. Like, you see how it just, like, comes down and covers a really large portion of the screen for a long duration? And
yeah, like Iceman.
Yeah, but Iceman doesn't have an air dash, so he can't, like, he'll just rise into the air doing it, and it'll be sad forever. While Carnage, on the other hand, is like, oh, he could, like, react to what someone's doing, change his behavior, and then do stuff that's actually meaningful. So I'm not arguing that he's good, and I think everything.
Yeah. I'm just being a Carnage hater.
But like, I think stand heavy is actively like a good thing, not even just like not bad, but actively good. And I think air dash into H as a space control footsies tool is incredibly strong, and everything else about him is kind of struggle like. Oh, yeah, one other thing is that the heavy version of Axe Hands is just like, it's very easy to randomly cross someone up, and then if it crosses up, it's one of those things that's like, it can get in between someone and their assist, and then hit them with the back side of it, and hit the assist with the front side of it very easily. So
yeah, I feel
so I feel like it's one of the things that like is kind of a hard read move, but he gets rewarded for that hard read move. So I think those are the only good things about Carnage, though, right now.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think it's a bunch of moves that just aren't feasibly usable.
So
but we'll put above Iceman for now.
Yeah, I think above Iceman.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we'll have to see the other cards.
How is he in relation to Cammy? I think he's worse than Cammy, but is he in the same tier as Cammy, but worse?
I don't know. I think Cammy has real pressure and actual mix-ups.
You're right.
So that alone, I think, puts above Carnage by like I think there's as of right now, there's a pretty big gulf between Carnage and Cammy.
Okay, I could see that. I just the giant sword normal, both air and ground, that he could do movement cancels with. I do think is powerful, but then like all her other tools work, and his other tools don't necessarily all work.
Yeah, as they are. But yeah, I think we'll leave Cammy there for now.
And with that in mind, the final symbiote?
It's a Venom.
So
again, a little bit of bias in this guy. This is a character I did do. I did a little mini rework for him because he was another character that was like, he was pretty obscene, and then he got over like brought in line. Guile is that good highs, and then I just sort of made the character function a bit more. So the kind of goal I had with Venom was like mobile big body. So he's designed in such a way that he still loses to like hard keep away, generally speaking, because he has a lot of like he's a big like move with hitbox character. But besides Venom Rush, which right now I don't know if you would, from how you felt when you played him a bit extensively post rework, is probably his best move.
Yeah.
Because it as of right now is a really like obscene active hitbox, which is one of the things I meant to bring in mind, but I've never gone back to. So he does like okay into keep away characters, but I think he loses to like hard keep away. as well. But he's got really good damage. His mobility is fantastic. I like to think so anyway. Because he can zip in all sorts of directions. His round plink is pretty good. His buttons are really good. Stand heavy especially. Well, his heavies are really good. His lights and mediums are pretty bad. But he's got really good ways of opening people up. Because he's got like a pretty strong throw game. He can really dispense overheads. And he has a really he has neutral skip because he can do assist plus Venom Fang, which now works properly, so it doesn't just randomly drop unless you do a ton of stuff. As a battery as well, his meter gain is really good because he's got a lot of high damage, many hit moves, so he builds a ton of bar during his combos. So it really benefits the characters that need meter behind him. Also, but then his assists are kind of like mediocre and his DHEs are pretty bad. So he's kind of de facto a point character. And like if he ends up second, it's okay because he's got the Venom Rush Super. I don't even know the name of the move. And he's also got the Capture State Super, which can cause some like tricky resets.
I agree on everything you said, except I think the Venom Fang assist is actually quite good.
Yeah, because it used to be like 3 hits, and now it's the medium version, so it's like 7 hits or 6 hits.
And
so it's like
it starts up really fast for how far forward it moves. Like when it's right here, they need to block it, and they need to block it like very soon after he's summoned.
Yeah. So with this move, I added startup to it. I think I added 4 frames of startup to the assist. Because it was like instant. Like he would touch the ground and was instantly active. But yeah, it's one of those moves that it feels weird in neutral as an assist because it has no hit stop. So it just all the hits happen really fast. But at the same time, it's a good like gap filler assist, but it's nothing special.
I think that the startup speed makes it like I had been thinking it was not that great, and then there were a few times where I fought against it and I was just like, I'm getting hit in a lot of situations I do not think. Like in a situation where it's like, oh, the person advancing guards me away, and then it's like, oh, the Venom's able to like come in from even if he's like way back. Oh, I guess I didn't get pushed back far enough. But like, it feels like it gets you back in pretty easily, and that like there's a pretty far footsies range where it is good.
That's cool. I didn't even consider it. I thought it was more just a filler assist than anything, but that's very good.
It's better than I thought it was initially, but I'm not saying it's not.
It's by no means a good assist. Yeah, it's just
it's okay.
It's functional.
Yeah, and beta, OTGs, and the one that Xbox uses, who's one of the primary Venom players, is the Gamma assist with the trap. Which
this is the assist I wanted people to use more as well. I realized this assist, but yeah, it's a low hitting capture state assist. So it's good for like forcing like little tricky resets, and then as you just did there, like setting up unblockables as well. The assists like this are funny because you can call it and put it down, and then Venom will recover while the assist is still there, and then you can hit someone and use it in the combo. So because it's the same thing with like drones where the assist can go away
before the first hit comes from them, so it's not getting whatever the lockout is. Yeah. So Venom, where do you think Venom goes with all of those things being said?
So, as the person who's changed him the most recently, I'm curious to know where you would put him, because you're the one who played him a lot more than I did after I did the testing with him.
I think that he belongs in this characters with matchup defining tools, because I think that like, as you said, he's one of the most mobile of the big bodies, and he doesn't commit when he moves. Like when he zips, he's able to block. So that makes him very different from like a Gwen. And I think being high mobility makes it so like even though he's a big body and he's going to eat some chip, he could just like be patient and pick his slots. So I kind of want to have him probably. I don't think he's quite as good as Rashid. I think Rashid is better than him.
Yeah, I agree. I'm saying somewhere probably in between.
Somewhere around here.
Maybe. I think because of how good Venom Rush is, I think it gives him like viable keep away and counter keep away options. But I feel like I don't know. There's part of me that feels like he probably sits in between either Ryu and Laura.
That would be reasonable, I think.
But because I just think he like the lack of support value is there, and he's got like quite good point value. Where he can really shut down a lot of characters, and he has the life to tank a lot of the key point he has to deal with. And he's a character that kills now as well, because he just builds so much meter, and he does like 600k meterless, and then nearly 200k with a super and DHCs pretty well. He does have somewhat limited DHC synergy, going from his quarter cycle forward super. So I think that's a factor as well. But I think that's fine. I think if he had better assists, he'd probably end up going above Cyclops. But I think he's okay there. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with Venom here too. That makes a lot of sense to me. So, do you want to move on to the next team?
Yes. So
Also,
Asura.
thank you for playing or for hanging out super late in order to discuss these things. I appreciate it. For those who don't know, Glass is from across the pond out in the UK, so he's doing this at like the AM hours at this point, I think.
It's 1:15 at the moment, yeah. So we are almost certainly not going to be able to finish this tonight. But we'll see how far we can get before I have to call it a night.
So, Asura?
Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter.
And then X. X indeed. X.
So if you do the triple character thing, X is the best character. But let's talk about some Asura before we get to that. How are you feeling?
This is another character that's gone through like some pretty wild changes. Where when on initial release he was like terrible. And then he's had like buffs and buffs and buffs and buffs and buffs as time has gone on as well. And then he had to the point where his quarter cycle forward S was, as you described it, one of the best moves in the game.
It was.
And then it got.
I missed it.
And then it got reworked like a month later. Not reworked, but re-angled essentially. And then he got the custom animations changed. So the animations you see now, they're fairly recent in the grand scheme of things. And they've worked somewhat to his favor. The animations, because he has some pretty he is another big Unga Bunga character. He just has so many forward advancing, relatively safe moves. Like his stand medium and stand heavy just launch him forwards. His crouch heavy is not nearly as good as it once was as well. But it just has that it's just like a weird poke you can do. Crouch medium's like deceptively good, but I don't think it's a low anymore. It's also really active.
Low anymore? I didn't realize that part. Oh, not being a low is unfortunate.
Yeah, that was like a big change for him. I think his crouch heavy's not a low either. Was that changed?
Crouch heavy also not a low, so as soon as you have seen him block it, or if he has made you block a thing, no more things in the string can be low because he can't do stand light into crouch light. So if he's doing a string, none of the things are going to be low until after he does a follow-up for his Rekka. So you know that if he's
the light
doing
follow-up
a
is a low,
normal, you don't need to hold down. I mean, you don't need to hold down back.
He has two overheads. His forward heavy is an overhead, and the medium follow-up is an overhead as well, but they're both very slow. His quarter circle back light is funny because the light follow-up is somewhat unsafe, but it has a lot of pushback. So it's actually very difficult to punish. I think from what I tested, it's like -6. So there are some characters that actually can't punish the light follow-up to this move because of the pushback it has. So the longest range button I could beat it with was like Magneto Crouch Light, and that was if you did this point blank and Magneto the tip of Magneto Crouch Light whiff, then a second light whiff. So it's at least -5, but I think it's -6. But there are certain characters like playing DMC1 Dante, he just cannot punish this move, which is funny. But so when you play against Asura, he's a character you don't want to push block until you've blocked that move, the quarter circle back, to make the follow-up whiff. At the same time, that means that he is absolutely no mix-ups because he just loses to push block. He's a big like forward advancing move character, so he's very easy to kind of get like frame trapped by accident. But he's a character you can somewhat safely down back against. He can combo from his throws by himself, which is good. He gets a ton of meter from his solo combos, which is very nice. But he, as a drawback, his highest damaging super, which does like his quarter circle forward super, which does considerably more damage than his quarter circle back super, is also very difficult to DHC from, because it does a ton of damage here, but all the damage is in the last hit. So, but many characters can't DHC from the characters being that high.
I feel that... Wait, there was 288 there. I think that when you hit people optimally with it, it does like 330 damage. It does so much damage when you get the hit with all of it.
So his super scaling is ridiculous. It's like 60% super scaling, so he gains like 250k from that super alone, which is very nice. But he gets like royally rocked by keep away. He doesn't really have any keep away tools, or anti keep away tools. He's good at stopping people getting underneath him, but it's very rare you need to ever move towards Asura unless you're playing a melee character as well. But because the angle this covers is so steep, if you're close enough that he can do it to make you block, you can neutral jump and it will usually make it whiff, and then he's got a dead zone in front of him, and if you get underneath him, then he's just a sitting duck. The ground one's like fine, it just stops people moving, but it doesn't really do any chip. So at the same time, Asura doesn't really build much meter or neutral. He's sort of in the same vein as Venom, where he has to just take a lot of chip damage to be able to build bar. So at the same time, he is extraordinarily team dependent, because he needs something that lets him neutral skip. Otherwise, he's just not doing anything.
Speaking of neutral skips, though, he also has a bionic arm that you could use an assist to make safe on block like she held, except he could also do his in the air.
Yes, it used to be armored, but I think it's now actually invincible.
It is actually invulnerable now. So I feel like that move is like the salvaging best thing about him.
Yes, in the same vein that it is for Red She-Hulk, is like he just has that to go through things, and but he needs to, because he just, if anything, he might lose to keep away more than Red She-Hulk does, just because Red She-Hulk's buttons are a bit better, and she has like a low threat. But Asura needs to like interrupt things, so he's fine. I think it helps that he's also in the same vein where like he actually does less damage than Red She-Hulk does from like the sort of hits he gets, like from assist starters and so on. Red She-Hulk does more damage because their scaling's better. Excuse me. But I think he struggles a lot versus a lot of characters for like a somewhat average rewards. But it's like, as Hive says, like when he hits someone with a clean hit, which doesn't often happen that often, like if you get like a single hit assist or you get a clean hit with stand medium like a counter poke, they will die, like they explode. But I just think his incoming mix-up isn't scary in the same way that like a melee character needs their incoming to be scary. His DHGs outgoing are terrible, much in the same way, as in like when he's coming in. Sorry, when someone's going out, he's coming in. Are terrible. They're good for damage, but not for neutral. And he only does have some options because he can do the punch move in the air to like pulse his momentum, and he recovers really quickly afterwards. Asura's down heavy still OTGs. It just has less hit stun, so you can't do it a million times. But yeah, I think Asura's in a very unfortunate situation where like he like his design wise it fits the character perfectly, but that's not good in this game. Where you just have to brute force something. At the same, also in the same way with Red She-Hulk, he's very vulnerable to getting snapped out. So he's a very high health character. He's 1.25 million. And it's very rarely worth spending all the resources to kill Asura when you could snap him out and bring in the assist character he needs.
Especially when it's like he needs assist to function properly. So him being as an anchor is like, oh, he's going to have to like hard read, guess, and then X Factor to try and save himself if he's wrong. And then probably is going to have to hard read, guess again, because you could just hold down back.
Yeah, that's just it as well. If you can react to overheads, because his overhead's like 30 frames start or something, which to me, like, I have a brain issue where the faster the overhead is, the more I can react to it. But those 25, 30 frame overheads, I see them and my brain's just like, this is an overhead, and then I don't move my thumb to block high, and I get hit. But Nova's instant overhead, I block it every day. But if you can block overheads, he really is just not threatening at all.
Though, if you're able to block the fast ones, when Beautiful Joe just like does his little overhead with his wrist, do you
That doesn't
block
count. That's a cheater overhead.
that is a cheater overhead. Okay.
Yeah, a 15 frame invisible overhead is not a real thing.
That's true. So, with all that in mind,
but-
where should we put
Yeah, so
Asura?
I think Asura is worse than Red She-Hulk.
You think Asura is worse than Red She-Hulk? Do you think Asura is worse than Gambit?
Yes.
Do you think Asura is worse than M.Bison?
No.
Okay.
I think because they're in the same vein where they both have like a really neutral skippy tool, whereas Bison can do it by himself, where Asura needs an assist to do it, but then he does somewhat get something from it. I think if he can sort of like Retro, he can force like a fuzzy situation perhaps, and then do like a rising overheads, like jump light into punches, and he combo from that. I think the fact he has the reversal super and as a combo tool is really powerful. The fact he can do it in the air is really significant as well, actually. I suppose I'm curious to see how you feel about this. But the fact he can do it on incoming is really important.
Yeah, I think that actually slightly mitigates the thing of saying like, oh, if you snap him out, like a lot of the characters, like if you snap Red She-Hulk out when she's incoming, she's just eating your mix, and it is sad for her life. And Asura, if you snap him out and then he's falling in, he can do bionic arm in the air, and then if he's wrong, he could still X Factor and be plus, or just be X, or not necessarily plus. Like the person dodges it, but like he could be on the opposite side of the screen and safe. So I do think that air bionic arm is very powerful, but I think this is probably still the right place for him. Is like he doesn't. Like Psycho Crusher is better than his tools, but then he has more things that are basically functional than Bison. So I think that this is a pretty solid spot for him.
Yeah, I think if Asura had like more functional normals, like lows, not so jank hitboxes, I think he could probably be above Red She-Hulk as well.
Oh, assists.
I
don't actually know about his assists very much.
Oh, he has rapid punch assists. He has the DP, like the armored pulse thing, and then he has quarter circle back light as an assist.
Yeah, the quarter circle back one, I can't imagine ever using for any reason.
Yeah, it's just there because it's the only thing it could be.
Yeah. Mantra is actually okay. It's fast and it's big.
It's armored as well.
Like I'm back here, and this armored fast big thing is coming out, so
it does a lot of damage actually.
Okay, so but none of that changes his placement. We're putting him in the area just above Bison, just below Gambit, in the characters with influential strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. Now, Monster. This is another character I adore. I love the Monster series. I've played her a lot in Infinite. I think she lives somewhat of an unfortunate, not somewhat. She lives a very unfortunate life in this game. Because a lot of stuff that made her good in Infinite, she doesn't have here. She doesn't have armored jump heavy punch in this case. She can't do like big move into tag, so she has to commit to a lot of her big moves on her own as well. The charge force, the sword assist is now super armor. It was hyper armor. Now it's one hit of armor. But she's one of those characters where, how do I phrase this? She's another character where I feel like you should never get hit by Monster Hunter. Like there really is no fear to just down back this character, because she can do like assist plus roll, but only from a close range because her roll doesn't necessarily go as far. Button into roll isn't real because you can just push block the roll. She can't even steal the corner versus Doom. That's hilarious.
Oh no, the roll no cross up.
Oh, it doesn't even cross up. Never mind. It used to do it in Infinite, but I think you need to be in Demon install then.
I think she's a substantially better character when she's in the install. She's the only character in the game though that like you can't just go into install. You need to do a thing that's wildly unsafe to go into install, so she can't like have that be a part of her game plan.
Yeah, that's just, like the Demon install's really cool because it lets her dash cancel things, so that's always fun. But again, I don't think it helps her mobility and it makes stand heavy dash into like safe, like properly safe. But
Plus,
but I don't think it's impactful enough. Like she just has nothing really going for her in that regard. Like she has big armored normal, so she's good at counter poking people that aren't good at playing around armor. Her arrow just is so much startup. It has a ton of durability, but it's just a ridiculously long startup for a projectile. The down heavy arrow is good because she can do it on the way down. She has hyper armor on the rolls. Can she roll cancel the startup of the draw slash while you're charging it? I don't think she can.
No.
No. So again, once you've done the roll, you're committing to it. And her damage is like, because of the changes, the sweeping changes Tabs gave to her characters, her damage is actually pretty like mediocre. Because she doesn't really get hits without an assist, and she doesn't have like super long combos anymore. So she's still hitting like 800k, which is like it's good, but for a big body or like a heavy swinger, it's actually pretty underwhelming. Compared to some like base game characters like Sentinel has really easy combos and has ways to open people up and gets 800k from there as well. But I feel like Moonstone, I think you did have her there before, but she's another character. Again, I want to hear your thoughts on this too. But I feel like she just instantly goes to just barely viable to essentially, where she has big, dangerous buttons. She has very bad mobility. No real way to open people up. Her assists are fine. Her DHs are okay. But there's no real threat from this character.
So I have mostly overlapping opinions with you, but I think my opinion of her is slightly higher for a few reasons. One of the things that is not one of those reasons though is her dash. She has like actively one of the worst possible dashes. When you do it, you just feel sad and you're like, dang, I blinked 4 times and I did not move. Like, what is going on with this character? But I think that you need to put some respect on her medium normals. I think her 5M is actively one of the like better buttons in the game.
I think it's her best normal.
It reaches like half screen away. It has fast startup. Then you get to kill someone if it connects. And then her 2M is also very, very far reaching and confirms into death. So I feel like when she's in the range where she gets to like play footsies with jump H and jump down H and like stand medium and crouch medium, that a lot of characters are pretty uncomfortable here just because like, but the thing that you said about she doesn't really have mix-up makes it substantially worse, where it's like, oh, she does pretty well in the mid-range footsies game, and I think that's important. But then, like, if she wins it and she gets to, like, get next to you with an assist, that doesn't, like, get her to win the game. So I feel that's pretty unfortunate. But I do think specifically stand medium's an amazing poke, crouch medium's an amazing poke, arrow is an, or downward arrow in the air, I think is an amazing poke. Yeah. I think those 3 things are pretty valuable to have, but that with her terrible dashes, it's rough. With, I guess that I feel like she's one of those people with like specific utility, because like the arrow super is not good, but the arrow super is contextually good, where like certain DHCs make it very powerful and useful, but like as just generally doing it is pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I think her buttons are better than you're giving her credit for, but everything else you said is true.
Oh no, I do think this is the thing. I think her buttons are great, but
I think
it's just like nothing comes from them.
The heavy buttons.
Yeah,
it's the medium buttons that are like really solid.
Because when I think of buttons like her crouch medium, my immediate comparison is someone like Chris, for a character I've played as well.
Doesn't
where
it go like 3 times as far as Chris's?
Yeah, hers is double, but it's the same animation, but they accomplish the same thing. It's like her main low hitting poke. Like you would mainly poke a crouch medium more than anything else. Sam medium is good as well, of course, as well. But the main thing is she just doesn't have like the ability to get in and out of range where it matters. Because if she commits to a medium normal and it whiffs because someone jumps over you, then you've just lost all that space as well. But then like Chris has less recovery, he has better movement, so he can move backwards to account for someone jumping and that as well. Which Moonstone just doesn't have that, because you can't reasonably hit confirm the medium into a heavy. Like heavy into crouch heavy is easy because it staggers, but it's harder to crouch medium into stand medium or like as a real hit confirm or a 1-button hit confirm. Not impossible. But again, there's just no real. She can't cancel into anything threatening because she has no good things on block. So it's just like once you see that crouch medium, there's no threat anymore. There's genuinely nothing she can do that once you block that crouch medium. You just have to wait for an assist call because she has to use an assist to make things safe. And then it just feels so much less scary. Whereas a sort of character like Chris, he could see crouch medium get blocked. And if he gets pushed with something, he throws a grenade, and then he set up a neutral tool. whereas Monster Hunter can't do that. So I think yeah, her buttons are good, but they just don't mean anything.
So with that, where are you feeling like putting Monster Hunter?
I I think she's better than Carnage.
Think she's better than Carnage? Okay, do you think
Yeah.
she's as good as Cammy?
No, not even close.
Not even close? Okay, if it's not even
No,
close, viable it is.
yeah,
Sorry,
I don't know
Monster
where you would
Hunter.
want to put her as well, but I think she just like because Carnage is doing the same thing Monster Hunter is. They're just putting big buttons on the screen, and that's really it. Carnage has a lot of mobility, so you can put up a wall in a different way, like you were saying, as well. He's got the instant edge buttons and falling jump heavy. But Monster Hunter's good at like stopping people approaching her.
Mhm.
But when she has to approach, then it's like game over. There's nothing she can do.
It is misery, agreed. So, Monster Hunter making it in currently top of viable tier, needs to work harder than all these characters above her, but still, like some percent of the time, you'll hit that armored normal. It'll be a happy birthday, and you'll kill 2 characters.
Yeah, that does. You'll catch on the CP and you'll frame trap someone, and when you got a stand heavy starter and you know they're going to die, then it's very very fun. But now this leaves us on to another character that will be your specialty. So I'll let you take the reins on X.
So, before taking the reins on X, he has this assist, which is it starts up not quite as fast as his jab, but still very very fast, and it's an assist that goes full screen and has long duration on block and long duration on hit for confirming. It is an amazing assist that's like it will not win you the ground game because of durability, but on every other aspect of ground game control, it just ends up being so valuable and so useful that I think it makes every character better when they could have access to triple buster assist.
Yeah, I agree. It is Rocket Raccoon Spitfire, but better. And
Yeah.
Spitfire is already an incredible assist. So, like, having that extra layer really makes a difference. The assist does combo by itself. It will naturally combo all 3 hits.
So I think X is one of the characters that is the best in the game by a substantial margin. Like, looking back at the tier list, I'm looking at a character like Marvel 2 Sentinel, and I'm like, oh, Marvel 2 Sentinel does good things in some situations. I think that everything X does is more unfair than Marvel 2 Sentinel.
Yes. I've had the misfortune of playing against your X, defending when at high MS, and I've seen you ruin people with X in tournament as well. But it just feels like this character, it's so, like, we talk about walls with, like, Monster Hunter and Carnage, and then the wall X puts up is completely different. It's just, like, these really non-committal projectile, super fast startup buttons. He has, like, very funky air mobility because he doesn't lose momentum when he does specials.
Or that's the thing,
so
it's even better than that. He has options. So he could choose to do a thing where he falls and maintains both horizontal and vertical momentum. He could choose to do a thing that stops his vertical momentum, but and also relatively stops his horizontal. He could also maintain horizontal momentum while stopping vertical momentum. And all of these things are available options to him. But I think one of the best ways to describe why X is one of the best characters in the game is if you look at the top 5 normals in the game, the top 4 of them are X's. They are Jump Light, Jump Medium, Stand Light, and Stand Medium. So, like, let's compare his light to any other character's light. I believe it's like 5 frames, which is like, okay, a 5-frame light is within the range where it's like, that's not the fastest light, but it's in like normal range for lights. But his light...
Yeah, 5's at the higher end.
Yeah, his light,
though,
has 10 times the active frames, and he could do things while those active frames exist, and he can whiff cancel into his other amazing normal. So he's putting out hitboxes constantly with no risk that are active forever. Like, oh, in most jabs, when you jab someone, you need to be like at this range to jab someone. X doesn't need to be at point blank to jab you. His jab has 10 times the hitbox size of any other jab, while also having 10 times the duration and being whiff cancelable. So I feel like this is just obviously one of the best sets of moves in the game. So
Yeah, I feel like if you've ever watched like Excellent Adventures where they try and win games with one button, I feel like X is one of those characters you could do that with, where you just exist at the mid range and press light like medium, and there's so little a number of characters can do about it at all. Because again, it's a projectile, so you might instinctively push block X, and if you moved X full screen, it's like, yeah, I'm absolutely fine with that, because he just has a bevy of projectile options. They're not all great, but he still has grounded photon, he still has Buster, he has the vase throw. I don't know what the actual move is meant to be from as a reference to as well, but the vase toss is like a really nice projectile. And then actually, just to mention, this is just one half of X.
yes, so he has 4 of the top 5 normals in the game. And he has Buster Release, and Buster Release is probably one of the best specials in base game. Except X has a version of Buster Release when Zero is at super jump height and he busters, he's threatening people on the ground. When X is at super jump height and he busters, he is threatening people at super jump height. And I think that the fact that he could choose to rise and fall at the rate of another character and then have a response to like control what they're doing is incredibly powerful, and then he could confirm off of all of it because he is amazing at everything. But so having the best normals along with the best or one of the best specials, but just like Zero, part of the reason why this is one of the best specials is when he does any other special, he could still cancel it into the Buster, so he could do his specials, which are already just decent to do, and then he could make them plus a million on clock and have all the durability they need, and has a 5 frame startup, so it's faster than most normal, or 4 frame startup? I think it might be 4 frames. So it's faster than everything, and he gets to react to things. He could use this to manipulate when he's already used air tools, which is incredibly powerful. Buster on its own, like, when we were talking about how, like, melee characters have a bad life, melee characters can't do anything about this string. Like, that string on its own does not have enough of a hole for them to normal jump in, and if they super jump, you just dash to the other side of the screen and start doing it again. Like,
It's just like...
Oh, go ahead.
This X is entirely different from MVCI, it's not even close.
No, not the same character. They both have Buster, but they use very different tools. So, along with those, X best... after Star is Jill, the best character at having a non-interactive game plan against characters that are lower tier than them. Because they just put stuff on the screen, they react with Buster, and they can do essentially the entire game plan on reaction. You're not predicting your opponent's behavior, you're not doing player reads, you just look at the screen and see what they do, and you do the thing that punishes it. And I think that is... the worst kind of matchup for a character to run into is one where it's like they don't actually need to outplay you, they just need to like look at the screen.
They just need to observe.
Yeah, they need to look at the screen and react with the correct thing, but the reaction time is large enough. It's not a Joe overhead, it's an Asura overhead. They can react.
Yeah. It's hilarious because it's funny with like hearing people complain about how like non-committal Zero is in base game Marvel, and then seeing X just like flit about untouchable for most of the game, just because he can attack from an angle that's just like completely unfeasible for a lot of characters to attack. And when we talk about a bunch of characters before, they have to when they jump, they have to choose what angle they want to fire at. And if someone jumps against X, it's just like you mentioned it before, you just jump at whatever level they're at, the release Buster, and you confirm. And it just like nullifies all of those options like completely. They're having to make a decision of where to shoot. X just sees you jump and then jumps him back to a Buster, and then makes a decision from there. Like it is obscene how powerful this character. And this character's been nerfed
Yes.
a lot. He got severe nerfs when Taz got his hands on him as well, and he's still one of the best.
That is 100% true. That this is nerfed X, and nerfed X is still in. Well, I'll talk more about the good things on X because. So, like, with a lot of these characters, I took notes, and then the notes was, like, I have, like, a paragraph or so on the character. X has his own page of notes, and all of them are, like, this is another thing that's good about him. Oh, so let's talk about another one. Like, I think that his grounded specials are okay. Hadengeki is whatever, or Sonic Slicer. It is fine. Hadoken is also fine. It is a Hadoken. All of these are better because they could both come out of Buster, and also they could cancel into Buster. So so even things that are like generically bad, when you could cancel them into Buster, are quite good. Along with that, not all of these are bad. His quarter circle back medium is Dante's Crystal, but better in every way. It has less startup and less recovery, and X is small, so the hitbox is much higher above him. Like, when Dante does this, he gets down a little bit, but he's a fully sized human. X is not a fully sized human. He gets down to the ground, and the crystal is above his head. If people are even just, like, blocking it, he is in a reasonable situation afterwards. It's like he is incredibly advantaged when he uses crystal. It is very mashable. It's good with Buster. And then Spark is also good. Spark is just like, it's able to have a decent amount of duration, covered screen for a while. In Buster mode, I like to charge Buster with Heavy because it leaves me access to Crystal, which I think is good, but most importantly, it leaves me access to Light Air Scythe, and I think Light Air Scythe is an incredibly unfair move. So he's flying
Like a retracting
around with
Mag
his Buster. What's up?
It's like a retracting Mag Blast.
Yes, it's
Where it
like
covers that down forward angle that's just like, it's the exact angle people attack airborne characters from and shuts it down. It's active for a million years.
It's active for a million years. It has very low startup, and so having the version you could use to hit people that are on the ground is quite useful. And so being massively plus on block, low startup, thing that he could do his range control pokes into, and also he could angle at different angles in order to control different spaces. And if you're in a weird spot where you're hitting with it from really far away, you could cancel into Buster in order to kill people. So, like, you generally get kills off of it. I think that Light Scythe in particular is particularly messed up because it goes at a different angle than his Buster, so he gets to cover the Buster angle and the Light Scythe angle, and also the Vaz angle, all with the same level of thing, and then be able to Buster release on any of those. Oh, and this is without even talking about his Air S. So he has Sensweez on as a normal, except it is dramatically slowed down in a bunch of ways. But
The angle was nerfed significantly as well.
Also that, but since it's a normal, he could cancel it into these really solid tools, and like, you see that? He's over here, and then out of that, he's able to air dash and get more things out of it, so he's one of the best characters at being able to change both their vertical and horizontal air positioning, since he could maintain momentum, maintain maintain left-right momentum without maintaining vertical momentum, cancel all momentum, and also do things that inherit momentum while putting out hitboxes that are plus. So he has like the trifecta of all the things. Oh, and he has Air S, which chooses to move him downward. And that gets me to Ryu Engine. You will not see me use this move because I am addicted to using Buster, because Buster makes a bunch of matchups non-interactive, and if you have an opportunity to make a match non-interactive, I trend towards it, unfortunately. But Ryu Engine is amazing. So it has essentially no recovery. So this allows him to, like, look, I could wall jump and then get so many things out of like any one string of movement. So I feel like he has just so much stuff. Oh, and when he does Rising Fire, he gets the double air dash that Zero gets from doing Ryu Engine into Buster release. So it increases his movement even more. He has if you get up to level 3, this is a thing that has the 3 frames of startup. It's fast like Morrigan's. And it's plus on block. So he has like essentially a DP that's plus on block. It's not invulnerable, but it'll beat everything. And beating everything's pretty useful. And he also gets to like do mix-ups off of things, but like why mix someone up when you could never engage with them while putting things on the screen that they need to deal with? So I end up staying in Buster a lot. And that's only because we don't have any Gloria players in the meta, because I think Ryu Engine on its own does very well at beating lots of the things Gloria wants to do. And I think that X is like the only character that has like I think she has like 5-5 matchups against a lot of the good characters, but I think X is one of the only characters like, oh no, he beats her. So
Yeah, I think that's fair as well. But yeah, he has very few. Again, he has some bad, questionable moves, but you just don't need to do them.
yeah.
So when the character has like a big move list, you just pick the ones that are the most effective. But the moves he has that are effective are just so dominant and just control so much of the screen so safely that you just have to. You're constantly respecting X's movement, and he is a character that, in the same way that Morrigan does, is just like invalidates a number of characters that have no ways to deal with projectiles.
So along with that, X has supers. Let's talk about them because Shockwave, his Shockwave is slightly worse than Magneto's because you can X Factor before the Shockwave comes out and then it doesn't do anything. And Magneto's will always spawn and X's doesn't. But other than that, it is just Shockwave. Just Shockwave is good. It hits up to the top of the screen and it persists when you DHC. So there, if I was reasonable, I would have confirmed with this or gotten a kill. But Shockwave is a great DHC out, and it's also great when a lot of the time people feel they are safe to do stuff up in the air, and if they're throwing a photons or something, it is very nice to be able to just be like, no, you can't do this thing that you feel very safe doing normally. That's essentially
and Shockwave into install is a classic DHC as well, and he just has the level 4 Buster for assist destruction as well.
Yes. So his Buster Super, I think, is on average better than his Shockwave Super because Buster Super, as you were saying, like if somebody summons an assist, let's see how well Rocket Raccoon is doing after this. Rocket Raccoon lost half of his life. And let's see if now I do that with the addition of also having the Buster. That was 806k divided between the two characters in between level 3 Buster hitting into the super hitting. So it's very good at killing off assists, and along with that, he zooms back when he does the super. Like I'm point blank to Doom, and I just ended up full screen, but even if I put him on block, if I do this, I end up full zoom screen in away from him, so it's situationally or contextually very hard to punish for a bunch of characters.
Yeah, and that essentially makes it a pseudo-safe DHC as well.
Yeah, so like if you're doing something like you have Monster Hunter and you're putting arrows on screen and then you go into the Buster, this is a safe DHC. You're gonna be in a good situation and get to like do stuff off of it. So it makes it so his ability to be in more positions on a team is there because he has an amazing assist and he also has that DHC. And then along with that, one of the things that is notable about X is he also has lightning loops because lightning loops are I drop it immediately because that's how I roll. But Habs tried to fix it, but accidentally made it so he could do it forever instead of just early.
Yeah, because it's one of the supers that's subject to hit stun decay, so it would drop after a certain amount of time.
So he got rid of the hit stun decay, but then the frame data was still good enough that X just gets to loop it now forever. So he gets to make sure that if he gets the hit, he could continue to invest meter until a character is dead. And that is a nice thing to have both in general, but also a really nice thing to have on DHC in case your point characters, like, they'll be able to get a hit, but like it was off of, say, triple Buster Assist, because triple Buster Assist is great, but it's 3 hits, and those 3 hits together only do 69k, and you're already at 3 hits of damage scaling. So like in those situations, you want something like a loopable super, and X has that. So I'd say with all of these things, X is
very, very astounding top of top tier.
Yeah.
For now.
X is. There's only one character in the game that I think is better than him, but we'll talk about her in the future.
Yes.
So X moving up next to Guile, but he gets to be on Guile's left. Very few characters are on Guile's left. Just saying. like Guile, the leftiest of many characters here, and that would be X.
Yes,
Ready to
that
go
moves on
on
to the next
side?
three.
So
Yeah,
who do
we
we
have
have?
Strider 99, Moonstone, and Captain Marvel.
So like these are all bangers. I'm just gonna start right now and say that like all of these characters are characters you would like to put on your team if you would like to win games of Marvel.
Absolutely.
But let's talk about why that is, because just saying you want them on your team because they'll win is something,
Yeah.
but saying why is much more useful. So Strider 2099, what are some of your feelings on this ninja?
So he's in a weird spot design-wise because he is ultimately Strider but better. He's had some things taken away and changed to make him a bit more differentiated, but he still is ultimately a very similar character. He doesn't have Vajra, which is the big defining difference between him and regular Strider. What he has in exchange are significantly better animals. They're slightly faster. The bird is very, very much faster. He has infinite hit stun on a lot of his moves. Like his forward heavy is pretty much fixed hit stun, which means his combo game and damage is much better. Yes, his crouching medium OTGs, which is meant to be like an infinite reference, but it also means he gets dead easy pickups from like anything. But he can loop heavy, stand heavy, or heavy forward heavy a lot of the time too. He still has Strider instead of overheads, so he has the classic high-low game. It's the thing that makes Strider the scariest is his up heavy overheads. But he's just got I have a very high opinion of Strider anyway. I think he's an inherently safe character. He's got very big sword normals. Stand heavy into orb summon is -1 on block. Stand heavy into orb shot, very, very practical like way to poke with people. Stand heavy into Grime into orb shot as well is just like one of Strider's main ways to start combos. And he still has all of that as well. But he's got very fast birds, very fast, or very high hit stun, which means he can easily convert a lot of situations where Strider normally wouldn't, but the damage is the big thing. It's significantly higher damage than base Strider because his scaling is a bit better and his combo routes a lot better. Also, Ouroboros, very, very different. It was a level 3, now it's a level 1 with a very short install timer and has limited range, much in the way it does in the games. I don't think this is that good. Unfortunately, it's hard to mix up with it without the teleport as well to make people do like high-low, left-right. It's just high-low, but then it also loses the push block really badly. And you have no proper way to stop push block in the way a regular Strider does while orbs are on. So it makes regular Ouroboros a bit less effective. It's a really good way to DH him in because it's just like a one-bar install where you get to steal neutral for a little bit. Otherwise, he struggles with that aspect. He has Bryanak, the air super you saw earlier as well, which gives him a way to dump meter. It's his actual damaging super. So you can do like 50% of a combo, do Bryanak, and do the other half of the combo, and it really tops up his damage a lot. It also means that he gets really strong air tear confirms in situations where it might be awkward to confirm with Light Excalibur. I don't know if Light Excalibur works the same way as it did before, where you can do super jump heavy, the Light Excalibur, and confirm from it. But yeah, like just dumping bar like this makes him really good meter spends. His meter gain still isn't great because his base damage is really low. But he's a character that he does a lot of things in neutral. The opponent blocks for a long period of time. So he is able to build bar reasonably well. Also, the Legion is slightly more consistent, has more hits, so it tends to do more damage, but it's still ultimately a utility super. And he still has Ragnarok as well, I believe.
Yes, I believe that Heathdoff had said he intended to take out Ragnarok, but had forgotten to.
Oh, fair enough. So yeah, he's a much more linear Strider in that aspect, where he has less tools than Strider has, but they're just better. Because of the hit stun and the way his routing works as well. But I think the thing that really makes Strider shine from regular Strider is his suite of assists, because he has a very unique set of assists, and they're all, well, 2 of them are really good, 1 of them is Bird Bomb. But he's got the double animal assist, which is just like nice durability. It covers like a really important area of the screen, which is ground and height, and then there's that assist as well, which is medium Gram into orb shot. So it's a very, very difficult assist to deal with because of the fact that Strider comes out like very far behind the character, does a massively disjointed physical hit, and then does a projectile. So it's very difficult to actually stop Strider from doing this once it's out, and then because when it hits, you get a big combo, which is very nice. So it's great for combo extending, it's great for neutral. It's just generally safe assist to use. You can kind of I feel like it's a very mashable assist because of how far back he comes out. So you can just call Strider and move forward, and he's off screen, which is a good way of just protecting assist. Because when an assist is off screen, they can't get hit by projectile anymore. So it's a good way to like make him safe, and it's just like a good block string too because it has 2 hits.
It
I love
has 2 hits. The second one has like very fast startup, so it's very useful. But along with this, like when it trades with assists, it's so good because the satellite shot OTGs. So if you're doing like a beam with your point character and then the point character on the opponent's team blocks, but they're stuck in block stun while Strider's coming out there and shooting their assist, and then the assist gets popped all the way up, falls down, and then is hard knockdown again. So I feel like in the specific assist war, it's really, really nice.
Yes. Like a really undervalued thing when it comes to dealing with assists is not just hitting them, but the longer it takes an assist to come off the screen, the longer before your opponent could call an assist again.
Yes.
So if an assist, like, it's why launching assists is really good, because they go all the way to super jump height, then they land, then they get up, and then they disappear. Striders is essentially the same thing. They get wall bounce, they stay knocked down for ages, they get hit by the orb, they get knocked down again, they have to stand up, and then they leave the screen. So like Strider, even if only Grum hits, like if it trades with a beam, just Grum, the assist is still on screen for ages. And Strider gets hit by 1 hit of a beam, and he pisses off out of nowhere, back to nowhere.
Exactly.
So he's... I have opinions about Strider on point because I've played regular Strider for so long. I think the linearity on point doesn't help him, makes his incoming a lot worse. Because he can still do a lot of bird bomb, walk under stuff as well. Without teleport, he loses like the real impact he has on incoming.
I also think it makes him way worse against zoning. Like, I think that there's a
Yes.
lot of situations that non-2099 Strider, the correct thing is like, oh, this will beat all of his tools, but if he medium teleports on it, he gets to get a full combo on them. And
Yes.
he does not have the medium teleport to answer those same situations that Strider 2099 would. And because of that, characters, like, once they establish, like, I think like when you have a bunch of bird bombs on screen is great and all, but if they are starting to shoot you first, when you're at this position and you're blocking an assist or blocking a projectile, it's hard for him to like start getting the things on screen that are going to control it.
Yeah. It's also, teleports are just a really good corner escape as well, because if you're in the corner and your opponent super jumps, you can medium teleport to be up and behind them and have an assist available at super jump height, which is really, really important in those same matchups. Because it just adds to Strider's mobility. To answer your question, Hives, actually the opposite. His X Factor is much worse. He doesn't get full X Factor boosts. So it was meant to be a way to like offset Strider being played just on Anchor. But he only gets like a 40% total boost in X Factor 3, and I think he still gets a bigger boost in X Factor 2 than 3.
Yes. I
So he has a dysfunctional X Factor in order to make him work better on point. So I disagree with that. I think from a design perspective, like I like it's sort of like a knee-jerk fix where it's like you don't want people to just play Strider like Strider, 2099 like Strider. But it makes him sit in a weird position where you just never really want to spend X Factor with him. Because the other important thing is, so if for people that don't know, is when you're in X Factor, your minimum scaling becomes 35%, no matter what your scaling is otherwise. So he still gets a significant damage boost in X Factor. But it's just still less good for like finishing people off or like killing one character. But he's not making 3 character comebacks reasonably in X Factor, because his combos still take a long time to kill. As well. So I think he's in a weird place for me, because he is good, because he is ultimately still Strider. But I think he's good for a different reason, in that I think he has like a pretty like generic point value, in that he just has like sword normals with safe buttons that convert into long combos that kill most of the time, and good support and DHGs. So I don't know. I don't know if I think he's actually better than Strider, because the teleport thing is so significant. Moonstone we're going to be talking about next.
So I think as far as like whether he's better than Strider, I think that he has more matchups that he loses than Strider, but also some of the matchups that he's advantaged in that he doesn't have the Strider damage problem as much, so he just gets to kill on those. And I think there's some
Yes.
characters where just being like, oh, I don't need some convoluted setup where I hit off the optimal thing to get started in order to kill. It's like, no, off of all my general confirms this character is going to die. So I feel like he struggles more against zoning, but that in a decent amount of matches, the fact that he'll consistently kill without needing to like use every single resource you have on your team to make it happen
Yeah.
is pretty meaningful. One thing we
Yeah,
didn't
because he still wins the
mention
same matchups. He just wins them more reliably.
though I also feel we haven't talked about Excalibur yet, and that he has a new one, and his other
yeah.
Excalibur does not work the way it did before. Because medium Excalibur has no recovery. You do it, and you're like immediately able to do stuff as soon as he stops moving forward.
Yeah, it's. I have feelings about the Excalibur changes as well. I think the fact that it moves up forwards isn't helpful.
Yes.
But the fact that it has negative recovery is significant because it means he just essentially has a command air dash.
Exactly. With the hitbox.
Yeah, and we've spoken like way early in the beginning as well. Like being able to move with a hitbox is so much more significant than moving without one. The S one is nice because it's sort of like a dive kick, but I don't think the S one is actually that useful. I think in situations where you would use S, you'd rather be in a position where you could use light, because light hits him, takes him down to the ground as a dive kick, like a true dive kick. Whereas S is like if someone jumps over it, then you might just eat shit for it.
Yes.
But light is way less dangerous. It can be good to like you just done there. It whiffed one of the hits, so you went straight to a low. That could be useful with an assist, but I think it's a bit gimmicky in that aspect. Not gimmicky, but forced.
Yeah. So I think the medium one is a meaningful addition to his toolkit, just because it's like forward moving hitbox with no recovery. But everything else is like that doesn't fix him against zoners. But I do think that like some characters that want to move around at normal jump height, he can just like kind of poke with this and make their lives really bad.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see a lot of times him dashing into stuff because he is the hitbox.
Yes.
But it's still fine. It's
another thing that's not actually important, but it just feels nice, is normal Strider. He can't double jump cancel his heavy, but as you saw, I was doing the double jump cancels for his air combo. But that means that when he's falling, he could turn jump in heavy, which is like a good poke, into a double jump mix up. And normal Strider doesn't get that because like all of his other things, like his air medium is double jump cancelable, his air light is, but those are not good pokes, and you don't want to be like jumping at someone with a light or a medium, and you definitely want to be jumping at them with a heavy. So I feel like being able to turn that into immediate high low before you get to the ground is pretty good.
Yeah, I will also say that his instant overhead is slightly worse than regular Strider. So his normal jump, there was something Heathenoff changed that made it so that the double jump inside overhead is easier, but it happens higher up. So certain low crouches it can't be done on anymore. He can inside overhead every single character in the game, but I don't think 2099 can. There's something like sticky about it. Oh, that was it. He loses all momentum when he starts jumping. So there are situations where you try and do dash inside overhead and it doesn't work the same way. Or maybe I'm just bad if it works if you're doing it on Rocket.
Yeah, I'm doing it on Rocket and it's working, but I'm doing it with heavy, and traditional Strider also gets the like light, and I don't believe he gets the.
Oh no, you always do heavy. You always do heavy, yes.
No, but I mean, light is faster. Like, I mean, neither of them are reactable. Like, heavy is not within the range of like, oh, because you're pressing a slower button, they could react now. But like, the heavy does work on Rocket Raccoon. I also play on hitbox, so I feel like I can get the lowest double jump pretty often relatively easily. And
maybe that's it. But I've gotten to the point where I've been able to do the quickest possible ones as well. I guess it felt different to me, but it's a placebo, I think.
There are definitely some placebos with Strider where I'm like, is this different? And
there's always that inherent bias when I play the base character as well. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. He's different from Strider, but in a more linear way, and his assists are more splashable. Because I don't like. I'm of the opinion that Vajra is like the threat of Vajra is better than Vajra is, but in the ecosystem it was just like the go-to assist the other assist is Bird Bomb. It's pretty underwhelming by comparison.
I feel that
And
Vajra is the ultimate thing that separates mid and low level player experience from high level player experience, because
yes,
I feel when you don't know the solutions to Vajra, it can randomly confirm into your character dying in so many situations that are like, oh my gosh, I felt I was safe up here, but now this is a hard knockdown and the character they're playing gets a full combo off of it and I die. But then, like,
yeah.
when you lab against it, you're like, oh, if I press these buttons just a little bit after I hear the sound, they will always beat Strider. And then he's a low health character. And if they are not up there protecting him and you get to actually, like, beat on him at super jump height for a moment, he will lose half of his life.
Yeah, I want to see a good Cyclops player play against Vajra and just do like jump heavy, beam release, like charge beam into laser super, and Strider just dies.
Yeah, that sounds around right. So,
But yeah,
but
I think
all
Strider's
Strider
good enough.
2099's
Go ahead.
assists, like the two Strider 2099 assists you mentioned, I think are like actively just top tier assists. They are very, very good. Not even just like
Yeah,
kind of
they
good
are
assists.
a good for everyone assist because they're
Yes.
just generically good as well. Because of his assists and the fact that he's much better on point, and that he can actually kill. I feel like he goes into matchup defining as well. There are some characters that, because he has Strider's base neutral of stand heavy orb summon, stand heavy orb shot, he just naturally beats a lot of characters. However, I don't know if I'd rate him as highly as some of the other characters here because of the lack of teleport. I think he loses too much to a lot of other zoners, and because he's still he was buffed from 750 to 850k health, but there's still not enough health to like really play around zoning in the way you want to. I don't know. I'm curious to see where you would put him actually.
I think where I would put him, I think he is almost exactly where Sentinel is at, where it's like, oh, the bad situation of getting shot is actively bad for him, but he's he's a better assist than Sentinel is, and he has an option of DHCs which are good, and he's fast and has a sword. Being fast and having a sword.
Yeah, the sword
is
normals are really a thing as well.
generically-
I wanted to put him below Rashid because I'm really a Rashid believer as well, but I think Strider's the immediate impact his assists have, like Rashid has a good assist, but like Strider's assists are like neutral winning assists.
So I think he's.
And I understand what you mean about like the zoning thing, but I'd say like in front or behind Sentinel, either is fine. I'd want to put him behind Sentinel.
Okay.
Because I think Sentinel's other utility is good, and that like drones is okay, but Hyper Sentinel Force is fantastic.
Hyper Sentinel Force is really fantastic.
And his ability to just shut out a lot of the same characters, because Strider has a lack of teleport, they lose to a lot of the same characters, but I think Sentinel probably wins the match easier.
And he gets longer to try and get it right. Like,
yes,
Strider, if you're like, okay, I blocked this and then I ate a string of projectiles, which didn't kill me or anything, but like did take a chunk, and now I'm in that range where it's like, if I eat in a beam into a beam super, I'm probably gonna die now. And Sentinel's like, oh, at that point, I'm still going to have a third of my life left and get one more set of guesses in.
Yeah, I can see it as well. But I think he exists somewhere around there as well, which I think is more or less where he was last time. But that makes sense. He's not changed in a while. Now that means we are on Moonstone.
So, Moonstone, unimportant thing about her, when she gets hits, one of the voice lines that she says is "How dare you?" and she seems so incredibly displeased and disgusted with the situation. And I feel that the voice actress really caught just being like, you have the gall to hit me?
Yeah, I feel like that wasn't a scripted voice line. If something happened in the recording booth, and she said it, and then they just kept it as one of the lines. But I think that's one of the main things Moonstone has over Captain Marvel is the voice direction is way better on Moonstone than Infinite Captain Marvel. But yeah, I love this character. I think she's super fun. She's very wildly different from Captain Marvel in that, well, she's kind of what old Captain Marvel used to be, but her mobility is incredible. She has Nova dashes on the ground, she has Magneto dashes in the air, she's got a fantastic jump light. Her jump heavy and jump S are both really good. They're active for ages, they hit really good far below her. She's unique in the aspect that when she's in her install as well, one of the coolest changes Tabs gave her is her dash autocorrects. in the air while she's in install. So if you dash past someone, she'll turn around, and then you can do a turnaround button, like that, which is I think really grimy. So I love shit like that. She's got really good grounded buttons, except Crouch Light, which is one of the worst buttons in the whole game.
I despise Crouch Light.
Her Crouch Light is atrocious, like detrimentally bad. I think it's slightly slower than Nova's. It might be 5. It's 5 or 6 frames. Nova's is 5. But it has
arm is
really
smaller.
stubby range. It's not a low because she's such a small character herself. Like it whiffs. Well, she is tiny compared to Doom. Jesus. But it has a really atrocious hitbox. Her Crouch Medium, fantastic, because it's a low hitting move that moves her forward, so it naturally combos in a lot of situations. Her Stand Medium, fantastic. It's Nova Stand Medium, so it just has a big chunky hitbox, slightly disjointed. Her Stand Light's okay. It's like Nova Stand Light, so it just converts really nicely. Her Stand Heavy's pretty mediocre. It's just Nova Stand Heavy, so it whiffs on a bunch of characters. She has the same problem Nova has, where in X Factor 1 it whiffs on everyone. So there's a lot of times where you will do an X Factor like Crouch Medium, Stand Heavy, Crouch Medium, Stand Heavy, and the second has heavy whiffs after you X Factor. And then Crouch Heavy is pretty underwhelming. It's just like a okay slide kick. But yeah, just there, her flight is so fast. So she can do button, flight, button, and it's a block string, and it combos on hit. At the same time, as we've talked about numerous times in this discussion already as well, it's anti-push block. So if you saw on push block and you go into flight, it negates the push block. So she can constantly fly on fly, much in the way Marvel 2 Sentinel can, to negate push block and just stay on your face the whole time as well. And her specials are kind of like whatever. She has a beam, but it's like really long startup. So if someone else is a better zoner will be able to zone up Moonstone quite nicely. As something Asura mentioned to me a long time ago as well, for some reason, well, not for some reason, her heavy beam is faster than light. So it's actually, from a mid-range, it's actually better to poke with than light is.
It also has less recovery, because you get like
because you're meant to
dash
combo
into
from it.
button, instead of like
Yeah.
here you don't get to like dash button.
So it's actually like probably the one you'd want to poke with more than light. And then medium covers a good angle. She's another character that she can do beams on the ground and in the air at all directions. But similarly, her beams have less recovery than normal as well, so she can do them into like an air dash. Whereas a lot of the other characters we've spoken about have to like do the button into a falling button. But Moonstone doesn't have to commit that. She can do a beam, air dash up into flight, and then move around again, which is just fantastic. And she's got like okay supers. She has an install, which gives her damage and speed if she takes damage. That might be Captain Marvel's. I can't remember what install actually does.
She does.
But it gives her Blitzboy 3 times.
Oh no, she gets Blitzblow 3 times already.
That's Captain Marvel again. I'm thinking of Captain Marvel's install. But yeah, it gives her the turnaround thing. I think she just gets a damage buff, damage and speed, but she loses health.
And she also gets double air dash.
That was it. I knew she got something in there as well. She has a counter super, which is actually kind of good. It's frame 1 invincible. So you can use it as a reversal against other supers. So things like Asura and She-Hulk, you can punish them with that. And she has like a rush punch super, which is just like a generic damage super, which is nice to tackle combos. But one of the best changes she ever got was Big Punch.
The Big Punch.
Big Punch
I love the Big Punch.
Big Punch is so cool. So it's just this big single hit wall bounce punch that made her so much better in X Factor. Because it just does all the damage in like one big hit. She also recovers in the air, so it's remarkably difficult to punish because you can do it and it whiffs and just mash air off back, and you're basically safe. And she can combo from it from anywhere, which is funny. My favorite thing in the whole game is because she has such immediate forward movement, she can cross up with the punch and hit from behind, which is the best mix-up she has in the whole game. So I did it in tournament once, and I got it to work. I tried it a couple times. I got it to work once.
I think you got it to work against me. So
It might have been against you.
I believe that I was one of the people who was caught up across and like I was aware it existed, but I wasn't. I was like, okay, this is going to be like way too late for it to cross up, right? And I was like, oh, that forward movement is something serious.
But that's just the funny thing. I respect like her, but yeah. So she just has really really powerful movement, and like while she doesn't necessarily have like a very immediate impact moves, the way she can move around them is the way I look at Moonstone is like if you play Moonstone the way Moons played Nova, and the way like on the ground and the way F-Champ plays Magneto in the air, she's basically untouchable. So she can just steal so much space back with her fantastic movement and great buttons as well. Her support value is fantastic. She's got great DHE. She can be a mini damage engine. She doesn't do a lot of damage in the damage engine, but she can build a lot of meter from it. And her beam assist, incredible. For a long time, her beam assist didn't have fixed hit stun, so it was like pretty mediocre. And then Taz made it soft knockdown, and then suddenly it became the second best beam assist in the game,
Second best?
in my opinion. I rate this assist really highly.
I also rate it really highly. I don't know if I call it the second best, but I put it in the tier of this is an assist that is generically good in all of the ways you want an assist to be for any class of character.
Yeah, like Moonstone is literally a character that can fit on any team. As a result of that as well, she's a really solid anchor. She's a great point. She's fine on mid, but she's just so versatile. She's so effective. Oh yeah, you would never use the angled beams. That straight one is always the best.
The only time you want to use the angled beam is when you're playing on point where the H beam is amazing.
Yeah, I
did
thought
you see
Ozzy
that?
Smith.
She was.
Is that just combo?
Yeah.
Oh no. But yeah, I think
Possibly
Ozzy Mandias meant as a assist.
Yeah.
Because that assist
No,
are just
I-
the 3 beams. But yeah, I'm in love with how she moves, the way she can apply pressure, the buttons she can press with, like pokey moves. But I know you've dabbled with this character quite a lot as well, so I'd
I do
like to hear what you think.
Everything you've said is true. She is one of the weird classes of character that you're supposed to for 95% of the cast in Marvel, you hold down back and then your reaction go to straight back when you see them overhead. She's one of the characters like MODOK that you should be assuming high and then reaction blocking low.
Yeah,
And that's not most characters in the cast, because this is too fast for you to react to, in my opinion. Or for humans to generally react to. Her air dash down and her air dash down forward light are just a level of fast that you should not be trying to react to overhead there, because you will get opened up, because it's not quite Joe overhead, but it's pretty close.
yeah. I think I remember frame count. I think it's exactly the same as Nova's if her air dash works the same. But the instant overhead Nova has is 18 frames from the first input to the fastest you can do it is 17, but humanly it's 18, 19 frames, which is still it's reactable but not feasible in this game. To respond to Moonstone doing this into a light, it might even be faster actually.
So I feel like she. Oh, but that's the other thing is her buttons cross up. Her
Oh yeah, oh yeah. She has body hitboxes.
8-way air dashers don't get that, but Moonstone, you could hit it either left or right. And then other things. So her crouch light being bad is her only weakness. That is it. Everything else about her feels pretty good to me. Also the pierces are fine pokes. They give her more
heavy
range on her normals. So if you're playing footsies with someone and they're this is outside the range that you could do even your gigantic 2M, you're I still can hit you.
Yeah, well, my personality with this character is dash, crouch, medium, quarter circle forward, light, and then hit confirm into punch super. Because it's just a really long range low poke. Because again, people anticipate the overhead, and then the pulse hits, and you can, because it has a ton of hit stun, you can just hit confirm into punch and then kill from there.
Yes, and
it's also really active because that just meted in when you got up.
Yes, I think that's another benefit of the things. For her strike throws, to me, they're combo fodder. You should never use these things in neutral.
They're actually death in neutral because you can't do anything. I think no, again that's Captain Mob I'm thinking of. But I think she still has the bug where she can air dash cancel the recovery of her punches.
Yeah, she could air dash. What was this?
Yeah.
So she could air dash the light version, the medium version, and the heavy version. So just like Magneto Disruptor.
Yeah, so they're not exactly death in the air, but you just have to mash air dash if you do it by accident.
But if you air dashed up in order to get to the situation, then you're not going to be able to.
Yeah,
if
you
you did air dash and you summon an assist, and you're saying, oh, but Strider assist is so good that even with that, I got to confirm. That's so reminder, Strider 2099's assist, very, very good. Other thing is that I feel her her big punch as a like random DHC, like if we're at like this distance, Doom is threatened here. Where like
Yes.
I
I have won games doing this into a DHC for a happy birthday. Because you just do a fast point DHC into this, because it's also extremely fast. It has more startup than it has post-flash startup. So like if you can skip that with doing a DHC, you're just instantly like it's like, bam! There's almost no travel time,
so
and she just gets so much from it as well.
yeah, Moonstone. I think that she is in that top tier. Where what do
I
you-
agree. I think she's fantastic as a character. I don't think she's close to X, unfortunately.
No, I
but
don't
she's
think
still-
she's as good as X. She.
Uh,
That's the thing I feel about both her and Captain Marvel is that they are top tier characters that are not top tier because one of their things is super broken. That they just like have enough good things together and so few or so few weaknesses overall that they're top tier, as opposed to being like, oh, they have a specific thing that is there. But
That's how I felt. I felt at one point. I mean, Moonstone's kind of always been in that position, but then she got like just two really nice sets of buffs.
Mhm.
She actually got some nerfs, I think, on her damage scaling and the punch super or the rapid punch super. But she's still, it hasn't changed like her as a character,
Mhm.
so she's still fantastic. But yeah, I think she can't be as good as Guile. Guile just has too many dominant matchups,
Mhm.
and Moonstone is like she is essentially a melee character plus
Mhm.
because she has beams and like the pokes as well. But she's of a character that primarily pokes with buttons. She's the best of them.
yes, I am very down with having
Not counting
this
Axe's
Moonstones.
projectile buttons, but
But yeah,
Yeah,
Moonstone,
then we-
top tier character. She and specifically the class of top tier character that if you have a position on a team you want to fill, you can try Moonstone there and it will be a good idea. It doesn't matter if it's the point
Yes.
character for your team. It doesn't matter if it's the character in second that you want to DHC into. It doesn't matter if it's your anchor. Every single one of those positions, she will be a top tier character that makes your team better.
yeah, she's just that flexible as well. And then speaking of flexible, we have the Moonstone. Or Moonstone is the Captain Marvel adjacent character, but we're on Captain Marvel. I immediately think she's going Bishop tier because of the voice. But
Really?
unfortunately, she has. I hate her voice actor. The voice actor, or
No.
voice actress in this game anyway. It was during the voice actor strike, so everything's like deliberately quite bad. But
Okay,
it's
counterpoint.
this is separate from that as well. But it makes me.
No. I have one counterpoint here, and
Go on.
that is that she's, to my understanding. No, she said the wrong line. There's two lines she could say there. She said binary. I think her "I'm pretty much the boss of space" line is very satisfying. that single line is the one I like from her, and no, there we go. I am down with that one. So I have to disagree with you on that specific thing, but
Okay, we'll put her in viable.
viable. Okay, because like most of her voice lines are okay, and then that specific one, I'm like, okay, you're cooking when you're the boss of space. But no, okay, no, I'm with you. It goes back to bottom tier because when she does that, if she does any other voice line, she cancels out her best voice line by saying whatever else she's gonna say. So she loses her best voice line to do all her other ones, which is a travesty.
Bottom tier.
But we're not doing
but yes,
this
in all
based on
seriousness.
voice lines. So
Yeah.
I think that Captain Marvel, like Moonstone, is generically good at every position on every team and makes every team easier, better, and more powerful. I
Correct.
personally like Captain Marvel more than Moonstone, but that is only because she has a normal crouch light, and it's not the best crouch light in the world, but it is a good enough crouch light that serves the job of being a crouch light.
Yes, I kind of agree with that. I think because their neutral plays very similarly in terms of that they're very ground movement and they go in the air and blink around and do their air buttons as well, and they have the same way to open people up. But I think besides the regular crouch light as well, I think Captain Marvel having a beam super that she can also do in the air is very significant. It's not nearly as good as it once was. It's very low damage. It has long startup, but it gives her a way to be an actual threat from full screen. Whereas Moonstone can hit a beam from full screen, and while it's not strictly a weakness, she doesn't really get anything from it. Like when you're in that mid range where you can like poke with heavy beam and dash in and do something, which is good. But But Captain Marvel, again, when she's in binary and her beam goes from 5 hits to 8 hits, and she's doing insane amounts of chip damage.
400k on
then-
hit, by the way, for just doing beam into super once an install.
Yeah. So, and that adds up as well. And again, if you're hitting an assist with that, that's an insane amount of damage that gets racked up. But I think one of the things that also really sets them aside is Captain Marvel's damage was like okay before, and then she got the hit stun buff to have Hulk hit stun, and now her damage and meter gain is just completely nuts. So she's clearing like 750 solo, and then with assist she just goes like way overboard as well. So while Moonstone is able to kill, and she builds a lot of bar as well, she has to spend quite a lot of meter in the process. But Captain Marvel is just like an absolute just dumps his damage on people. So her hits end up. There's more situations where Captain Marvel kills than Moonstone does.
She also has a
Even
level
though-
3.
Yes, so Moonstone has like a level 2, in that she can always do big punch into small punch. But Captain Marvel having a very like the generic like beam into level 3 again makes her comeback, like non-X Factor comeback potential much higher. Because she can dump meter very nicely as well. And then in X Factor, for some reason the super also does like 1 million damage in X Factor.
It does.
So she just instantly kills people with like throw beam at level 3.
Oh, that's
and
another
this-
thing. If you are in X Factor 3 and your opponent is blocking and you are an install, it is very hard to get out of just beam. Like, if you just normal jump here without advancing guarding, you just block the next beam and fall back to the ground.
Yeah, you can see Doom's health isn't fully recovering, so that's how little time there is in between the two beams as well, like a block stun wise. Oh, it is there, but oh yeah, you went in as well.
So,
Yeah, but like Doom's out of block stun for like a couple frames, so I think if you normal jump, you might not even be able to escape.
yeah.
It might
you
just-
need
might have to-
advancing guard. You need, like,
Yeah.
time advancing guard to get out.
And because it's a beam, you can't dodge all the chip damage from the move either. So it's Captain Marvel being one of those characters you don't want to spend X Factor early against. And she will very often be third because she's a very strong anchor and because she uses X Factor well and because her beam's really good. So it's often going to be Captain Marvel versus a whole team or Captain Marvel versus one character. And she does so well 1v1 into so many characters. Yes, I've seen the level 3 autocorrect a lot. I'm playing against
Yes.
Krumi when you play Captain Marvel for a bit as well. Getting like throw beam level 3 that turns into the corner and then you have to get a corner mix up is very unfortunate.
The back hitbox is really something else. Though another thing is that so we were talking about how good she is on anchor, and another thing that both her and Moonstone have is so when they fall in, they have Blitz Blow to try and move around, and they have Air Dash, so they could like Air Dash and Blitz Blow and then fly. And having all of that as incoming tools when other characters just need to hold a mix is incredibly nice.
Yes. I implore anyone who plays an air dash character, if you see anyone like remotely mess up a mix up, like they haven't got meter timing, just air dash up forward and just see how many times it works. Like air dash up forward is such a like an incoming check to see whether people are doing actual mix ups. And
Especially
both
on
these
Parsec.
characters.
Double
Yes.
on Parsec, because sometimes
Yeah.
it's like they do it, but it's just like, oh, it's going to be some number of frames late, and you recognize it, and you're like, no, I can cook them for this now.
Yeah, so they're just so good at dealing with incoming second and thirds, spending their resources and stuff there. But they're both like they're both good. Captain Marvel's good in a very generic way. She just has everything you want in Marvel: air dash, flight, beam, damage.
Yeah, I think Captain Marvel is the best character who has no weaknesses, and she actually is just a character that's like, there is no attribute of her that is not good. Like, Moonstone is a great character. She's faster than Captain Marvel. She's more mobile than her, but her crouch light is bad. Captain Marvel is just like, there isn't a single bad thing I could say about the character, other than that she is less broken. Oh, and Tabs is right. She needs to use assists if she wants to combo off of throws. That is true. Assist. So if she has an assist or she has meter, she's fine. But like, I kind of think that if you want a character to generically put on a team, I said Moonstone, but Moonstone and Captain Marvel are the characters that I'm like, you don't need to worry about these characters having any specifically bad matchups. Yeah, Moonstone being able to solo convert off of throw, I think, is great, but her crouch light is not a low, and it is the stubbiest thing ever, and I feel that's a much bigger weakness, especially in situations where, like, you're right around here and you may want to mash crouch light. So I'm a big advocate of Carol. I think both of them are top tier characters, though, and if you put either one on your team will be better than everyone else's teams, most likely. Does that sound reasonable, Glass? Glass, did I lose you? People, are you able to hear a Glass? I am not hearing. I think I got a disconnect from Glass. Stream Monsters, are you hearing any Glass? Not just me. I think this is also very late for him, so it's possible that there was a loss going on. Oh, Glass, have you returned?
Hello? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think Discord freaked out. I was talking for a while.
Okay, I missed you on that, so I will need you to repeat what you said because the Stream Monsters didn't get any of it.
Okay. I was just saying that I would put Captain Marvel like a little bit of a Moonstone, because of her. Like Moonstone's, like I think the Moonstone being able to solo combo makes her good anchor wise. But I think the DHC versatility from Captain Marvel, just makes her like overall better for a team. And I think just having a better beam in general does her that favor as well. But a big Moonstone enjoyer, but I think Captain Marvel has eked it out these days.
Okay, and in relation to Guile, do you think that she is as good as Guile? Or I think Guile's just a little bit too much bullshit for her to be like...
Yeah, like Guile really has that like je ne sais quoi that like really tips a character over the edge, and Captain Marvel is like fair in that sense. Like in the words of Remy Martin, she's probably like the fairest up to.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Upwards Blitz Blow for Captain Marvel and I think Moonstone goes all the way up to super jump height, so you could get above super jump height while being able to summon assists. Most characters cannot get above super jump height if they are trying to summon assists.
Yes. So yeah, being able to blitz blow up, air dash up, you're in a part of the screen that no character can attack besides Moonstone and Marvel, and maybe Guile. Guile, Moonstone, Carol is like genuinely, like that's a, or maybe Guile, Carol, Moonstone. That's like a SSS tier team.
Yeah, that team seems great. Like, and that team is great. And I think that people who fight against Guile who haven't played him don't realize that the character is actually fun because they just see the sonic booms and the flash kicks and it's like, darn, I feel like this person's only doing two things and they're winning. But like, he's actually very fun to play. So anybody who hasn't tried Guile, I do recommend checking him out just to see. But I know that. Glass, how do you feel about charge motions in Marvel? I know a lot of people are very allergic to this.
Yeah, I feel like they're absolutely fine. The way a lot of charge characters are designed in this game is that you hide. I mean, even in Street Fighter, Guile hides his charge moves behind doing other things, so you're never really just charging. Like you're able to move around quite swiftly. The charge times are very reasonable. Like EX Boom being 90 frames, of course, takes a while. Means you have to do it very deliberately.
But it's
like,
super, so it's fine.
Essentially, yeah. So it's when people like say they don't play characters like Hulk or Frank because they're charge characters. It's like whatever, because you're always going to be doing something while charging the move. And in a game as fast paced as this, it's something I think it actually helps build up like a skill in that aspect of being able to like move while focusing on something else.
I agree.
But I think it's completely reasonable to play Guile. Obviously, since he's this good as well, it's completely reasonable to play charge characters in Marvel. But they just need a kit that's built around their charge moves, and Guile has that.
So I know that it is Omega late there. How much longer do you feel like you would be resourced to participate in this conversation before we try to get to like taking a break for at least an evening before tier list discussion part 2? Do you feel like
I'd say
2 more teams?
Let's do Thanos and Ultron so we finish this row.
Okay.
So we can say we've done 4 rows, and then we'll have to come back to this because it's nearly 3 a.m.
Yeah, I do. So this is how much Glass loves our community. He's willing to stay up to 3 a.m. to talk about which characters are better than other ones so that people can maybe suffer a little less when they have to fight some of these strong characters in the game.
Yeah, you get me talking about the game like this, and I get to learn things I didn't know before, talk about knowledge I have that other people might not know. I'm fully down for it as well. But
this has been hugely helpful to me, and I feel I already know a lot about the game, so I think that a lot of folks in our stream monsters, have you gotten something good out of this?
There's no gameplay happening at the moment. We're just talking.
I'm setting the characters right now.
Yeah.
Come out on top.
Okay, so the Mad Titan,
Go for broke.
would
Fight.
you have some opinions on a specific Mad Titan here?
Yes, this is a character I've played quite a bit and have played quite against as well. And he's an interesting one. Is that I think the things that is actually really good about Thanos, besides Titan Shield, like Titan Shields, I don't think people use that much. I think one of the big things that really stood out were like his crouch heavy, which was nerfed, but it's still like really powerful. It's just like this obnoxious low hitting projectile that's just on the screen for a little while that gets cancelled into Light Titan's cube, and there's so little a lot of characters can do about this. Because with Light Titan's shields, I call it Titan's cube a moment ago. Like you might instinctively move away from it, like the way you would drones. But the more you move away from it, the sooner that the cooldown, because that the install bar you see at the bottom left when Thanos does it, that's like a limiter on how often you can do it. Because if you could do it without a cooldown, it'd be the best move in the game. But because it has like that 3 or 4 second cooldown, if you move away to defend it, he can summon one while another one's on the screen, and it just like completely shuts out all of the ground game, which makes you jump against Thanos. If you jump against Thanos over the cube, he will teleport. And then you cross yourself up trying to jump over the cube as well. He's got infinite hits on all his moves, so they're dead easy to hit confirm. He's got really disjointed like hitboxes on all of them as well, especially stand medium, crouch medium. And because they're 2-hit, high hit for some moves, they're so easy to just recognize the hit and go into like something else as well. I think his counter's fine. I think it's too slow to really be effective to deal with keep away. It's something you just do every now and again to like check people, but it's hard to do it on reaction to certain beams for that exact reason as well, because things will come out. So you somewhat have to do it preemptively, and then that didn't even hit. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. But yeah, when he does hit, he gets a big juicy combo from it. Also, and then on the top of combos, his damage is absurd, which as it should be for a big body like him as well. He's very good at dumping meat because he can do an early super and then pick up afterwards because he's got an OTG crouch heavy. The same one that hits low. So he very often will just kill free. Like his happy birthday combos, he doesn't have to change at all. Which is really nice for him. He's good at... Actually, speaking of happy birthdays, because with assists too, he's very good at shutting out assists with Light Titan shields because it just moves forward in that zone. As well, which is very nice. It also makes it really good for incoming. He's got a very he's got a perfect button for air dashes. Yeah, as you just saw it there, just there. Like air dash S is obscene. It might as well be a dive kick with it. It's like a really disjointed oh, voice going dry. Really disjointed hitbox, 2 hitting overheads, massively plus. So you can steal frames back, still turns back, even if he gets pushed back by dashing afterwards, which is just very nice. What else is there about him? I think. Oh, he's got the armored command grab, which is fun. It's a good way to like check really passive people, because people might be blocking a lot, trying to deal with like the cube and his crouch heavy and so on as well, and then doing dash up command grab, which is it takes him out the corner, but you can just air dash back over. You could also raw tag and combo from it as well, because it's another hard knockdown ground bounce move. Which is just another like, funny little thing as, but it just accentuates the fact that this is a character that if he hits you, you die. But he has a lot of avenues to hit you with because he has actually pretty good high-low game and a command grab. You can combo from all his throws, air jump throws as well. So you get super jump height confirmed because you can just cancel into super from any point. Palmbreaker is not nearly as good as it used to be. It used to go very far, was very fast, had no recovery, and now it's like more in line with what you'd expect Palmbreaker to be in Infinite. Maybe slightly worse than Infinite.
So some of my thoughts on Thanos. We had mentioned before that in this game you generally want a sword or a gun or something Thanos is one of the only characters where he doesn't need one because his legs are just so long that his
Yeah.
2M reaches from all the way out here where he's half screen away and his 2M still connects. And his air dash S is another thing where it's like, if you're half screen away, this button is connecting. So I feel like he's one of the characters who doesn't have a sword, who's able to play that game where if you're running into a character like Sakura or something where it's like their normals are slow and stubby, they really struggle to just like play footsies against him because his button is just going to be twice as big as theirs. And it's not actually slower in the process of being twice as big. I think Thanos of the big bodies is kind of the most balanced, where it's like he can play a ranged game with 2 H's and Titan's shields, but
Yeah.
then he could also go in and he also has access to teleport to get value out of it. I think like the things that define him are 2M, air dash S, Titan shield, 2H, teleport, and even though like you can't reaction with his nullify, if you predict with it, it is very good for getting happy birthdays. Like an example, whoops, let's get it back here. If I summon Rocket Raccoon Assist, that's something where it's like, oh, in a lot of cases, a character would need to be like, well, there's a projectile that's taking control of the ground right now. I'm going to need to hold that. But with Thanos, if you're even a tiny bit preemptive, you get to just like put those hitboxes out there in a way that really can't be messed with. So I feel like it's a very solid hard read tool, or punish for slow options that take a while to get on the screen that a lot of
Yeah,
characters
I think it's a lot more reasonable to react to assists with it because you can see the assist coming in or you hear the voice line. And if you know someone's calling like a very common neutral assist like a beam, you can easily respond to the beam with that. But reacting to a point character is a bit more difficult, yeah.
Yeah, and preemptively it's good against like, oh, they're at a range where I think it's likely they're gonna Helmbreaker or something, and it's like Helmbreaker is their only poke that'll move them down fast, so if I'm wrong, I'm still relatively okay. So I feel like his counter is good, his shield is good, his air dash button is good, his crouch medium is good, and having a command throw, it's not the best command throw, but it does its job.
Yeah. And it's just like an option he has that you have to remember. So you can't get too passive. As well, you're still having to respond to high lows, and then you get hit by the command grab, which always throws people off, which is nice. I think him having a beam super is really helpful. It just adds to his ability to hit assists. So it covers a slightly awkward angle, so slow assists like Rocket would probably miss. It would probably miss against. But it is very fast startup. It's instantly full screen once it starts, which is nice. And I think it's one of these supers where if you X Factor it early, they get hard knockdown and you can combo from it, like Modok Beam, but I might be misremembering.
No, that sounds potentially right. So with all those things in mind, where would you put Thanos?
Yeah, I think because it's like you said, he's just like a really like fine balanced character. I think he's got a very high risk rewards or favorable risk rewards for the type of kit he has. I think he's less splashable on teams.
Agreed.
I mean, the level 3 is like whatever. His snap is unblockable, but it's on like a 4-second delay or something. So you can set up.
I think
you can set up like proper timing meaties. If you kill with the right move, you can meaty snap, and just kill a character.
Though I think one thing worth noting is that a lot of people may not realize Thanos has 2 assists that matter. The Tyrant's Charge there, that's a punch, has armor, and armored forward advancing hitbox is a good thing. And then the other one is his Gamma assist, or not Gamma.
Yeah.
Wait.
It is Gambit, the blue one.
I dummy selected. Whoops. Gamma. Which
Oh, you're not showing the gameplay.
Oh, ha ha ha. There we go. So, I feel the Stomp, his 2H, is actually just an amazing assist that a lot of people underrate because it goes very far. If you're like a character like this, you get to unblockable them with it. And so something that both works in neutral that you also get to use as an unblockable assist, I think is very nice.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Because it's just like a regular... It's like it's a projectile assist that doesn't interact with other durability. Which which is good in that scenario as well.
So with that, putting him in.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really set him, like really bumped him up from where you would have had him last time, I think is having the tracking teleport is significant.
I agree.
Before it used to just use Wesker teleport, so you'd got up forward, but now it's like Dante, it goes up and behind you. It's pretty slow by comparison, but it's still like we were talking about with Strider, where it lets him he can follow the opponent's movement, especially to super jump height, where he can call in assists, and we established earlier you can convert from super jump height quite easily. As well, and of course he has the unblockable. You can use to just invalidate a character, as Tabs is pointing out now as well. But I think he has to go in matchup defining for his amazing buttons, his ability to just kill if anything, the unblockable and teleport.
Okay, now round 2.
I'd probably say he's better than Venom.
Better than Venom. I think that
'Cause
he's more stable than Venom. Like, I feel Thanos can win a game where he's chipping people more likely than Venom can. And he could also happen to hit them and kill them.
Yeah, and that's it as well. I think where Thanos can play Venom can play a non-interaction, but he has one move that does it, and it's to pick the angle it attacks it. Whereas Thanos has he can make people have to approach him, but he's able to play the resource advantage much better, I think, because he has the beam super. He has like a literal wall he can put in front of him, and multiple aspects, like multiple pokes, and has really effectively disjointed normals, because they're just big limbs with slightly disjointed hitboxes. And I think his assists are really valuable. He's also really good THC synergy as well, THCing with the character plus Thanos. If they're a fast one too, which is good for just obliterating assists too. So I'd say they're probably good for different reasons, but I think I'd say they're about the same. I don't know if you'd move them up or below.
No, that sounds around right to me. Is like he feels like he has a lot of strengths that are meaningful. He feels like he has enough answers to situations that he doesn't get dumpstered by any of the cast really. Like I think that he has more of those like 4 or 6 matchups and less of those 3-7s. Just because of how stable he is, and then in a bunch of situations he's just favored, and he gets to take advantage of if someone leaves the ground against Venom can use that to maybe get in, but he can't like establish things. But if someone leaves the ground against Thanos and he gets to get Titan Shield up, and then they need to fall on it being active while he's able to do other
landing
things.
versus Thanos is very difficult.
So
And I think also that his incomings I think are a lot better too, because the Titan Shield teleport is just a very classic, like you just have to deal with this left, right, and overseer incoming if he doesn't have time to set up a level 3.
And
which I think is
giving
nice.
credit, Tabs is saying level 3 is underrated. I do not have the proper appreciation for the level 3, but I also have had multiple situations where I'm like, oh, I know a bunch of the things that are good, and Tabs is like, this thing is also good. And most of the time, if he says something is also good, it means the thing is also good. So I'm just going to caveat the unblockable probably has some additional nonsense.
I think when Heathnoff was playing Thanos for a little bit as well, he was using Dante's upguns assist to set up the unblockable.
Though the tragedy that happens is when you do something like upgun sis to set up unblockable, then they X Factor the last bullet, happy birthday, and kill both your characters.
Yeah.
Like I feel that's
there's definitely some way to set up or like get a kill in a certain way, but I don't know if it's consistent enough. You might need to just spend X Factor. Oh, but if you spend X Factor to do the unblockable, then you're not killing afterwards. I don't know.
Exactly.
It requires more thought. It's definitely a thing, but I think it's a little bit more nuanced.
Yeah, and character specific for how you need to interact with it, because like as we showed with like Captain Marvel and Moonstone for their ability to get out of things is different. Or if you're fighting Ken, and Ken can just DP and he will always be fine there no matter what assist you do to try and lock him down.
Yeah.
So Thanos here next to Venom?
Sitting a bit. Yes, he's sitting a little bit better than he was, or quite a lot better than he was last time. So that moves us on to Ultron.
Someone who I've always rated highly, and I still rate highly. How do you feel
about
Ultron?
I love this character. I did not like Ultron in Infinite. I adore him in this game. He's in my top 5 favorite personal characters, maybe top 3. I think this character is just super cool in terms of all the options he has as well. He's another character that's undergone many changes over time, good and bad. But he's like his movement is just unreal. He's got such good ground movement. He's got a fantastic air dashes. He's got really good air dash clearance. His flight mode puts him at air dash height, so he can like cancel things into flight and fly around. He sets up his own assist with his drones, so he's constantly able to like set up layered pressure. He can do really obnoxious things because he can call drones, go into like super jump, call a drone, fly, move around, or like call drone, dive kick. He can call different drones to make the dive kick or to cover the dive kick in different ways, which just lets him set up his own pressure. And then plus assist, he actually has a really bad high-low game because his only low is crouch medium, and it doesn't naturally combo from his air dash light. So his like try dash light into low light is not real. So it's very often that people will try to up back or just stand block Ultron a lot. However, as we established earlier with some other characters, is Ultron can set up fuzzy situations really commonly. Is with things like his beam drone, his quarter cycle medium. You can do things like set up a beam drone while they're blocking assist, then air dash down forward S to make them stand block, and then you can do dash into jumping button into conversion, like rising jump S or rising jump heavy into dive kick and all that. So he's able to set up his own fuzzy situations, and then with assist it complements that too. So he just has really like layered and like visually noisy pressure. So people often try and swing on the drones because the drones have a hurtbox, sorry. So you can make the drones go away, and then you're swinging on the drones, and then Ultron hits you. But he's just good at playing Marvel in that aspect, as he can make things happen on screen. He can cover himself well. His movement's fantastic. His health got buffed, like rebuffed up. I think it was high, then it was down to 850. Now it's back to 1 million. So despite being like a pretty like thin robot, he's really tanky.
Yes.
Which means he can like take a lot of chip damage in neutral, because his keep away is much worse. His beams got completely gutted. They're essentially useless in neutral. They have so much startup, tons of recovery. They don't do that much chip damage. They're normally good for like finishing people off. But the time you spend doing beam, you'd probably want to spend jumping and doing a drone, or doing a drone on the ground and moving around it.
Yeah,
as well.
If you could medium drone instead, just medium drone instead. It will make your life easier.
Yeah, because it's just like he can play around people playing around assists without calling assists. Because when having played Ultron a lot, I play against people that will see the medium drone and they'll be like, okay, I need to stop this drone, so they'll do a beam. And then because the drones have so little recovery, Ultron's already like jumped air dash up forward and is able to air dash down forward S or dive kick and interrupt people going for the drone. If people look at Ultron and they try and jump, then Ultron is stronger in the air than most characters are, and he has fantastic air buttons. Jump heavy, jump S are both really good. The jump medium's kind of whatever, but it's a good like button to lead into with his heavies. Done so much damage. Ultron does not have low damage at all. I think he has like more complex routing. He has like really like baby like brain routing where you just do kind of whatever and it does like 500k. But he has like very reasonable optimal routes, optimized routes that will clear like 700k. No, not 800. But with assist you'll clear 800. And he builds a ton of bar. So he has really high base damage on a lot of moves. He naturally builds a lot of bar both in neutral and in combos. So he's a fantastic battery. The only like real weakness, one of Ultron's only real weaknesses, is that his support is really bad. He has no real safety HC, and you kind of have to whiff command grab, or do a beam super and hope they don't have a way of punishing it or closing the space. His assists are okay. His double drone assist like feels like it should be good, but it's just he's out there for so long, and the drones can get hit by something else. They typically lose to other beams. Which is unfortunate. He's got the Protonium Emitter, which is his quarter cycle forward heavy, that one, which is a nice little lockdown assist. It's like a supplementary assist, but you need another proper assist as well. And the other one is Melt Blast, like the dive up forwards. It would be cool if that was like an invincible crossover counter you could combo from, but I don't think it is.
I think the main thing about the Melt Blast is that it is very fast. Like, the amount of time between when he gets to the ground and...
Oh yeah, that is like instant.
So I feel that's the thing that's meaningful about it, and is quite helpful. But, like, he's bad at support. Ultron is selfish. He's a villain, and he's like, I am fast, I am powerful, I could kill everything, but, like, he's not exactly known for, like, being a homie. He's
exactly.
terrible at it. It's the difference between him and Captain Marvel, where, like... when Captain Marvel's on team, she's like, I could give you a beam, I could install DHC for you, I could give you a beam DHC, I could give you a level 3 invulnerable that travels across the screen in case you need that type of thing. And then Ultron's like, just let me kill them. Everything will be fine."
I'll look your way every once in a while.
But I think
yeah, but
another thing
the other good thing about
Ultron-
Ultron,
Okay.
I was just gonna say he uses support very well. So because he has like very Marvel centric movement, every sort of assist benefits him. He benefits from lockdown, he benefits from beams, he benefits from combo extenders. Like he can use kind of whatever, and it just kind of adds to him in every single way. But he's a great enabler too.
One of the things that I think Ultron is good at, that I think is an important thing to note about good characters, is that he has the ability to summon drone and then observe the situation and wait. And if somebody does something where they try to hit it, he could go to hit them. If they block it, he could use that as the opportunity to start pressure. And if they get out of the way, he could use it to acquire space. And like, I feel the ability to do a thing that's very low commitment and then observe what the opponent does in relation to it is one of the things that makes Ultron so strong.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's a lot of times where like you can just do like stand heavy into medium drone and wait, like even as a block swing on the ground. But as you were doing earlier as well, like being able to just kind of exist at super jump height. Like he lives at super jump height, and it's so difficult to stop him from being there. And he can just play so safely and make people and just like force people to be impatient because they're just wondering like how do you stop Ultron from doing whatever he's doing, even if he's doing nothing, and then he just explodes in. And he's just got generally fantastic buttons as well. Like his crouch medium is whatever, but his stand medium is really good, stand heavy is really good, his launch is really good, jump heavy, jump S. They're just all like they're essentially sword normals, the heavies and S's, which is how much he reaches forward and how much he steps in for them. I actually forgot he has that move.
And they cross up too. Like a lot of characters, it's
Yes.
like, oh, this move hits so far ahead of him, but it also hits so far behind him.
Yeah, they have like practical benefit too, because like for conversion's sake, like the jump heavy pops them up and the jump S sends them down.
Yes.
So he's really versatile. Like when you get air to airs where someone is above you or below you, he can convert either of them very easily. By just hit confirming and be like, oh, they're above me, let me press S, or they're below me, let me press heavy.
Oh, another thing is you had mentioned that when he flies, he could immediately air dash. And along with this being good in general, this is also good because it means that getting to super jump height with assist is even easier for him than it is for a lot of characters. And like being able to like have flight and be able to be moving around while also like having stuff to confirm, I think is very, very powerful for him.
Yeah, man, I just love watching Ultron move around. I miss playing this character. It's
also-
only been like a week.
Well, it only takes a week to be like, dang, some more Ultron would be kind of nice. So with all these things we said about him, he hates his teammates, but he hates his enemies even more, and he makes them suffer for fighting him. How do you feel about Ultron's tier placement?
Yeah. So there's a part of me a bias in me that really wants him to be in point characters that define the game. However, I think because the way he controls neutral is different from the way Jean does it, and the fact he doesn't have a real high-low game makes me feel like he may not belong in that tier anymore. But I think because he has such a safe way of playing neutral, he has extraordinarily good movement, he has high health, he is like a great enabler for other characters, that I'd say he's either at the top of like matchup defining tools or in define the matchups on point, define all matchups on point as well.
Yeah. Do you think he's better than Spider-Gwen?
Having not played Spider-Gwen remotely as much as I played Ultron, it's hard for me to say. I want to say yes. I think Spider-Gwen has like her one thing that she does better than Ultron is like the actual mix. So when she's in your face and staying on your face, she is much better at that as well. But I think because Ultron doesn't play an interactive style of neutral, but he can, I think really benefits him as well. The fact that he's a good point for any support shell. Like you could put him with Guile X, you could put him with Captain Marvel Moonstone, you could put him with even Jean second with X or something. And he just uses all those so well, and it supplements everything he wants to do in neutral.
That sounds good to me.
I feel like because he doesn't have he's not good against zoning anymore. Like he can't counter zone that same way, but because he makes the person zoning have to think about their zoning patterns. It's not that it's just like I'm going to shoot forward, I'm going to shoot forward
Mhm.
at this, shoot forward at this. It's like this Ultron's a super jump. Let me jump and do a beam, and then he super jumps up, air dash down, he's back at the ground again, and you're stuck at super jump height while he gets underneath you. I think the superior mobility there really helps him in a alternate way versus keep away or zoning characters.
I agree with
But
that.
I don't think he's as good as Jean Grey. But I personally would put Ultron behind Jean and above Spider-Gwen.
I think that he's not in the same tier as Jean, but that I think he's essentially equivalent to Spider-Gwen, and I could see him being like a little better than Spider-Gwen. Because I do feel
Okay,
like being the stickiest character in the game is very valuable for Spider-Gwen. Like, there's a point where you just block one thing and it's like, oh, she should win the game now. Like, with Ultron, you block one thing against him and then he doesn't have a real low, and you're like, I need to hold this mix for a while, but then we go back to neutral and I get to fight him again if I block. But with Spider Gwen, there's no like, I blocked and now I'm okay. It's like, I blocked and she's still
yeah,
winning.
that's true. Just to clarify for the chat as well, like this isn't SAB. The two top are like alternate S tiers. S tiers for different reason. Then it's
Yeah.
A, B, C, and it's like that. That's sort of the equivalent.
Yeah, because these two tiers, like Jean, I think Jean is probably better than Moonstone, but Moonstone does infinitely more things for a team than Jean does. So Jean can only really go into a team on point, where Moonstone will make a team better if she's on point, if she's in the mid, if she's in the back. But Jean just like ruins more people's ability to play the basic game than Moonstone does.
Yes. Yeah, totally agree.
So Ultron,
Cool.
moving on to the characters with or the top of characters with matchup defining tools adjacent to Spider-Gwen. A little bit better because he doesn't need to interact and she does need to interact. But when she interacts, she
Yeah.
makes your life miserable.
Yeah, they're both frustrating in different ways to play against.
Okay,
Cool. But yes, I think it's probably sensible to call it there.
we're not giving Commando his moment in the sun.
Yeah.
Is the
The reason why is we've done a very clean 4 rows
okay
as well. So I think, like doing 4 rows plus 1 would bother me.
okay no, I understand the need for it to be the precise box as opposed to the box with a tail.
Yeah, and I don't think Captain Wakanda will take that long to talk about when we get to him anyway. But
I think that Captain Commando, I think that the things that make him good are not the things that some other people think make him good. So I may talk on him a little bit.
okay, that's fair. Well, I mean, I think we might end up talking about the same things.
Probably.
But we'll get there eventually.
Thank you for joining us, Glass, for this amazing in-depth conversation that lasted 7 hours.
7 hours.
Far, and we are what, halfway done?
About 40% of the way through.
40%.
We've done 4 of 9 plus 1 rows.
So good shit to you for going into the middle of the night. We are thankful for your service to the community, and at some point in the future we will do the second half of this tier list video. Anything that you want to say to the stream monsters, anything you want to promote or communicate, or you just are like, dang, I wish the pilot swap community knew this thing?
Not necessarily. I think if there's any European players on the chat that aren't in the European server, join. Play. I doubt there's any European players awake at the moment. It's 3 a.m. Join the server, play Pilot Swap. If you've been thinking about giving it a try, give it a try. I think we've already spoken about 32 characters so far. So I'm sure there's at least one character in there that's interesting to people that have been like kind of considering starting the game or trying it out. So give it a shot. There's 73 characters to play at the moment. So I'm sure you'll find 3 characters you like.
Yes.
But,
and if you haven't found
play Marvel, play
characters
Modern Marvel.
you like, find more characters. We have so many characters.
Yes. And I think that hopefully this video, what will probably end up being a video, will help people figure out what characters they do or don't like, what they want to try as well. Maybe think about the game a bit differently, because I know we've spoken about some concepts that I don't think many people, like casual players to the game, will think about.
Okay.
If there are people that want to get competitive or didn't think about something before, then we'll see.
So thank you, Glass.
Yes, we wanted to go through all the characters of Ozymandias, but we have Isicera and I had a lot to say about a lot of characters, so it took a lot longer than I anticipated.
It's one of those things where it's like we could have just like said, oh, this character's good, and then not really explain things, and then people would be able to parrot our opinion that a character is good, but not actually understand why. And I feel like both Glass and I wanted to make sure that what people understand why we think these characters are good, or why we think these characters are in Bishop tier, or why we are of the perspective that X is more unreasonable than Spider-Gwen because the way that he approaches winning is less interactive than her, and things like that I think are just super helpful to the general populace to like hear about how tiers work.
Yeah.
So with that, we're going to call this stream to an end. I don't know how to do the raid command, so I apologize. I'm sorry, Callie
I think you just do /raid and then type a name.
Oh, let's
Yeah,
see.
you /raid and then type a channel.
I don't know who I would raid. If Kevin is in chat, please let me know who to raid. Or
I'm sure B-Blue's live. B-Blue's always live.
B-Blue is always
He's not. Paradigm's live, though. Paradigm streaming backdrop.
So let's see. How do I do this raid?
So /raid Paradigm, 2 Gs.
Paradigm. Thank you so much to everyone who came through. And I don't know exactly when we'll do part 2, but when we do part 2, it's probably going to also be a decent number of hours, because some of the characters we won't need to talk about as much as like a Spider-Gwen or an Ultron, but we still have some bangers that are coming up.
Yeah, there's a lot of complex characters coming up that will probably be like 20-30 minute conversations, and then there are some characters that are very simply good or bad.
Oh, Kevin is here. So Kevin, is it cool if we raid Paradigm? Is this a thing that would spark joy for the HAVENGERS family? Okay, so oh, we should use the Hagar emote because Dig'em does know how to hit some folks with pipes. So let's make sure to send Paradigm some Hagars, and thank you so much, Glass. And I look forward to doing the next part of this tier list with you.
Been a pleasure. I look forward to it as well.
Ciao,
I'll see you later.
y'all.